Good morning. I actually forgot to hit play on the damn thing. So good morning. I am live as we speak. Trump is just now coming on doing a cabinet meeting. So I'm gonna go ahead and show the cabinet meeting. I got a whole bunch of other stuff lined up. I've got a few press conferences. There's stuff about what's going on in Venezuela. There's stuff that's going on with the guardsmen's, and then there's different things with Snap and all types of different you know all types of different things. So we're gonna go ahead and get into that. I'm gonna hold on. I'm setting this so I can get this set up right. All right, now we on. Let's go to the Trump press conference and see what he has to say. Hope everybody's having a good day. I can't see if anybody's even in here yet. No, not yet. Let's see here. Boom. Here we go. All right, let's get this stuff popping. There we go. All right. Just get out of here.
Are you all set? Everybody ready? Nice to be with you. Welcome to the final cabinet meeting of 2025, a year that will go down as the most consequential and successful first year of any administration. They're saying that, not me. Well, I say too, actually, but a lot of people are saying it. And a lot of that is thanks to the men and women in the cabinet. The new and improved cabinet room, I might add. We took pictures down from the vaults downstairs with lots of pictures that haven't been exposed to the world for, in many cases, over 100 years. We brought them up and we're using them as they should be used. But the cabinet room looks beautiful like it should now. The Oval Office looks beautiful like it should. It was like the rest of the country. It was in disrepair. 1 year ago, our country was dead and said to me by many leaders, we had a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true. The hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of that. In 4 long years of the Biden administration, there were just $1 trillion in investments in the United States in 10 months. We've secured commitments of over $18 trillion. So they had, in 1 year, less than $1 trillion. That's in a period of 4 years. Think of it. 4 years, they had less than $1 trillion. In 10 months, we have more than 18
Does
trillion.
it keep coming down?
Scott? It's even going to be higher than that.
It'll be higher by
And
the
going
end of
up.
the year,
And we're waiting for the Supreme Court case, and it's so important and so vital for this country because we're not only respected again, we're putting out wars by our trade policies, and we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, and our country is wealthy again and secure again, and it's part of national security, and I hope that goes well. I think it's very important, but think of the number. We're going to be over $18 trillion in 10 months, and which is a record times probably 8 or 10 times, I think more than that for any country. There's never been a country that's had that kind of an investment ever in history. And there's never been a country that's had half of that. It's a tremendous thing that's taking place. We have companies moving in from all over the world, from Mexico, from Canada, from Europe, from China, from Japan a lot. We just had Toyota is going to spend $10 billion. They just announced on building new plants in this country. Our workers, they're going to be our workers, but they're spending a tremendous amount. So the stock market is set 46 all-time highs. And this last Friday, which is called Black Friday, was the biggest ever online sales that there's ever been by a lot. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. I mean, these are the facts we have to get out. And
Good morning,
there's this
Tash.
fake narrative that the Democrats talk about, affordability. They just say the word. It doesn't mean anything to anybody. You just say it. Affordability. I inherited the worst inflation in history. There was no affordability. Nobody could afford anything. The prices were massively high. Do you remember when we took over eggs? You did a great job on that, Madam Secretary. Agriculture, Brooke. Eggs were 4 or 5 times higher than they had ever been. They said don't order eggs for Easter at the White House, and we ended up doing it, and we got the egg prices way down.
Yo, what's up, Billy?
What they were before, but the word affordability is a con job by the Democrats. They say affordable. I watched the other day where some very low IQ congresswoman talked about affordability. She had no idea. Their prices were much higher. As an example, energy, gasoline, we're now at about $2.50 a gallon. We're going to be, I think, at $2 a gallon. We could even crack that at some point. I'd love to do it. And we could do it more easily if we weren't building up the strategic national reserves, which Biden emptied out before the election so that he could try and get elected, meaning he started it, then he got thrown out of the race. Then she took over and she kept it going, and they emptied out these strategic national reserves, which are really meant for something else. They're not meant to keep people happy with their gasoline price. They're meant for war. They're meant for problems, big problems. He emptied it out, and then she continued it during the process of trying to get elected. Didn't work out too well for him. And they virtually brought it down to the lowest level, I believe, in history. And it didn't have much of an impact because the prices were very high. But our prices now for energy, but for gasoline, are really low. Electricity's coming down. And when that comes down, everything comes down. But the word affordability is a Democrat scam. They say it, and then they go into the next subject. And everyone thinks, oh, they had lower prices. No, they had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Now, some people will correct me because I always love to correct me, even though I'm right about everything. But some people like to correct me, and they say 48 years. I say it's not 48 years, it's much more. But they say it's the worst inflation that we've had in 48 years. I say ever. But whether it's 48 years or ever, it's pretty bad. We had the worst inflation that we've ever had. Since last January, we've stopped inflation in its tracks. And there's still more to do. There's always more to do, but we have it down to a very good level. It's going to want to have a little tiny bit of inflation. Otherwise, that's not good either. Then you have a thing called deflation. And deflation can be worse than inflation. But we have it almost, we'll soon be at a perfect level. But we inherited the worst inflation. But we have 20 states that are now selling gasoline at less than the $2.75. I think of that, $2.75. And it was at $5 under Sleepy Joe. Grocery prices are down with the cost of Thanksgiving turkey this year down 33%. It was lower than 33% lower than under the Biden administration.
Whoever keeps saying the gas is not, bro, it was just a holiday weekend and it was less than $2.50 in Ohio. Stop capping. I'm not defending the guy, but y'all are capping.
Prices are way down 86%. Thank you. And mortgage rates, despite the fact that we have an incompetent chairman of the Fed, a real dope, who should reduce rates. I saw even Jamie Dimon said he should be reducing rates. I never saw Jamie Dimon say that. I wonder why he said that. But he really said it because he's right. But we have a guy that's just a stubborn ox who probably doesn't like your president, your favorite president. But they're going to be coming down. We'll be announcing somebody probably early next year for the new chairman of the Fed. I talked to Scott about taking the job, but he doesn't want it. You got the greatest job here.
Yes, sir.
Right? He said, no, I want to stay chairman.
Stop lying. Where do you live, bro? Where do you live? I'm in Ohio right now. Look it up yourself. Don't be stupid.
I want to stay right where we are, Treasury.
I'm in Ohio right now.
I think we're doing really.
We're doing great.
Our gas is less than $2.50. Look it up. If you're paying $5 a gallon, I'm gonna guess you live in some cuck city in a blue state.
Sure, it's a great team to be part of.
Yeah, that's amazing. Under my executive order to lower prescription drug prices, which I think is the single biggest thing we've ever done.
Hold on.
Nobody writes about.
Hey, Logan, they don't understand. It's nice over here in the Midwest. I'm not defending Trump. I think a lot of things are very expensive, but to sit there and say, "Oh, it's," you're lying, bro.
Because you fake
The
news.
gas is not that.
I've made unprecedented deals along with Bobby and Oz and all of the people that work on it.
Guys.
A lot of people that you wouldn't even think work on it, but they do.
Good, everybody.
To slash drug prices by 200%, 300%, 400%, 500%, 600%.
No caps, homie.
700%, 800%. Nobody's ever heard of it before because I instituted favored nations.
Horrible.
And no nation agreed to do it. And then I said to the nations,
And you,
if you're
bro.
not going to do it, I'm going to charge you 100% tariff, which is more money than we're talking about. And they said, sir, we'd love to do it. Please, we would be honored to do it. And they agreed that they would go along with the whole thing. Nobody thought you could do it because they felt, number one, you couldn't get the drug companies to do it. So we're paying, as an example, for the.
You couldn't have said it better, Logan. We have a lot more to worry about than these fake gas prices. You guys are arguing over gas prices that aren't even real.
Well, the fat drug, FAT
Sorry.
for fat people. Anybody use it at the table? Don't ask. But the fat drug was $135. Think of that. For certain people,
You're right.
$1,300 for certain countries,
Sorry.
$1,300 in New York.
Right,
So in New York, it was $1,300. And in London,
No
it was
caps, or I'm gonna boot you
$135.
next time
And
you
a friend
use
of
a
mine
cap.
called me
I
and
have
said,
to
why
erase
is
your
this?
shit again, I'm booting you.
Why is it? He got used to paying $1,300. Well, now what we have it down to is, Bobby, what's the number? Like 150 or something? We have it down to a low number, don't we?
Yeah, it's around 100, 125, 150.
Think of that. So we got it down from $1,300 to $125 to $140, depending on various countries. In other words, we're paying the lowest price, tied for the lowest price in the world.
Tell him, Ronald.
You could never do that because you couldn't get the countries to agree to it. I did. Every country agreed to it because I said, if you're not going to agree to it, that's okay. I'm going to charge you tariffs. And as soon as I said that, they said, we agree. And then we had to be a little tough with the drug companies, but they came along. The bigger problem was the countries. The countries just wouldn't go along with it, but they did. Every country. So we have reduced drug prices by 500, 600, 700, 800, 900%, depending on the drug, depending on the company, depending on all of the different factors involved. Nobody's ever even thought of drug reductions like that, price reductions. And I told you the story that in my first term, I was so proud of myself because I reduced drugs. It was the first time in 28 years that drug prices were reduced. It was 1/4%, 1/4%. And I was so proud of myself. I said, it's the first time.
I'm going to say it again.
Drug prices.
If you type in caps, I am not reading it. I am going to erase it. If you do it more than once, I am going to just hide you and ban you.
Went down over the course of a year, over the course of a presidency. 1 year, 1/4%. I had a news.
I truly don't care what anybody says. Y'all can have a great. Don't use trigger words. Y'all can debate. Y'all can talk all the shit you want. Just respect the chat. Don't use caps and don't use trigger words. Come on, y'all.
I was so proud. Now I got them down, not 1/4%. I got them down 400, 500, 600% and more.
What's up, Mark? How you doing, buddy?
The fake news won't write about it. And it's going to have a huge impact on healthcare because a big part of it's buying
first one to go.
drugs,
Bye, dummy.
buying prescription drugs.
Bye-bye.
It's going to have a huge positive impact because Obamacare is a disaster. I said it
Bye-bye.
years ago and I say it now. And the money should be paid, taken away from the insurance company. Obamacare was made to make the insurance companies rich. Their stocks have gone up 1,000% in a short period of time because the money goes to the insurance company. I want the money to go to the people. Let all the money go to the people, and let the people go out and buy their own health care. And I see on television, people are advertising now, we will help you buy health care. We will go out and help you buy. That's becoming like an industry because of what I said. So something's going to happen. It's probably not going to be easy because the Democrats, frankly, they don't want to make a good deal for the people. They just want to make a bad deal for the country. They want to make a bad deal for the Republican Party. But the Republican Party is united. And I will say that what I would like to do is the money doesn't go, trillions of dollars get paid to drug companies. And you still have lousy health care. Obamacare is horrible health care. We want it to go to the people and then let the people go out and buy their own health care, and they'll do great. They'll do great. So we're negotiating that now with the Democrats. Well, congressional Democrats want the largest tax hike in history. I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history with the Great Big Beautiful Bill. The Great Big Beautiful Bill, the biggest piece of legislation ever signed, and that includes the extension of the original Trump tax cuts. But it's the biggest tax cut ever signed, and it includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So think of that. And in addition, you get, if you buy a car, this is great for our car industry because we have a lot of car plants. We're bringing back the automobile business. 60% of it was stolen because we had incompetent presidents or incompetent trade people. But 60% of it was stolen over the years, and now I think we're bringing it all back. I think we'll be bigger than we've ever been in the auto business. That's not even to mention AI, where we're leading China. We're leading China by a lot. They're not going to catch us. We have to be smart, but if we're smart, they're not going to catch us. They know that. They told me that. Next year is projected to be the largest tax refund season ever. And we're going to be giving back refunds out of the tariffs because we've taken in literally trillions of dollars. And we're going to be giving
Joe, that's
a nice,
a good one.
Dividend to the people, in addition to reducing debt. As you know, I inherited a lot of debt, but it's peanuts compared to the kind of numbers we're talking about. So we're going to be making a dividend to the people. And additionally, we're going to be able to reduce debt. And as time goes by over the next 2, 3, 4 years, those numbers are going to go up. And I believe that at some point in the not too distant future, you won't even have income tax to pay because the money we're taking in is so great, it's so enormous that you're not going to have income tax to pay. Whether you get rid of it or just keep it around for fun or have it really low, much lower than it is now, but you won't be paying income tax. We've slashed $1 trillion in costly job-killing regulations, saving Americans an estimated $2,100 for a family of 4. The Biden administration was the exact opposite, but times 4. They went up $6,000. We went down $2,100. Think of that. To bring down energy, electricity, and utility prices, I ended the Green New Scam. They call it the Green New Scam, one of the greatest scams in the history of our country. They talked about global warming and all that crap, and what they've done to this country. What they've done by allowing 25 million people into our country, many of whom are criminals, many of whom 11,800, and we have to get them out, and we're doing it. We're doing it. I think what the job that our law enforcement groups are doing, Christy, you and Tom and everybody, amazing. What you're doing is amazing. I terminated the insane electric vehicle because you have to have a choice, whether it's a gasoline-powered car, and we have so much gasoline. China doesn't have gasoline. We do. And whether it's a hybrid, which really are working really well, the combination of electric and gasoline-driven. But we, everybody was supposed to, by 2030, everybody had to own an electric car under the Biden stupidity. And not everybody wants to do that. I like electric cars.
Love you, Debbie.
All cars. They're all good. They all have reasons. But you want to be able to go and buy what you want. I oppose historic tariffs that are now bringing in so much money that nobody's ever seen anything like it. And countries that were ripping us off, including allies, but they were ripping us off for years. I won't use the names. I won't mention Japan. I refuse to mention South Korea. I will not mention names. But they were ripping us off like nobody's ever been ripped off before, and taking horrible advantage of your country. But now we're making a lot of money, because of the tariffs that are pouring in. And it's really national security. Among everything else, it's national security. We've also
You're a dummy,
turned the
fool.
worst border crisis in world history. I believe we had the worst border ever in history. I don't care if you had a fourth world country. You know, we allow third world country in.
Thank you,
We
Ryan.
allow fourth world war
I've been just
countries
sitting
in
here
also.
nabbing,
It doesn't
sniping,
matter. There was
sniping,
never a border
sniping.
that was as bad as our border. We allowed anybody in with no checks, no vetting. So we've rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history into the strongest border in the history of our country, and probably one of the strongest borders in the history of the world, because we have nobody coming through. And I want to thank our people. The Border Patrol is so amazing, ICE, and I want to thank the military for the backup, because they're standing right behind them. And that was really nasty for a period of months, and now it's no longer nasty. Now they don't even.
Damn right, bro.
Nobody comes
TDS
up.
like
It's
a
an easy
mug.
job. Made your job a lot easier, because they know they're not going to get through. And we take people in, but they have to come in legally. For 6 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. You believe that? 0. We had millions of people coming in a year, millions. Now we have 0 for 6 months, and these are given by radical left people that do the numbers. I mean, they're not doing me any favor. They're being honest. We don't have our net numbers are unbelievable. But we had 0 people in the last 6 months. Illegal border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded.
I would have
And
to
nobody
say
talks
you
about
liberals
that
got to
anymore.
be
You know,
the
it's
dumbest
crazy. They
people
don't
in the
talk about
world.
it.
I'm not
You think
gonna
they
lie.
say, well,
Daily, I see
Trump's
dumber
done a great
dumb
job in the border. This country is being destroyed
And
by the border.
I'm not even a
But
Republican.
you always find something new.
You guys are just
Like,
dumb.
is he in good health? Biden was great, but is Trump in good health?
Guys got fucking
I sit
issues.
here, I do 4 news conferences a day. I ask questions from very intelligent lunatics, you people. I give the right answers. There's never a
Really?
scandal. There's never a problem. I give you answers that solve your little problems. You go back and you can't find anything, but you do stories about Biden was in wonderful health. The guy didn't do a news conference for 8 months.
Just a what?
I go one day, I had one day where I didn't do a news conference. There's something wrong with the president. You people are crazy. I'll let you know when there's something wrong. There will be someday. That's going to happen to all of us. But right now, I think I'm sharper than I was 25 years ago. But who the hell knows? By the way, I took my physical. I got all A's, everything. But they said to me, would you like to take a cognitive test? I said, is it hard? They said, yes. I said, well, I'm a very smart person. Who was the last president to take one? No president has ever agreed to take one. Because when you get into the mid questions, meaning, 10, question number 10, 11, 12, 28, 30, they get harder and harder. And they said, would you like to do it? I said, well, no reason to do it. Nobody's ever done it. I'll do it maybe, but there's really no reason. They said, sir, the problem is this is Walter Reed Hospital. And that's a military hospital. And that means that things are, sort of open. It's not like private where you have, if you do poorly, we'll have to, probably you'll find out. I said, I won't do poorly. I'm a smart person, not a stupid person. And as the doctor will tell you, I aced it, right, Susie? I aced. I got every question right. And these are tough questions. These are questions that I would say 99% of the people that I'm talking to right now, meaning the people from the fake news, would not do well in those exams. But I'm the only one that took it. I got every single question right. And then I read in the New York Times, is Trump sharp? Trump is sharp, but they're not sharp. That's why they're going out of business, the New York Times. I hear that they're losing so much money, it's ridiculous. They're a bunch of fakers. But we can never let another thing happen like what happened to us with a fake election, with a rigged election, where a guy like Joe Biden assumes the presidency. Because the man was grossly incompetent. And he was incompetent 30 years ago, but he was really incompetent for those last few years. And our country was put in great danger because of it. So for 6 months in a row, we had 0 people. Illegal border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever, ever, ever. Think of that. And the net benefit to our country is enormous, incalculable. America is strong and respected again. On the world stage, we're really respected. In fact, I went to a NATO and they were calling me the president of Europe. We're doing very well. We have a lot
No,
of
this is
respect.
live.
As you know, we have a problem with a war that
No, this isn't old. This is live.
our people are trying to settle now with Russia and Ukraine. We are not involved in the war monetarily anymore. Biden gave away $350 billion like it was candy. That's a massive amount of money. And much of it in cash, a lot of it in equipment. I don't give away anything. We sell the equipment to NATO. The European nations pay us for the equipment, 100% price. And then they bring it to Ukraine or whatever they do with it. But we're trying to get that settled. I've settled 8 wars. This would be the 9th. And our people are over in Russia right now to see if we can get it settled. Not an easy situation. Let me tell you what a mess. It's a war that never would have happened if I were president. Not even a chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years. We've renamed the Department of Defense the Department of War, and I thought that would be controversial. And frankly, I tell you what, I haven't met one
You're a
person.
maggot, bitch.
There's
You
not
too.
one person I've
Hi.
met that doesn't like it. You know, think of it. We won World War I, World War II, everything in between,
Hi.
everything before it. And then we said, let's change the name. So we changed it back to what it was, Department of War and Peace.
Bro, I'll be blocking all y'all
We
crap.
ended 8 wars. Think of that.
Right.
8 wars.
Right.
But we're going to do one more, I think. I hope.
Way too many.
Every time I end a war, they say if President Trump ends that war, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. If I end that war. Well, he won't get it for that war, but if he ever gets it for the next war, now they're saying if he ever ends the war with Russia and Ukraine, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. What about the other 8 wars? India, Pakistan. Think of all the wars I ended. I should get the Nobel Prize for every war, but I don't want to be greedy. Actually, the woman who got the Nobel Prize said, "You've got to be kidding. Trump deserves the Nobel Prize." So that was very nice of her. I appreciate it, which is true, actually. But I don't care about that. You know what I care about? I care about death. I care about all the people that are dying. And last month, 27,000 young people died, mostly young people, mostly soldiers, despite some missiles being shot into Kiev and other places. But think of it, mostly young people. 27,000 people died between Russia and Ukraine last month. What a shame. So we're restoring law and order to our cities and towns. If you look at what's happened, and I want to pay my deepest respects to those 2 incredible people from the National Guard in West Virginia they came from. I spoke to their parents.
Behind.
Sarah is gone. She passed away. She's looking down on us now, and she loves her parents, and they loved her.
Told you not to type that shit. You did it.
Somebody said, how are they doing? I said, the word is devastated. Doing. How are they going to do? They're devastated. The rest of their lives, they're going to be devastated. She was an incredible person, highly respected, top of her class, everything. She was like a perfect human being. 20 years old, just started. She was like a baby. She was so proud. They were giving her a promotion. And she told the parents that she was getting a promotion. And they were so proud of her. And then they get a call that this happened. And we have one young man who's fighting for his life. He's fighting very hard. I think he's probably doing better than anybody. They said he didn't have a chance. I'll tell you, the one who said he's going to live is his mother. Spoke to his mother. Sir, he's going to live. I spoke to her very soon after this horrible event took place with this scum that is able to come
Fuck the
into our
caps.
country,
Fuck the
I
caps,
spoke
bro.
to his
Y'all
mother.
start
Sir, he's going to be
dropping the
okay. I'm
arms
telling
shit,
you.
bro. I'm gonna just
No
ban
doctor
every one
thought
of
that.
you.
Nobody
Fuck.
thought that. He was hitting bad places, and she was like so positive. It was incredible. And it's possibly right, Pam, right? Possibly right. Boy, it would be amazing. If he lives, it would be amazing. A miracle, actually. But we're very proud of those two people. We're very proud of the National Guard. We're very proud of our military and our police and our firemen and women. Uh, if you go back,
That was so
take a
dumb.
look a year ago, year and a half ago, it all changed, I think, on November 5th, the day of the election. But you go back before that, you couldn't get people to join the military, Pete, right? They didn't want anything to do with military. They wanted nothing to do with joining the police or the fire. They wanted nothing to do with anything. They had no spirit. The country it had no spirit, nothing. And now we just had the highest recruitment in history. And we're getting great people. We're getting great people. And I will say, despite what just happened, Washington, D.C. has become a really safe place. And I guess this lunatic probably was upset that the National Guard is so effective, because we were really, really effective, and we are. And Washington, D.C. is now considered a very, very safe city. We had crime numbers a year ago that was so bad, embarrassment, that the city, the capital of this country, could have numbers like that. And Washington now is, no murders, no this. It's been a miracle also what happened here. And now we're in Memphis, and we're going to New Orleans pretty soon. Over there, the governor called me. He'd like to have us go there. Governor Landry, great guy.
Fake
great
news.
governor. He's asked for help in New Orleans, and we're going to go there in a couple of weeks. And we're doing a real job. Even Chicago's down a little bit because we have a minor force there. We could knock it down within 4 or 5 weeks. We could bring it down to almost nothing. But we have a governor that's grossly incompetent, and we have a mayor that's even more incompetent than the governor. He's a very low IQ person. And typically low IQ people don't make good mayors. So I want to thank all of our cabinet members. They're high IQ. Let me say one. Yeah, generally speaking, a couple of them a little concerned about it. No, but I want to thank, we have a great cabinet, an amazing cabinet, amazing people. All of them, sort of have become stars. We're getting credit for the good cabinet, actually. And I just want to wish everybody a great holiday. We've I think done a great job with the White House, bringing the White House back. You see the Palm Court that was redone. The Lincoln bedroom was redone. The Lincoln bathroom is now gorgeous, like it should have been. It was terrible green tile that was never the way it was supposed to be. It was done in the 1940s, actually, but it was not proper. And we're restoring the White House just like we're restoring the country, and people are thrilled. But the First Lady's done a beautiful job with the Christmas trees and all the decorations. I see the wreaths on the windows. I've never seen that before, on the windows of the White House. And it's 4 stories high. I said, how did they get that wreath? They had people going up in a little dangerous. I wouldn't want to do it. But they put them up, and we have wonderful people working in the White House, and they're really proud to bring the building back. Because this building was a little bit like the country. It was mishandled. It was mistreated. And now it's being given love. And we're building one of the great, I think, maybe the greatest ballroom. We needed it for 150 years. They've been asking. You see the trucks and cranes and excavators in the background, and you hear them. And every time I hear them, I love the sound. To me, I love the sound. I wouldn't say my wife is thrilled. She hears pile drivers in the background all day, all night. They go till 12 o'clock in the evening, day, night, pile drivers. Darling, could you turn off the pile drivers? Sorry, darling, that's progress.
Hi, Keeks.
But no, we're doing great. It's going to be I think it's going to be the finest ballroom ever built, and we're going to have it here. They've wanted it for 150 years. Think of that. So I will just end by saying I want to thank the cabinet. It's been a great cabinet. Let's think of it. time flies, but this is our last of the year, as I said, and I just think you've done a fantastic job. And we're going to go around the room. We'll go quickly, but we're going to go around the room, and we'll start with Pete. And you'll tell us about some of the achievements. And some of you have achievements that are so big, I don't want you to go through the whole thing because we don't have time. But we'll start with Pete, and then if you want, we'll take some questions at the end. Please, Pete.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As you said, it has been a historic year at the Department of War. Recruiting and retention over this year are at the most historic levels our country has ever seen. I had a chance to be on a aircraft carrier destroyer over Thanksgiving. The spirit in our ranks since the election under President Trump is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it as a soldier myself in uniform, and I know a lot of you feel the same way. We've ripped out the DEI and the political correctness. It's all merit-based at the department. We're getting back to basics: accountability, training, readiness, lethality, and that's reviving that spirit. And Mr. President, we're rebuilding the military, historic investments. I just took briefings on the Golden Dome and F-47, next generation capabilities that are going to make sure that for generations to come, America has the most powerful, most capable, most lethal military in the world, which you have rebuilt once and we're rebuilding again. And then we're reestablishing deterrence and credibility. If you look at what happened, we deal with every day the outcome of what happened in Afghanistan, the debacle under Joe Biden. We just dealt with it in the streets of Washington, D.C. with those 2 National Guardsmen. And then what happened on October 7th with Hamas, what happened in Ukraine, a war that never would have started under President Trump. We're having to rebuild that. So whether it's freedom of navigation and taking the fight to the Houthis, whether it's Midnight Hammer, those beautiful B-2s going 37 hours back and forth, undetected, delivering with precision, and Iran not getting nuclear capabilities, Europe and NATO stepping up to 5%, locking down our southwest border. It's been an honor to work with Christy and Tom and everyone else down there to lock it to 0, operational control of our border. And then it's getting after and going after narco terrorists and designated terrorist organizations in our own hemisphere. As I've said, and I'll say again, we've only just begun striking narco boats and putting narco terrorists at the bottom of the ocean because they've been poisoning the American people. And Joe Biden tried to approach it with kid gloves. And allowed them to come across the border, cartels take over community, 20 million people, hundreds of thousands of Americans poisoned. And President Trump said, no, we're taking the gloves off. We're taking the fight to these designated terror organizations. And it's exactly what we're doing. So we're stopping the drugs, we're striking the boats, we're defeating narco terrorists, and we're standing.
And you may say one thing, that drugs coming in through the sea by sea are down 91%. And I don't know who the 9% is.
I'm not sure either, sir,
but down 91% by sea.
We've had a bit of a pause because it's hard to find boats to strike right now, which is the entire point, right? Deterrence has to matter, not arrest and hand over and then do it again, the rinse and repeat approach of previous administrations. This is meant to get after that approach. And I will just end by saying, as President Trump always has our back, we always have the back of our commanders who are making decisions in difficult situations, and we do in this case and all these strikes. They're making judgment calls and ensuring that they defend the American people. They've done the right things. We'll keep doing that, and we have their backs, Mr. President.
Good job. Thank you very much. Howard?
So we set out to stop the ripoff of the United States of America. This is about global change of trade. We've been ripped off since 1945 when we set this policy. So we set out, and together with my partners, Jameson Greer and Scott Bessett, we set out to change that. So we started, the first one was the UK deal, right? We asymmetric, they pay us 10% and we get charged nothing. That allows us to export, and that began the process. Then we did the biggest, European Union, 450 million people, $20 trillion economy. They completely opened their borders to us, and we charge them 15%. That makes America $100 billion a year and turns it back to where our economy is the best. And so it proved that President Trump's trade agenda was the right trade agenda. Then we go to Japan and Korea. They offer us $750 billion in cash to build in America at the president's direction. And we're going to start as an example, nuclear. Right? We need to have a nuclear arsenal in America of power, the generation of power. So we're going to build hundreds of billions of dollars financed by the Japanese and the Koreans, meaning they give us the money, we build it here, and we split the cash flow 50-50. We're going to build ships, $150 billion worth of ships in America. That changes the way things work, right? After those trade deals, then you go to how are we going to reshore, right? Let's start talking about the auto industry, right? We've been competed against by Koreans, the Japanese, the Europeans. We're kicking our tail. President Trump changed it. 25% tariffs, bring it all home. This year, General Motors stock up 40%. Ford up 34%. And on the same day that we announced we had set all the tariffs, Sean Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers, called and said, I can't believe I'm calling a Republican Secretary of Commerce to tell the president that this is the greatest administration for auto workers in America. Stocks up and auto workers up. That proves that President Trump understands how to take care of the whole ecosystem, both the companies and, more importantly, the people who work there. Semiconductors, right? We didn't build any. The Biden CHIPS Act was a $60 billion giveaway, right? We've now turned that. $300 billion is committed to America. That's going to go up to $750 billion in the next 60 days, right? And then you go to pharmaceuticals, right? $250 billion being invested in America, and then working together with Bobby Kennedy, right? Pounding away on that MFN, working together as a joint team. They're coming to over $250 billion and cutting prices in half. We did the golden share of U.S. Steel to make sure the Mon Valley is protected. Intel gave us 10% of the company, make tens of billions of dollars, right? And the last thing I will say is a year ago today, I was working on transition with President Trump, right? To build the greatest cabinet ever for the greatest president ever. And I, as I sit here today, I can't be more proud of how you did it, sir. You've created the greatest cabinet. It is a joy to be at this table.
You know, one thing we will mention, so they came to see me from Intel and they had a problem. I said, look, we'll fix your problem, but I think the United States is entitled to 10%.
I don't get what's going on with this.
And the chairman looked at me and he goes, you have a deal. Tell them, how much money have we made since I made that deal?
It's only 40 billion.
40 billion. We made $40 billion. That was, what, 3 months ago? Does anybody write about it? Nobody writes about it. That's okay. Mr. Secretary, how we doing with transportation?
Well, Mr. President, so just quickly on aviation, many of you have heard that we have an infrastructure made of copper. We have to transition to fiber. The last administration said it was going to take more than 10 years to complete the transition from copper to fiber. They had no plan to actually do it. We have already completed a third of this transition from copper to fiber. Now it's going to take longer for us to go from analog to digital. By the way, the rest of the world transitioned 20 years ago from analog to digital. We are just going to do that at the FAA right now, but we're buying new radios. We're going to buy new radar. By the way, those radar are going to be made in America, Mr. President. This phase of the operation will be completed by the time you leave office. It's 3 years. I do need another $20 billion, Congress, to start the second phase, which is really important, and we'll try to get that done also in that 3-year time period, but we need the money, critically important. With regard to commercial driver's license, I think we've covered a lot the crashes that have taken place around the country. And what we found is there have been states that have issued commercial driver's license to foreigners, and they've gone through sham schools, and they're not safe on American roadways. And so in partnership with Secretary Noem, we have driven those numbers down. We got California, Gavin Newsom, to revoke 17,000 unlawfully issued licenses. We've closed down half of the fake schools that give out these fake licenses. Critically important. Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota gave 33% of these licenses unlawfully. People that should never have a driver's license driving a big rig on American roads, endangering the American people. Shameful. We've cleaned up Union Station here in DC per your directive. We're going to rebuild Penn Station in New York. We're going to break ground at the end of 2027, get that project operational. And Mr. President, a lot of us, I fly commercially, I fly back by the bathrooms. I don't know why that happens. They put me in the back. We've asked Americans to bring their better selves, to bring civility back to travel, to say, listen, let's say please and thank you. And if you have someone's pregnant on your flight and you're as strong as Pete is, well, pick up the bag and help her put it in the overhead bin. Let's be nice to each other, is what we've asked. Maybe not wear pajamas or slippers on the airplane. And I think it's been received fairly well, and I think we can all have a better travel experience when we do that. And just the last point I'll make is there was a big football game where the Merchant Marine Academy that falls under DOT actually beat the Coast Guard with Christy Nome. We beat them by 1 point, and so we're very proud of that. And, so well done, Kings Pointers.
So a little bit in a nutshell, we're rebuilding the air traffic control under boot edge. That's supposed to be boot edge. Who's another grossly incompetent person? You'd get in his bicycle, ride to work. And he was just terrible.
You're cringe, homie.
They take the
Bye.
fiber optics and they take fiber, trying to hook it into copper. And fiber and copper
Bye.
don't mix. You
And-
can't do it. But people knew that for the last
And
30 years since they
how
started
many more
doing the
people
fiber.
do I need to ban?
And
Ban.
they spent billions of dollars and
Who else? Go
it
ahead.
didn't work. And you
I'll
saw
ban
that
you
by the
all.
helicopter crash. You saw that by into the plane.
Fucking clown.
You saw that by a lot of things. So we're doing a brand new air traffic control system, and it's going to be the best, and it's going to be from top to bottom. And we have the 3 top companies in the world bidding on it. And it's going to be one
Right.
bid, and we're going to have one company responsible, and it'll be the best system. And it's going to be, look, our skies are safe, otherwise we wouldn't let people fly. But we're going to have the safest skies. We're going to have the best system anywhere in the world.
Fuck you.
We're also going to rebuild Dulles Airport because it's not a good airport. It should be a great airport, and it's not a good airport at all. It's a terrible airport. It was.
Oh, yeah, you're
designed
definitely
with a good
banned.
building. Actually, it's got a beautiful terminal. Saarinen was the architect, one of the greatest architects in the world at the time, a great architect. And so they have a great building and a bad airport, but we're going to turn that around and we're going to make Dulles Airport serving Washington and Virginia, Maryland, et cetera. We're going to make that into something really spectacular. We have an amazing plan for it and other things, but you're doing a really good job. I appreciate it.
The people movers of Dulles, we had a crash recently. So we're going to announce that later today, a request for bids on this. But again, it's a not a great airport, which we can make great in this administration, Mr. President.
We have a design that's amazing for Dulles. It's going to take Dulles and make it a really bad, it was a badly designed airport. We're going to make it into as good as there is in the country. It'll be exciting. Okay, please.
All right. Well, Mr. President, it's good to be here at this meeting because in 1 year you can look around the table and see the change. And I think one of the biggest changes is how this cabinet works together. And I want to start there. There's often been said, I found out some things this year that I didn't know, that the Department of what was Defense, now Department of War, and the Veterans Department had never really communicated. Now, we're fraternal twins in a way. Pete and I are. He lives better, I'm better looking. But in the looking at this, I mean, he brings them in. He keeps them for a number of years, up to 20 or longer. And then they come into what the country is committed to our veterans. And if you don't have both ends working correctly, then recruitment lags, morale lags, and we've been able to work and fix a great deal of that. I didn't need to change our name, but I did do one thing. I put the veteran back first at the VA. And we did that in 1 year. How did we do that? We started taking things that have been neglected for a long time and put them back. We had a backlog in which we've dropped over 160,000. We're not talking year-to-year change at the VA. We're talking 5-6 years. We have to go back 5 to 6 year prior COVID numbers to see the change of backlogs that are now reduced. We do it in 6 months instead of the long time it took. In fact, it grew under the Biden administration. It shrank over 160,000 under us. Champ VA, which is a program we have, has basically been back to day to day. It was at a terrible state, which delays and claims and everything's going on. We've got that back. We're doing things like taking a new look. I have one question that I ask when I go to my hospital.
Ryan, do I need to get another mod in here, bro?
1,200 clinics. And I asked the people one thing, Mr. President. I said, what are you doing right now that if you were just honest and I wasn't standing here, you say, this is stupid? It's been
I've been
amazing what we've got and the
doing way too
feedback that
much.
we've had. We've been able to change how we do credentialing, how we do privileging, how we do hiring. We're all working through that. And it has all made a difference for our veterans as we go forward. CMP exams for veterans out there listening. If this is the one for disability claims, where they say, well, let me send you to a doctor to make sure.
That's what I'm
Most
saying.
of the time we have that already in the record. We're working now to where those could actually be changed, where we just look at the record and not have to send them to a doctor. That's almost a $3 billion savings that we can let, and also not taking what the veterans did. We're also getting ready to announce here pretty soon a reorganization that's going to bring our hospital system organizationally in line with the 21st century. We are the largest healthcare organization. It's about time we acted like it, Mr. President. You gave that leadership. We're going to do it. And also one thing, community care contracts getting ready to go out. It's one of the largest contracts in the federal government, but it does exactly what you and I have talked about before, making sure that our
Trying to
veterans
figure out how
in
to
the system or in the community, wherever they want it, we're getting ready for that. Now, I have one thing for all the press who really enjoyed the first of the year, saying, oh, you know, they're going to cut all these jobs, 80,000 this, 80,000 at the VA. Mr. President, every success that I just gave you came after the fact, or pretty much after the fact, that we had 30,000 take early retirement. Early retirement, no risk, although you reported it as loss and risk. You can't help yourself. 30,000 took a retirement. Every bit of the success that I just told you about came with a reduced workforce. There was a motivated workforce that said, how can we take care of veterans? That's what this cabinet does. That's what we're doing for you.
Good. It's the highest approval rating we've ever had at the VA, so that tells you something. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Jameson, please.
Well, there's been some activity on trade this year. For about 75 years, we had a system, global trading system that was premised on the United States having totally open borders, right? Not just on immigration, but on goods and services, and everyone else generally kept higher tariffs, higher non-tariff barriers, et cetera. Obviously, the outcome was we had a huge trade.
Get it, Ryan?
You took it head on. You gave all of us who work on the file a lot of leverage. So we spent the past, 10 months or whatever we've been doing now, just going around the world and flipping the script. So now we're in a situation where we protected our industries. We have the tariffs, and the other countries have decided to take their tariffs down and non-tariff barriers. And we've done it in a very constructive way. We've achieved agreements on reciprocal trade, which are a new kind of trade agreement that's really focused on making sure we have balanced trade. We have reciprocal trade, that we're treating each other fairly. And it's been embraced by the international community. And it's going to be exciting to see what it's like 5 years, 10 years from now, because you've changed it. And that's how it's going to be now. And I think we should be commended for it. And we look forward to seeing what comes in the next few years.
Thank you very much. You're doing great. He's doing a great job. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last time I was here, I said that the amount of dereg that we had for regulatory was 30-1. Since then, it's up to 48-1. Your goal had been 10-1, which was in excess of 6-1 in the first term. It's actually much higher than that, but I made my team redo the threshold a little bit because it sounded so unbelievable. But the amount of work that's being done with this entire team is astronomical. And another detail in that is that when we propose a rule, some of the biggest ones that you care the most about don't go into that count until they are finalized. So next year we should be even more eye-popping. One of those to talk about is the federal acquisitions regulations, which you gave us a charge 6 months ago to dramatically reduce. In 6 months, we've lowered it by 25%, 500 pages, 2,700 mandates, which is a third of the mandates.
Please
That's going
no
to lead to
caps, buddy. I
savings,
agreed with you,
competition,
but
and speed.
I'm just
So
on a
probably
mission to
$40 billion for the agencies in savings over the course of 10
If I
years.
erase it-
When we get up and running, it'll be north of.
If I erase your messages, it's because you use caps. I don't really care what you say. Just don't use trigger words. I agree with a lot of the stuff you guys say, but I got to take it down because if I see a cap, it's just gone.
Between $200 and $400 billion.
There's a reason. It messes up the algorithm.
Competition, about 45% of government bids only have one bidder. So you got no competition in that situation. That will now change. And then we're just getting faster, months, and hopefully we turn it into years, which means you all around this table can buy things that you need quickly and that you have better vendors to come, many of them small businesses who want to participate in the federal procurement process. So making all sorts of improvements on that front is very exciting. Thank you, Mr. President.
And
We're cutting them.
what's the
levels
odds?
never seen before. And I have the record from the first 4 years, but we're blowing that record away. So it's been really great. Good. Scott?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Great to be with everyone. And, you know, when you were giving your report, which was fantastic, and I listened to the report of all my colleagues here. And
There's my
when
mic
I
back.
played in the NFL, we had this thing called game film. You know all about film. And we had a saying that said, the film don't lie. The film tells the real story. And I hope that the American people, when they watch the film that's going on now in this time in our history, that they will see that America is greater today than it ever has been. And so I thank you for that. And thank you for giving us good stories that we can tell for the American people.
Scott, we're saving our country.
Yes, sir.
Okay? I don't want to be braggadocious. We're saving our country. Our country was going down and would never have been able to come back. We're saving all of us, but we're saving our country. All right, go ahead.
So at Housing and Urban Development, and keep it with your executive order, sir,
You're
and
good,
making
Bill.
the streets safe and beautiful. Again, we've been very intentional about making public housing in our country safe. And I want people to know, our colleagues know this, but people in America know that we actually care about people that live in public housing around our country. A lot of public housing is wrought with crime, sex trafficking, drug trafficking, illicit drugs, illegal aliens living in public housing, but we've put them on notice to let you know that it's not lost on us. We care about the people, we're paying attention to it, and we're gonna root out crime in public housing. We've been very focused on working with the Memphis Safe Task Force, the DC Safe and Beautiful Task Force, working with Pam and Christy and others, and law enforcement. Our law enforcement is tremendous. Every single night they go out and they go to public housing to make sure that our people are safe, mothers and children are safe. And so at HUD, you know, it's a different day. We're running new plays. The film was real bad when I came in, I'm gonna be honest. But we are giving the people that live in public housing the assurance that they will be safe. And we also announced a new crime hotline, sir, that people that live in public housing, if they see criminal activity, if they see illegal,
Kind of hard, bro.
drug trafficking, if you see it, if you hear it, report it. Don't be afraid. And so work with our Office of Inspector General. We've set up this crime hotline, and also working with Christian Department of Homeland Security, making sure that everyone that lives inside of public housing is accounted for and that they are American people. And so I say that and I emphasize that to know that we prioritize American people and American people only. Lastly, sir, in Atlantic City, we took over the Atlantic City public housing because the living conditions were deplorable. And they have people that have been living there for 3 generations and they were being treated very bad. And so I took it so that we can now give people a safe place to stay, and working with the First Lady.
What are you gonna do with
and
those
the
files
Foster
when you
Youth
get them?
Initiative has been a great joy for me and our team. So thank you for doing that executive order to make sure that our foster youth have a safe landing pad and have financial literacy as they age out of the foster youth system. And sir, you talked about affordability. HUD has supported over 1 million Americans in home ownership and affordability, and over 560,000 are first-time home buyers. So I hope that the press will write about that good news, that 1 million people are able to own a home and to refinance their homes. And so we are moving our building from DC to Alexandria, Virginia. So thank you for your support. We're going to save the American people by $500 million. So that's my report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Scott.
Well, coming off of Thanksgiving, moving towards Christmas, I think it's the season of Thanksgiving, and 2 words for me are gratitude and joy.
I know I'm about to make
Gratitude
you
to you
mod, 'cause
for,
I
as
can't
Howard
read
said,
all
bringing
these.
this team together. I say it a lot, but I'll say it again, that this is like
I've been
family
raised more
at
than
this
I've
point,
seen.
and I don't know that there's ever been an organization like this, at least a government like this in the history of our country. These jobs are hard, but the joy every day in getting to fight for America and save the country is the privilege of all of our lifetimes, I believe. So thank you for that. at U.S. Department of Agriculture, the People's Department, Abraham Lincoln launched this department in 1862. But under your leadership, we have finally, again, put farmers and ranchers and rural America first. In the last year, it's no longer DEI, climate change, sending out money based on the color of a farmer's skin. It's now about literally putting farmers back at the center of it. And under the last administration, we talked a lot about affordability. We'll continue to talk about that. But under the Biden administration and the destruction of our economy and the cost of inflation, interest rates for farmers and ranchers went up 73%. Labor went up 47%. Fertilizer went up 36%. Fuel went up 28%. So when you think about the extreme economic strain that a lot of our farmers are under in our farm economy, these are massive, massive numbers that will take some time to get out from under. But we've already seen the beginnings of the movement toward more affordable food, housing, fuel, et cetera. And that will only continue to trend as we work to solve those issues. My partners in trade, of course, they do the work, but I'm constantly talking to them about selling more soybeans, selling more corn, getting more of our products out. But when we really think about how to solve for this idea that for so long our farmers, many of them have been farming for government checks instead of moving their product around the world, these trade deals change that forever. And it isn't one trade deal or two trade deals, it's dozens of trade deals. And so talking about rural prosperity and bringing the golden age back to rural America, which has been lost for too long. And we're going to focus on that next year, hopefully with our vice president, many of our cabinet members. But the opportunity to do that under these new trade deals is unprecedented. And so just putting farmers first, our ranchers first, Mr. President, is such a huge priority and an accomplishment of the last year. The second quick thing is lawfare. And I know you know this better than anyone in the country. When a government politicizes and weaponizes their power to go after average everyday Americans, well, from you, the top of the heap as president, but all the way down to the ranchers in South Dakota, the Maud family, who were facing jail time over a fence line dispute that had been in their family for 130 years. We fixed that. The Henry family in New Jersey, who were facing their farm being taken away for eminent domain to give to affordable housing, we fixed that. So being able to completely change the trajectory of private property rights, but especially as it has to do with our farmers and ranchers and our rural communities, changes everything for our country. And then the third thing, we have so much great things to talk about at USDA, but the third thing, which became very much a part of the national conversation during the Democrat shutdown, was SNAP reform, food stamp reform. When all of America saw what so many of us know and have been working on, but when you have so much rampant fraud in a program that 42 million Americans participate in, now big good piece of news that I hope is written about, since you became president, about 800,000 of those 42 million have moved off of food stamps, which is hopefully the plan with better jobs, higher wages, et cetera. But still, when we found 186,000 dead people's Social Security numbers being used, 500,000 people receiving benefits more than twice. We had a couple of people receiving benefits in 6 states. In February of this year, we asked for all the states for the first time to turn over their data to the federal government, to let the USDA partner with them to root out this fraud, to make sure that those who really need food stamps are getting them, but also to ensure that the American taxpayer is protected. 21 states said yes, not surprised. 29 states said yes, not surprisingly, the red states. And that's where all of that data, that fraud comes from. But 21 states, including California, New York, and Minnesota, blue states, continue to say no. So as of next week, we have begun and will begin to stop moving federal funds into those states until they comply and they tell us and allow us to partner with them to root out this fraud and to protect the American taxpayer. As Joe Biden was working to buy an election a year ago, he increased food stamp program funding by 40%. So now as we continue to roll that back. So the partnership in Making America Healthy Again is also in food stamps, but a lot of what Bobby and I are doing together is really remarkable. But again, just gratitude and joy for this work and so grateful to you. The final thing I'll say a lot of gratitude to Secretary Marco Rubio
Yeah,
for wearing his
dang.
Aggie maroon tie as a reflection of Texas A&M beating Florida handily about a month ago. So Marco, I want to thank you, and much gratitude and joy in my heart as well. Yes.
I
But
think
thank you,
we
sir.
also have to say something about China with one of the largest purchases ever in our country, the soybeans.
Yes, sir.
And so I want to thank President Xi. We had a great meeting. We were in South Korea, and I went to a lot of other places too, but we met in South Korea. And President Xi was great. And China gave us among the largest orders in the history of your world, agriculture.
That's right. And
So-
sir, may I say, this is the
Dumbass
remarkable
comment.
result of real leadership.
You must be
and
on
your
it, bro.
real leadership.
Say such
Just a
dumb
couple of
comment.
days ago,
Yeah,
China announced that
why would you
they
say
were going to
that?
halt all purchases from Brazil because they had found some irregularities in some of the soybeans they're buying from Brazil. And what that means is a continued signal that this country and our farmers produce the best, highest quality
You ain't
soybeans,
lying.
sorghum, et cetera, in the world. And what you've been able to do is open those markets up. And again, move toward an era where our farmers are not so reliant on government checks, but they have the markets to sell their product. Having said that, we do have a bridge payment we'll be announcing with you next week as we're still trying to recover from the Biden
To help
years.
them, yeah.
That's
help-
right.
To help the farmers. We're
That's
gonna help
right.
the farmers. They did not help the farmers.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Scott?
Mr. President, it's been a great year on the economy, but the best is yet to come. The tens of trillions of dollars that have come in investment, both the portfolio investment by companies, investment by countries, that is turning into a CapEx boom for the U.S. Capital expenditures up 15% in history. When CapEx is up, jobs will follow. The one big beautiful bill is an incredible, as you said, thanks to your
Well
leadership,
said.
along with Speaker Johnson, Senator Leader Thune,
I
we
just
had
read
this
the
done on
word.
July 4th, which
I just
everyone
got it.
said was
I
impossible.
didn't even-
And the great thing about that bill, sir, for the American people, it's for industry, 100% expensing, build your factory here, you can write it off immediately. But you also insisted on the 4 benefits for working people: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, auto deductibility for American cars. And that is retroactive.
Well
So
said.
as a result, in 2026, we are going to see very substantial tax refunds in the first quarter. So the best way to address the affordability crisis is to give Americans more money in their pockets, which is what this bill has done. We're going to see real wage increases. I think next year is going to be a fantastic year. Taxes, deregulation, energy certainty. That's why everyone with your leadership is coming to America. Bond market had its best year since 2020. Everyone said,
Suck
we're
this
going
up.
to have growth. We've had 2 4% quarters before the Schumer shutdown. We're going to go back to that. So not only are we going to have great growth, but it's going to be low inflationary growth. And stock market obviously is following, but next year is going to be the year for Main Street as all this kicks in. And you came in, immigration, I called it the 3 I's: immigration, interest rates, and inflation, that were killing the American people. Close the border, the promise kept. Interest rates are down, and 10-year bond, again, best year since 2020. And inflation, led by energy prices, is going to roll next year. I think it's going to be a fantastic year. That we can look back, be very proud of this year, but I think 2026 is going to be great for the American people. Thanks to you.
It's going to be great. Thank you very much. Mr. Vice President?
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to serve with this great team that you've assembled. And I just want to pick up on something you said, Mr. President, because you hit the nail on the head, that it is absurd that Democrats talk about an affordability crisis that they created and the people around this table work every single day to address. You'll hear a lot of statistics today. You hear a lot of statistics in our political conversation. I think the most important statistic for the American people is that under the Biden administration, the average American family lost over $3,000 of household income. And under the first 10 months of this Trump administration, they have gained over $1,000 of household income. What that says very clearly is that we are fixing the problem that Joe Biden and the Democrats created in the last administration. If you look at every affordability crisis that's confronting the American people today, it is traceable directly to a problem caused by Joe Biden and congressional Democrats. Why did homes get so unaffordable? Because we had 20 million illegal aliens in this country taking homes that ought by right to go to American citizens. Why did tax bills get so unaffordable? Because Democrats were raising taxes while congressional Republicans under the president's leadership, we're now cutting taxes. Why
John Deere, what up,
so
buddy?
expensive? Because we printed trillions of dollars and threw it into green scams that made our agricultural economy suffer while Americans were paying higher prices for food. On every single one of those issues, Mr. President, I think we've made incredible progress, but it would be preposterous to fix every problem caused over the last 4 years in just 10 months. I think that we've done incredibly good. But what I see over the next year.
Well said, Ray. I feel like they all are horrible.
And you heard Brooke talk about joy and gratitude. What I really think this season represents for me, and I think for the entire administration, is that we have now done incredible work to fix what Joe Biden broke. And I think that next year in American growth and American prosperity will be the best year that we've had in the United States of America. It's going to happen because we're all working hard. It's going to happen because we have the greatest country in the world. But I think for congressional Democrats in particular, if they want to talk about affordability, they ought to look in the mirror.
I'm talking about politicians in general. Could you do better? I probably could, because I wouldn't be accepting donations to do shit against my country. Yeah, I probably could.
We are fixing what they're broken. We're proud to do it. It's the job that we were elected to do. But I think 2026 is going to be the year where this economy really takes off.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Yeah.
President Trump, thank you for talking about Sarah. Heartbreaks for her family. And
most people with a real heart and a real conscience could do the right thing. These people don't know the right thing. I don't care what side you're on. So if you're TDS or you're this or you're that, you guys all know that they're laughing at us.
He is doing well. His parents, Melody and Jason, wanted me to tell you, and I was with them yesterday in the hospital. He's a miracle. I was there when the surgeons came in, and they wanted you to know this. He's a miracle. And if everyone in this country can continue to pray for that family, he's got a long road ahead of him, but he is a miracle. And of course, our DC initiative is led by our amazing, and the monster will be held accountable who did this. Our marshals, of course, are leading the DC Safe effort. We have made over 7,000 arrests at your direction. DC is safe again, working with everyone around this table. Pete and everyone, Scott and I were in Memphis together last week, and everyone, and Bobby, your HHS doctors and medics are on the ground to help people in Memphis and DC. In Memphis, we've made over 3,500 arrests so far, and Homeland Security, Christy, you've been instrumental in this, but it's everyone working together as a team. We even have Treasury agents out there. It's unbelievable on the ground in DC and Memphis. Of course, law enforcement first, FBI, Kash Patel has led the FBI. We have a 100% increase in the arrest of violent criminals, thanks to your leadership. DEA, led by Terry Cole, over 45 million fentanyl pills, 4,200 kilos fentanyl powder. That is the equivalent of 347 million potential lethal doses. That's unbelievable that you've taken off the streets of our country. And the weight of all the drugs combined taken off by DEA is the weight of 17 full semi-trucks of the drugs just since you've been in office. The drugs that had flowed into this country under the previous administration. ATF, led by Rob Sakata, has seized more than 31,000 illegal guns. 31,000. Unbelievable at your leadership. 19,000 of those were from trafficking cases. We've been sued on the legal front now. We have been sued 575 times. 575 times. More than every administration going back to Reagan combined. Most recently, yesterday, I was sued by an immigration judge who we fired. One of the reasons, she said she was a woman. Last I checked, I was a woman as well. But, 24 Supreme Court wins, President Trump, 92% success rate. We told you it would take a while to get to the Supreme Court. We're doing it at record speed. Led by John Zahler, of course, Sarah and Hosh all working together. Immigration, we're winning. Nationwide injunctions, ending DEI funding, working to secure that our federal workforce is aligned with your America First agenda, representing pretty much everyone in this room. We met with your general counsel yesterday, Doug, working with everyone. It's nonstop. ICE, of course, we're winning there with Christie. We're Brooks, SNAP benefits, won there. Marco, USAID. Pete, National Guard, of course, going nonstop. Our U.S. attorneys are fighting violent crime, working around the clock to make America safe again, which was your directive. Our Civil Rights Division, suing Gavin Newsom 3 times now, Prop 50, keeping boys out of girls' sports and in-state tuition for illegal aliens. We've sued over election integrity. We are litigating major universities with Linda. Thank you, our Civil Rights Division, for everything
Marley
you've done
2028, love you,
end
MD.
DEI in our schools. Our Civil Division fighting.
How you doing, MV? Good to see you, brother. Marley 2028, much love. He's sitting there watching this too.
Sanctuary cities every single day. And of course, our antitrust division with Google, major settlement. Our attorneys are working on terrorism, TDA, MS-13, Antifa, President Trump. We've charged more than 500 defendants with assault on federal officers, thanks to your directive. And also, we have dropped countless cases against Americans that were prosecuted under the Biden administration, including J6, COVID,
Marley would have more energy than Biden did.
And more. And as everyone knows, we cannot talk about pending grand jury investigations, but no one is above the law, and that includes what happened in Arctic frost. I hope everyone has
Really,
a
I'll
Merry
just straight
Christmas,
tell you, I don't
Happy
like black
Hanukkah,
cats, man.
and happy holidays. Thank you for fighting for our country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for allowing me to be at this table. When I came on board, I knew really none of you in this last year. And it's been a year, Mr. President, since I've had the pleasure to serve this country on the workforce. Everybody said the Department of Labor would be quiet, fly under the radar. You won't have to do too much. Absolutely not, because you made the American people realize the American dream is real for the American workforce. And it's been under your leadership, Mr. President, that over 2 million jobs that has been created since you started have been native-born workers. And that is the difference between this presidency, this administration, as opposed to the Biden administration, where mostly foreign-born or federal government jobs. And I think through the private sector, over 2 million jobs of native-born. And so the Labor Department has wasted no time in putting that into action with our Make America Skilled Again, either grant dollars, but the intentionality of the apprenticeship program, 1 million active apprentices across this country. We have done over 250,000 new apprentices so far in the first year and registered over 2,000 new apprenticeship programs. Why do we need the apprenticeship programs with the men and women in the trades? Because of the leadership of onshoring and reshoring, and have a lot of these.
Ryan finally woke up. So all you people wanting to talk stupid, get ready.
Companies reinvest in America. We have to build this country. We cannot do that without the tradesmen and women and the craftsmen of this country. And I think that, Howard and I, we talked about that from the beginning. And we're going to have to lean in on that because we need the labor force, 700,000 new skilled jobs with electricians, construction workers, machinists, and so forth. And as I traveled with the vice president as well, we see that on the manufacturing floors of this country, they're in desperate need. The Department of Labor are going to get the workforce skilled again. Working with Secretary McMahon as we move a lot of the education out to our respective states. We are now working together, and we have deployed $86 million in investments, and a lot of that is in AI infrastructure jobs to have our new workforce proficient and literate in AI if we're going to continue to lead the AI race. And we're working on that. And the Department of Labor is now creating and will soon launch the AI infrastructure and workforce hub, which we will be able to track that metrics to see exactly if these dollars are going.
I can't blame them.
Integrating education and workforce with obviously Administrator Leffler and I are on the road a lot together because we're talking about Main Street as well as a lot of the manufacturing jobs and how we're being an ally to our businesses as opposed to an adversary. For far too long under the Biden administration, we were adversaries to our business owners, and we want to give them a leg up always and make sure that we're paying attention. And we want our workforce to be educated. We do not need the numbers that we have seen across this country where our 4th through 8th graders cannot read, write, or do any math, and they are our future workforce. We have to depend on the American worker first. Also, lowering healthcare costs in line with the executive order. I'm working with Treasury and HHS, and rulemaking is underway to expand healthcare transparency and make pricing more affordable for our employers who offer these to their employees. Promoting retirement security, the department rescinded the Biden administration's guidance that restricted the use of crypto in the retirement investments, and we're seeing more and more of that, where we also rescinded the supplemental statement that discouraged the fiduciaries from considering the alternative assets for 401ks, and that will also be the Department of Labor that will making. Ending abuse of cheap foreign labor at the expense of the American worker. We launched over 200 investigations into companies who will have abused and or fraudulently against the American worker. So Project Firewall was released. Thank you, Mr. President. We want the trained workforce, but we will root out the fraud and abuse, and we'll protect the American worker first. And slashing the job killing regulations. The department has rescinded discriminatory DEI practices. And I will tell you, reducing compliance costs for businesses as it was for DEI has saved American businesses nearly $1 billion this year by just getting rid of DEI for that compliance cost that they've had to do. So, Mr. President, continuing to skill the American worker, the American workforce is going to be my mission. We have to do it faster. We have to do it quicker. We have to build so that the American people can realize that American dream that you have laid out so eloquently. And it's an honor to serve under this administration and to talk to the American workers who believe in the American dream again, the pride on their face, the pride of the American worker, the skilled men and women who build with their hands. It's an honor. So thank you and Merry Christmas.
Very good job. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Chris?
Mr. President, I am honored and frankly inspired to sit at this table with this incredible team of leaders that work every day for one and only one constituency, the American people. Not this group or that group, the American people. The price of energy is very much on the mind of Americans. The biggest determinant of the price of energy is politicians, political leaders, and policies. That's what drives energy prices. Under your leadership, what we've seen in the United States is just a steady drop in the price of gasoline, a huge consumer cost for Americans. As you mentioned early on, well below $3 a gallon right now and trending downwards. There are a number of stations in the heartland of America with $1.99 signs flying today. That's simply impossible without the leadership and changes you've brought. Now, of course, you can go to California, where the average price of gasoline is between $4.50 and $5 a gallon today.
This is exactly what I said when this started.
In California. That's just bad political leaders there and bad policies in California.
And taxes.
And taxes.
Taxes they charge on gasoline are just insane.
Sounds like, and this, don't forget.
Electricity prices is a very parallel story, but it's a bigger moving ship, so the changes are a little bit slower. But Americans are outraged at a roughly 30% rise in the average price of electricity across this country. But everything we are doing together is going to reverse that. Not just stop the rises, but start a downward trajectory in electricity prices. And I can say that with confidence, not because we think these policies will work. We know these policies will work, and I'll get to that in a second. We're going to stop closing power plants. We've already done that, of course. Stop closing the coal power plants and natural gas plants that were shut down. We've got over 30 gigawatts of generators just sitting there today not allowed to run. Well, of course, we're fixing that immediately. We're going to bring on from our existing grid tens of gigawatts more capacity. It'll drive down the cost of electricity. If we look at the last 5 years to see what works and what doesn't work, the most Trump-aligned policies in the electricity sector were by, no surprise, one of your cabinet members, Secretary Burgum, for 8 years governor of North Dakota. Over the last 5 years, production and demand for electricity in North Dakota grew 35%. Think what data center boom's going to do. And what happened? Electricity prices went down. Didn't rise slowly. They actually went down those.
Are you standing up for the data center boom? Because that's BS. I can't wait to do an episode on this. Stay tuned on that one.
5 years. That's the answer. Trump-aligned energy policies increased demand for electricity. Nebraska and Texas, more Trump-aligned states, had significant growth in demand for electricity. They had electricity price rises, but well below the price of inflation. Unfortunately, Biden brought all of us.
Unfortunately, with these data centers, the electric is going to skyrocket.
A lot of inflation. If you look at the other end of the spectrum, California, New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Maryland, I could go on. What happened in those states? Policies and politicians that force the building of unreliable electricity generation, which requires new infrastructure and transmission lines. And what happened? Today, they produce less electricity than they did 5 years ago. A lot of spending money and less electricity. What does that mean?
Or 20 in the building hit the light.
Price of electricity. Blue states have had 1.5 times faster rise in electricity prices than red states. Red states alone, less than inflation. We need to bring those policies. You are bringing those policies to the national level. We hope the blue states will come along with us, but they're going to start the decline of electricity prices nationwide under your leadership. Just bringing back common sense. So thank you for allowing me to be part of this team. For people here who are focused on winning, special thanks to Howard and Scotty who were there with me to see the Denver Broncos win on Monday night. Now we want nationwide wins on energy for 3 more years.
And we're doing more energy production than we've ever done by far right now.
Records across the board that will continue to be reset every year you're in office.
Thank you very much.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for giving me a very interesting job. Some days it's a little controversial too, but it's been an honor to work for you. You are a great American. The fights that you pick are the right fights, and they're always on behalf of this country. So I appreciate the chance to do this job heading up this department. If you think about what Joe Biden did with the Department of Homeland Security, he used this department to invade the country with terrorists. He opened up the borders, let anybody come in that wanted to. He put them on airplanes. He let them through our airports. If they could figure out a way to get to our shores and in our country, he just opened the door and invited them in. So it's our job to get them out. And I want to thank you for this team, because I look around the table and I think every single person here has helped me do my job over the last year. They've supported us at the border and given us resources. Marco negotiates all the travel documents and relationships with other countries to take our people home. 2 million people have gone home already. The people that were here illegally, you've removed from our country and sent home. And we're going to send more home for the holidays too, and make sure that they get to be with their families in their countries. Yes.
Mostly the bad ones.
That's right.
Focus is the bad ones.
That's right.
And there are a lot of them.
Terrible, horrible people. And Pam, make sure she's fighting for us in court so that we can get up every day and be bold. We're going to hire our 10,000th ICE officer, will be on the job within 10 days. So we have hired 10,000. We've had hundreds of thousands of applications. We've got within the department, TSA went through this government shutdown without any delays. They all showed up for their shifts and worked hard doing security. And they have been absolutely fantastic. Sir, you made it through hurricane season without a hurricane.
Yeah.
And so FEMA, you kept the hurricanes away. So we appreciate that. And FEMA is deploying resources and dollars 150% faster than ever before. So if somebody does have something bad that happens to them, you are immediately there helping them and telling them they have the resources to get back up on their feet. So we have built and deployed hundreds of miles of border already.
You have cut the fentanyl flow over the southern border by over 56%. You've saved hundreds of millions of lives with the cocaine you've blown up in the Caribbean. And, you told me to look into Minnesota and their fraud on visas and their programs. 50% of them are fraudulent, which means that wacko governor.
Good job, Ryan.
Either is
Good job,
an
Ryan.
idiot or he did it on purpose. And I think he's both, sir. He brought people in there illegally that never should have been in this country, said they were somebody that they're not. They said they were married to somebody who was their brother or somebody else. Fraudulent visa applications, signed up for government programs, took hundreds of billions of dollars from the taxpayers, and we're going to remove them and we're going to get our money back. And we're going to, this next year, make sure that we only put people in leadership positions in this country that love this country and have its back. So thank you for letting us get up every day and have a purpose.
Is that possible?
Thank you very much. Thanks, Kristen. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, you're exactly right. We are saving this country. We're doing it one Main Street at a time, and we're doing it at record speed and at record levels. Under your leadership, small business optimism, according to the U.S. Chamber Index for small businesses.
Yes, she gave Trump and FEMA credit for no hurricanes. Why don't you? What? Okay, they're gonna make one soon.
Reached an all-time high in the history of that index. So on Main Street, the economy is coming back thanks to your leadership, thanks to getting Biden inflation under control. Small businesses number one concern right now is skilled labor, and that's why Secretary Chavez Dorima and I have entered into an MOU to get to speed that workforce to small businesses that
I agree. I can't argue that one.
are now at record levels. 36 million small businesses have now taken on board for the first time in the
I can't argue that, dude. They give him credit for stuff that he just doesn't deserve, and then they blame him for stuff that he didn't do. I guess that's what happens when you're the face of the United States.
History, $100 billion. That's $45 billion in small business lending at 85,000 small businesses, most of that under your term. And
everything's been a disaster. Which one?
Investment companies. So we are running this agency like the best run bank in the country. We are growing small businesses across Main Street, and we're deregulating to the tune of $100 billion, working with all my fellow cabinet members. And thank you for putting together the best cabinet in history. Iron sharpens iron. And thank you for bringing such a strong leadership group together. And then finally, I walked back from floors from Alaska to Maine, and the workers, the small businesses.
If you can't make it in this chat, then you got problems in real life.
Most manufacturers in this country are small businesses, 600,000 of them. They are so grateful to your fair trade, low inflation, deregulation agenda that is creating national security and economic security in this country like never before. And so I want to also finally thank you for bringing faith back to the White House, to this administration. I want to thank Brooke for hosting the Cabinet Bible Study and invite everyone tomorrow to Bible study and making this country something that we can be so proud of under your leadership. And I am so blessed and honored to be part of this team. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I am truly grateful to be a member of your team here at this meeting, to support you in delivering on the promises that you made to the American people. You came in with a very clear mandate of taking on the rampant weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community and federal law enforcement, experiencing yourself, the deep state abusing their power as they have against you, your family, and so many of the American people. Bring out accountability truly for those who have abused their power, making sure that the intelligence community is supporting your efforts in keeping the American people safe, secure, and free, and being the president of peace. I'm grateful to be in this position as your director of national intelligence to support you in these efforts. And I'll cover very briefly what we've done over the last year under your leadership and what we look forward to continuing to focus on next year. First of all, we've taken on a historic effort for transparency, declassification, and exposing these abuses of power by these deep state actors. We've declassified over 500,000 documents, many of which had never been seen before by the American people, put them online to bring about this level of transparency. We formed a weaponization working group, again, to be able to go after a lot of these abuses of power that have never seen the light of day, to support the accountability that under Pam Bondi's leadership in the Department of Justice is coming about. Secondly, bring about reform to the intelligence community to make sure that we have the most effective and efficient and focused workforce that's really working on bringing about the priorities you have laid out in ensuring our country's security. And lastly, Mr. President, working with many of our partners here around the table is going after these domestic threats. We have threats coming from both Islamist ideology as well as Islamist terrorists, foreign terrorist organizations, and those who seek to do harm to the American people. Many of them were let in across our borders under the previous administration. We are focused on these tasks and this imperative for the American people, and just appreciate your leadership, Mr. President, and empowering us to be able to conduct this service. Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much.
I'm just
Merry
leaving.
Christmas.
I don't even
Merry
like
Christmas. See it loud and clear. Lee?
Mr. President, your team at the Trump EPA has been crushing it all year to fix the big mess that we inherited and deliver amazing results for the American people. I've had the opportunity to visit all 50 states since confirmation earlier this year, and to hear from real people where they meet, where they live, and to bring their great ideas and their asks back to us to be able to deliver for them. At the Trump EPA, we have proven that you can both protect the environment and grow the economy. On the environmental front, since you were sworn in earlier this year, we have averaged a big environmental accomplishment every single day. On the 100th day, the 200th day, the 300th day of your presidency, each time you released a list of our top 100 environmental accomplishments. That has included a historic LA wildfire cleanup that you ordered us to complete in record time, which we did, and the Army Corps.
Good job, Brian. That was
leadership of our great Secretary of War did their part as well. The federal government completely did all of the work needed to allow these residents and businesses to be able to rebuild, but poor leadership at the local and state level, unfortunately, is still resulting in these property owners unable to rebuild, and it's wrong. We also were able to reach an agreement with Mexico to be able to implement a plan to permanently end a decades-old raw sewage crisis on the southern border with Mexico. And Secretary Rubio and his team, Chris Landau, Ambassador Johnson, they've been amazing to get that done. On the deregulatory front, we have proudly launched a massive blitz that amounts to the largest deregulatory effort by any agency in the history of the United States. To put some perspective on it, in 1 year, at one agency, we will do more deregulation than entire presidencies have done across all agencies. It's incredible. You could go back across 4-year terms or 8-year terms. You've never seen this much deregulation. One agency, 1 year. In fact, when finalized, the proposed rescission of the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding amounts to the largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States of America. From fixing the agency's definition of waters of the United States, which is important for our farmers, our ranchers, and other landowners, to the effort to end electric vehicles, consumer choice, eliminating regulations designed to eliminate entire sectors of our energy economy. We're thinking big and we're delivering big. We have reduced terrible derailments on diesel exhaust fluid systems. We're getting water moving faster, pipelines and power plants built, and we're helping to unleash energy dominance. Mr. President, on the operational front, we have significantly reduced the size of the agency workforce, and we are accomplishing more with less. It's all about priorities, and our focus is on fulfilling our statutory obligations, helping to fast-track project approvals that were taking way too long, and closely following the law, as well as key Supreme Court decisions like Loper-Bright to overturn the Chevron doctrine. We inherited massive backlogs that we've been eliminating all year long. We've been implementing your executive order to end COVID era remote work.
Good job,
We
Billy.
consolidated real estate, canceled expensive media subscriptions, and closed a Biden EPA museum that none of you knew even existed. I'm sure none of you actually visited. To put it another way, in 2024, the Biden EPA obligated and spent over $60 billion in 1 year, an agency with an operational budget of about $10 billion a year. In their own words, caught on camera, they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic, wasting precious tax dollars to pay off well-connected Obama and Biden officials. And they were doing it without any apology or regret. The Biden EPA, in fact, was amending grant agreements just days before you came into office to reduce agency oversight. But this year, 2025, at the Trump EPA, similar theme that you'll hear from everyone around this table. With our actions canceling wasteful grants and implementing other measures just mentioned, we have saved $30 billion. They spent over $60 billion. We have saved over $30 billion. The bottom line, by the way, is that the Green New scam is dead. It's a new day at EPA where we will protect the environment and grow the economy. We will deliver on the Trump mandate every day. And we will fight with just one constituency, front of mind, and that is the American people. Thank you, Mr. President, for being willing to take a bullet for this country. If you would ask me what I'm grateful for, whether it's a Thanksgiving, it's a Christmas, a Hanukkah, a New Year's, any time of year, the fact that this president, after 4 years serving in office, he could have just left it in the rearview mirror and went on to really enjoy retirement. But he is willing to take a bullet for all of you tuning in at home because he believes in his flag, our freedom, our liberties, and to save the greatest country in the history of the world. So I'm grateful this holiday season for you, Mr. President. You're willing to take a bullet for all of us, and by all of us, it's the American public.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, good morning, everyone. Well, in spite of the fact that your charge to me is to fire myself, we've really been incredibly hard at work making sure that we can return education to the states. And as I sit and listen to all the emergencies, Jesse, from the economy to our borders to everything that we're doing, I would say, sir, that if we do not fix education in our country with this hard reset that you are expecting,
Everybody read Sean's
national
comment.
emergency we could face is our education. Because if we are not going to educate our children, we're going to continue to fall behind the rest of the world. When there are only 30% of 12th graders, 8th graders, and 4th graders that can read at proficiency level, that is an incredibly harsh statement to make about our country. And you told me when you first were elected president and you looked at, I think right after you took office, the first NAEP scores, which is Nation's Report Card, came out and showed how far down we were in educational proficiency in our country. And not only the NAEP scores, but the international scores as well showed us about third from the bottom. You told me you were not only embarrassed, but you were angry about this and that we had to do something to change this in our country. And we took a hard look at it, and you absolutely said the bureaucracy of education in Washington is keeping its thumb on preventing growth what we should have because it's best handled at the state level, letting states put their programs in place. And some states are going to do it a lot better than others, but it's not going to happen from Washington, D.C. And when I hear things like, well, with no disrespect to any other country in the world that have really great programs, Germany, Sweden, Norway, I hear about this all the time. Point of fact is, they're this big. The United States is this big. We can't do it from Washington, D.C. It has to be done at the state level. So what we've been doing, as Rory brought up, Secretary of Labor brought up, we have a great working relationship. We have already signed and implemented one MOU or interagency agreement to handle the WIOA program and the Perkins grants to make sure it works. I call these These are programs, pilot programs that we're putting out there. And if these are going to work, we will be able to permanently transfer these programs to other agencies. They're working like a charm. We've taken some of our best people in education that still operates under the budget of the Department of Education and under the management of the Department of Education, but working with Lori's personnel. And when I hear pushback on that to say, well, how can this possibly work? Take education and put it in labor. Let's be efficient. One example, in order to draw down on a lot of the grants that they are helping us with, we're using their grant system. The grant system at the Department of Education is like held together with bubble gum and rubber bands. And it did not interact with any other agency. Now we have this really smooth operation already in labor. So that has prompted us to sign also other interagency agreements, 2 more with labor, 1 with HHS, 1 with the Department of State, other programs, but these are proof of concept. Let's make sure they're working and working smoothly before we ask Congress to codify these permanent moves. So that's kind of in the world of K through 12, what we're looking at right now, but in the world of higher education. As Attorney General Bondi mentioned, we've been working really very hard to make sure that we've got anti-Semitism and DEI out of our universities, and put some pretty stiff fines on, work some good deals. I've enjoyed working with Harmeet, who is just an incredible negotiator. So we're bringing all of that to bear as well. So I can say, sir, that we are moving to return education to the states and to bring the level of education back up, making sure our students can read, by reintroducing the science of reading in schools. And going into next year, I can honestly say that we've got a mean machine operating at the Department of Education. It's only half the workforce when we started, and we're more efficient, and I think we're going to see better results as we move into next year. So thank you for this incredible opportunity.
This country has a king.
Thank you, Mr. President, during this holiday season for empowering us at HHS, me, Dr. McCarroll.
Geeks loves RFK, first off. And what? You think Trump's king now? You call him King Trump? Really? You really believe that, bro?
Jay Bhattacharya and Dr. Oz, the change in trajectory of this agency towards public health in a way. The tradition of serving the mercantile interests of the medical industrial complex and the big pharmaceutical companies. 2 weeks ago, we ended, under your leadership, a 20-year war on women by removing the black box warnings from hormone replacement therapy. The medical cartel was telling women that hormone replacement therapy during menopause was dangerous for them. In fact, here's what the science said.
King of the swamp, I could see that. Maybe like king of whatever, but like he's not like a king, bro. Like that whole no kings, that's not real, bro. If he ever wanted to be tried to be king, nobody's gonna fall for that. Nobody.
Diminishes the risk of fatal heart attacks by 25%, cardiac disease by 50%, Alzheimer's by 35%, bone fractures by 50 to 60%. It improves appetite, it improves sleep, it improves energy, it improves happiness. There are tens of millions of women in this country who have been deprived of that therapy because of just scientific malpractice by the medical cartel. We are now remedying that, and this remedy will now be available to all women who want it during one of the most difficult transitions of their lives. MFN is one of our greatest accomplishments. It would not have happened without you. You were the only person who believed in it. You drove us to get it done. We've now made agreements with the 5 biggest pharmaceutical companies. We have 12 more in the lineup to make agreements. By the time this administration leaves office, 95% of the drugs in this country.
Okay, I don't want to take away from what this guy's saying. I'm going to go back a little bit, but I'm going to say this. The people that keep saying, oh, you don't remember Trump posting a picture of him on social media with the crown. He's trolling you guys, and y'all are silly for falling for it. Y'all are just goofy.
Hard at work making sure
Don't
that
fall
we
for
can
it.
return
Come on,
education to the
guys.
states. And as I sit and listen to all the emergencies
Don't fall
that we
for
are
it.
addressing
He's
in this
trolling
country, from the economy to our borders to everything that we're doing, I would say, sir, that if we do not fix
That's a
education
huge
in our
deal.
country with this hard reset
He's not
that,
going to be
that
king,
you
bro.
are
Nobody
expecting,
likes him
I
like
think
that,
the
bro.
greatest
No.
national emergency we could face
Our president.
is
Ain't
our
nobody
education. Because
be
if
our
we are
king, dude.
not going to educate
He's not going to be our king. He is the president.
our children, we're going to continue to fall behind the rest of the world. And there are only 30% of 12th graders, 8th graders, and 4th graders that can read at proficiency level. That is an incredibly harsh statement to make about our country. And you told me when you first were elected president, and you looked at, I think, right after you took office, the first NAEP scores, which is
The last time I'm on pause it, you just brought up a whole, no, I said him calling himself king with a crown on his head in a post was him trolling. Now, what you just mentioned is something totally different. Clearly, you liberals don't know how to carry a conversation.
report card came out.
Is
And
that
showed
it?
how far down we were in educational proficiency in our country. And not only the NAEP scores, but the international scores as well showed us about third from the bottom. You told me you were not only embarrassed, but you were angry about this, and that we had to do something to change this in our country. And we took a hard look at it, and you absolutely said the bureaucracy of education in Washington is
I'm putting you in timeout just for fucking
preventing growth that we should have, because it's best handled at the state level. Letting states
I don't
put
care
their
if you
programs
say
in place,
it.
and some states are going to do it a lot better than others. But it's not going to happen from Washington, D.C. And when I hear
Right.
things like, well, with no disrespect to any other country in
Yes.
the world that have really great programs, Germany, Sweden, Norway, hear about this all the time. Point of fact is, they're this big. The United States is this big. We can't do it from Washington, D.C. It has to be done at the state level. So what we've been doing, as Lori brought up, Secretary of Labor brought up, we have a great working relationship. We have already signed and implemented one MOU or interagency agreement to handle the WIOA program and the Perkins grants to make sure it works. I call these, these are programs, pilot programs that we're putting out there. And if these are going to work, we will be able to permanently transfer these programs to other agencies. They're working like a charm. We've taken some of our best people in education that still operates under the budget of the Department of Education and under
Smash your
the
pass,
management
Ryan.
of the
Smash your
Department of
pass.
Education, but working with Lori's personnel. And when I hear pushback on that, to
Smash
say,
your
well,
pass. Smash your
how can
pass.
this possibly work? Take education and put it in labor. Let's be efficient. One example, in order to draw down on a lot of the grants that they are helping us with, we're using their grant system. The grant system at the Department of Education is like held together with bubble gum and rubber bands. And
Thanks,
it did not
Billy.
interact with any other agency. Now, we have this really smooth operation already in labor. So that has prompted us to sign also other interagency agreements, 2 more with labor, 1 with HHS, 1 with the Department of State, and we'll be moving other programs, but these are proof of concept. Let's make sure they're working and working smoothly before we ask Congress to codify these permanent moves. So that's kind of in the world of K through 12, what we're looking at right now, but in the world of higher education, as Attorney General Bondi mentioned, we've been working really very hard to make sure that we've got anti-Semitism and DEI out of our universities, and put some pretty stiff fines on, worked some good deals. I've enjoyed working with Harmeet, who is just an incredible negotiator. So we're bringing all of that to bear as well. So I can say, sir, that we are moving to return education to the states and to bring the level of education back up, making sure our students can read by reintroducing the science of reading in schools. And going into next year, I can honestly say that we've got a lean machine operating in the education department of education. It's only half the workforce when we started. and we're more efficient, and I think we're going to see better results as we move into next year. So thank you for this incredible opportunity.
He's like, thank you. Shut up.
Thank you, Mr. President,
You're making
for
me
this holiday season for empowering.
All right, here's
RFK. Me, Dr. McCary.
Here's RFK. I wanted to rewind it so we could actually hear what he has to say. His voice is so scratchy, though. Here we go.
Jay Bhattacharya and Dr. Oz. The change in trajectory of this agency towards public health in a way. The tradition of serving the mercantile interests of the medical industrial complex and the big pharmaceutical companies. 2 weeks ago, we ended, under your leadership, a 20-year war on women by removing the black box warnings from hormone replacement therapy. The medical cartel is telling women that hormone replacement therapy during menopause was dangerous for them. In fact, here's what the science said. It diminishes the risk of fatal heart attacks by 25%, cardiac disease by 50%, Alzheimer's by 35%, bone fractures by 50 to 60%. It improves appetite, it improves sleep, it improves energy, it improves happiness. There are tens of millions of women in this country have been deprived of that therapy because of scientific malpractice by the medical cartel. We are now remedying that, and this remedy will now be available to all women who want it during one of the most difficult transitions of their lives. MFN is one of our greatest accomplishments. It would not have happened without you. You were the only person who believed in it. You drove us to get it done. We've now made agreements with the 5 biggest pharmaceutical companies. We have 12 more in the lineup to make agreements. By the time this administration leaves office, 95% of the drugs in this country we will have the lowest prices of any nation in the developed world. Americans are already getting the benefits from these. These companies are already lowering these prices dramatically, as you notice. And then this week, Howard at Department of Commerce and Jameson at the U.S. Trade Representative made a bargain with Great Britain to raise their drug prices in conformance with your promise that the Europeans would raise theirs to counterbalance us lowering ours, and therefore we would keep intact the ecosystem of innovation and protect innovation. So congratulations on that, Mr. President. When you first asked me to take this job, one of the first contacts we made was with a leading health economics professor at Harvard. And we asked him what's the one innovation that we could do that would most dramatically improve the health care experience for the average American. And he said, there's no contest, it's to get rid of prior authorization. Thanks to your leadership, we were able to convene the largest insurance companies in this country and do something that every administration, every Congress has promised for the past 30 years. We actually got it done. We convened the insurance companies representing 280 million Americans and got them to agree, most of them by January of 2026, for 2 months from now, to remove prior authorization for most of their procedures, for all the procedures we want them removed from. And that means that American patients at the point of care will be able to get an answer immediately. If your doctor says you need knee surgery, you will know before you leave that doctor's office whether your insurance company will pay for it or not. Similarly, healthcare records, the tech industry has refused to share healthcare records. You asked us to change that. We convened the 60 biggest tech companies at a conference that you presided over about 2 months ago. We now did a secondary conference which 400 leading companies all come in and agreed to remove any kind of blockages where individual Americans can get their own health care. Americans own their healthcare records, yet they were not able to access them. And if you lived in New Jersey and you moved to Oregon and you got injured, you went to a hospital, you would have to spend maybe 45 minutes filling out forms on a clipboard because your doctors there could not get your healthcare records. They couldn't get your blood type, your allergies, all the things that they ought to know immediately so they can save your life. Now that has all changed, and all these companies now have agreed to remove all the blocks on sharing healthcare records. Every American will have their healthcare records available on their cell phones. It's already happening. In the last 6 months, there have been over 100 times the number of healthcare records shared by hospitals and during the entire previous administration. On deregulation, HHS proudly is now leading the pack, and thank you for your help on that, Russ. But today we announced the revocation of the nursing home rule, which was overburdening rural areas across this country, Indian reservations, with regulations that were going to destroy the nursing home industry in those communities. And that is going to be a $25 billion savings. Those are some of the things that we're doing because of your leadership. President Trump, thank you so much, and Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you, Bobby, very much. Great job.
Well, Mr. President, you assembled an incredibly talented group here. If you took a look at this group compared to any Fortune 500 leadership team, any group of startup folks, I mean, this is an amazing group and the breadth of what's being accomplished. And the timing couldn't be better because with your leadership and vision, you've set us up for this age of abundance as we head into next year, the 250th anniversary of this country. And what are we heading into that year? As we've talked around the table, you've heard about massively lower taxes, massively lower regulation, abundant energy, record capital investment coming in, job growth. I mean, we are set up to really have something to celebrate next year. And I just, again, want to say thank you to everybody around the table. You gave us one big assignment in Interior. Of course, Interior, largest balance sheet in the world. In the Department of Interior, if it was a standalone company, 500 million acres of surface, 700 million acres of subsurface, over 3 billion of offshore from Guam to the Virgin Islands. And you said, we got to take care of that balance sheet. We got to develop those resources. And what have we done across that? Producing record amounts of oil, record amounts of gas. And again, we set out with a goal, energy diplomacy, sell energy to our friends and allies. We're exporting a record amount of energy to all of our friends and allies around the world. That's helping do that. And you're giving a gift to America as we head into this. You're giving us peace abroad, and you're giving us prosperity at home. That bodes so well for our country. One small little gift that we're giving to all Americans from one teeny part of the Interior, which is the national parks, is that not only price is low for all American citizens, offering 10 free days for our national parks next year to coincide with our holidays, but also a $100 surcharge for non-residents. That is going to raise hundreds of millions of dollars for helping restore and preserve all of our best parks. So as we close out with it, I want to also say a big celebration going on here in Washington, D.C. We've been thrilled to be part of the National Park Service, the U.S. Park Police, part of this great effort across a number of us on making D.C. safe and beautiful. This will be the safest, most
Ryan, check your DMs.
Beautiful capital in the world. We are doing so many things, whether it's hundreds of homeless camps, thousands of graffiti sites, cleaning up ponds and fountains, preparing this thing. The United States is never going to be performing better economically. It's never going to be looking better, just like the White House has never looked better, all because of your vision leadership. So again, thank you, sir. You've given an incredible Christmas gift to Americans by setting us up for an incredible 250th anniversary.
That's very nice. Thank you, Dan, very much.
He's like, yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, this is a very talented team, as you've seen, and as you know, because you picked every single one that's on. You deserve tremendous credit for doing that. It's an honor to be in this role. It's also an honor to be involved in and be a witness to what I believe is the most transformational year in American foreign policy since the end of the Second World War, at least. And it's transformational because for the first time in a long time, we have a president who basically puts America at the forefront of every decision we make in our relations with the world. And that may sound weird to people, like, of course you always do. No, that hasn't always been the case until about a year ago. And I think we've all witnessed in our own respective spaces how in every interaction the president has with the world, the goal he has in mind is very simple. Does what you want us to do, or is it what are we going to make it stronger? Is it going to make us richer? Is it going to make us safer? If it is, he's for it. If it's not, he's against it. If something's going to make America weaker or less safe, the president's going to be against it. And every single thing he has done in our foreign policy has been driven by the American people in mind. And I can go down the list. Why has he focused on mass migration? It's very simple, because no country is safe if you can just walk in without us knowing who you are into your country. We've seen the destruction that that's wreaking, not just in our own country, but the impact that it's having in Europe and in many other parts of the world. You talk about trade deals and the trade situation has been involved in. People, all this reporting on it, it's very simple. The president views the last 40 years as an era of which American workers and American farmers have been ripped off.
Damn right.
They've been ripped off. And what he's saying is we want to have a trade with the world, but it has to be a trade in which American businesses and American workers and the products they...
Damn right. If America falls, the whole world falls. I don't know why people are, I do know why people don't like it.
Make and what American farmers grow and produce has a fair shot to be sold around the world. On issue after issue, that's been the case. You talk about foreign aid reforms. This is not our money. This is taxpayer money. When the president said, we're going to do foreign aid, but we're going to do foreign aid for countries that are aligned with the United States and in a way that doesn't waste the taxpayers' money. Mr. President, you deserve tremendous credit for that. Many of us, the vice president, by the way, I want to acknowledge, has played an extraordinary role in our foreign policy. And he too has been a witness to all of this as it's been occurring. And he's been a big part of it as well. You talk about NATO. The president's not against.
Look, not all of anything are bad. Not all cops are bad. Not all priests are bad. Not all teachers are bad. Not all electric workers are bad. Not every. There's always a bad apple in every group. Don't forget it.
NATO. We went to NATO and basically said, look, you guys, we're paying all the money. And he got them to do the 5% commitment, which everybody said was never going to happen. It was impossible. Everything this president does is driven by the American people. Whether you don't have to agree with the actual move, but understand the motivation. The motivation is always you, the American people, and what's good for you, for your family, for the country, and for our... But the president is also committed to peace in a way that...
I don't like saying not all Dems and Republicans. I hate using that left-right, guys. I really, really do. Because they're all the same. I really don't. But yeah, you're right. Not all left, not all right is bad.
All of us have seen. He achieved in Gaza, and he does it, by the way, not just because he hates war and he thinks wars are a waste of money and lives, but because he's the only leader in the world that can. No other leader in the world could have pulled off what happened in Gaza. And I can tell you, I can't get into the details. The vice president knows what I'm talking about. That deal doesn't happen without the president's direct interaction with the leaders that were involved in this decision-making. And everyone said that deal couldn't hold. And then the president shepherded through the United Nations of all places to get a global coalition of countries that line up behind the peace deal, behind the border peace. And it's still, every day is a challenge, but it's been driven personally by the president. It's the reason why we're involved in this whole Ukraine-Russia conflict. That's not our war. It's not the president's war. This war started, it never would have happened if you'd been president. But this war is going on, and the president is trying to end it, not because, listen, we got a million things to focus on in the world as a country, but he's the only leader in the world that can help end it. And that's why that's why even as we speak to you now, Steve Woodcock is in Moscow trying to find a way to end this war, to save lives of 9,000 people, Mr. President, as you know, are dying every week. More people are dying a week.
I got the Woodcock
prize of the U.S.'s involvement in Afghanistan or Iraq. Just think about that, how bloody and destructive it is. The president's taken on this issue of Sudan personally, not send out deputies to do it. Again, far away from the United States, because he's the only leader in the world that can bring it about to an end, not to mention all the other peace deals, very dangerous ones like India and Pakistan or Cambodia and Thailand. And so on all these things, Mr. President, I think you deserve tremendous credit for the transformational aspect of our foreign policy. For the first time in probably 4 decades, the American foreign policy is driven by what is good for America and Americans, whether it makes us safer and stronger and more prosperous. If it is, he's for it. If it doesn't, he's against it. And that sort of clarity is transformational. I close with this, and I know I'm last, so I wanted to be fast, but there was a lot to cover. I do want to say this is the most wonderful and magical time of the year. By that, of course, I'm referring to the college football playoffs. And I just want to say this as a point of personal privilege. And I'm a Florida Gator, but if the University of Miami gets screwed out of the college football playoffs.
Okay, shut up about your Florida Gators and your Miami. Just talk about Ohio State. Florida isn't even on the map. Shut up, Marco.
Going 10-2 and beating Notre Dame. The whole thing should be scrapped, and you're going to have to take over next year.
That's great.
Marco, your football teams are trashier than your damn political views.
Thank you all very much. I hope it wasn't too long, but it was very concise, and we've done a lot. This group has done a lot. Amazing. Everybody at this table has done a fantastic. And Susie, thank you for doing a great job as our chief of staff. First female chief of staff in the history of our country, which is pretty amazing when you think of it. And she's the best. Thank you very much. Great job. So after that,
Mr. President, there's been a lot of speculation about who the next Fed chairman could possibly be. You said you have somebody in mind. How many names were you given on the final list? And does that person currently work on the board of Federal Reserve?
Well, I'd say that we probably looked at 10. Then Scott interviewed some people that I didn't know, but he knew. And a lot of people were involved in the process, actually. And Howard was involved.
There you go.
I think we probably looked at 10, and we have it down to 1.
That's what it is. I want to ask you about Elon Musk, if I could. You talked about Elon Musk. You had him in dinner here in the White House. Is he now back in your circle of friends?
Well, I really don't know. I mean, I like Elon a lot. He was he really helped during the election with his endorsement. He felt strong. But we had one problem. I didn't want to have everybody have to have an electric car. And he makes electric cars. And I think we get along well.
No, Mr. President, thank you. Yeah, Michelle. When you talk about affordability, is going forward, are the American people, do you believe, getting impatient with the they've talked about? It's about.
I think they're getting fake news from guys like you. Look, affordability is a hoax that was started by Democrats who caused the problem of pricing, and they didn't end it. They lost in a landslide. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. You take a look at districts. It was 2,750 to 525.
That's a good comment.
That was an affordability problem. We brought it down. Look at energy.
Yeah.
Look at the gas.
Right here.
It's
Read
like
this.
the simplest, and it's the biggest, because if energy comes down, everything
I
comes
read
down.
yours,
That's
I
what
wrote, took it down with the
we're
caps.
going to be at 250. You said 199 in some places of the country, right? You said it. I didn't say it. And they won't check you. They'll check me. So, I'd like to use your number.
Vance will not
199 a
take over
gallon.
before the 4 years.
Unthinkable. If you go back a year and a half ago,
guys
it's
crazy.
unthinkable. So
What
bringing the prices
damn
down, way
liberal
down.
source did
Beef
you
is
get
coming
that
down
from?
now. We've done certain.
No, Vance is not going to take over in the next 4 years. I don't know if you're MPC or R, whatever the fuck that gay shit is that y'all listen to. Ain't true.
Chicken beef is coming down. But we inherited horrible prices. We inherited really the worst inflation in history. We inherited that. When I came in, that's what he had. And we fixed inflation. And we fixed almost everything.
Well
if you
said.
know the truth, including 8 wars. We got 1 to go. But including 8 wars. But when they always say, I watched today where they have a race going on right now in Tennessee, and this woman goes, affordability. They're the ones that caused the problem. The prices were way high. We're bringing the prices down. But they're like scam artists. They're I call them con men. And they come out, they say affordability. They're like, oh, I see prices. We're going to get prices down still further. But we brought them down from the prices they cost. The reason that they had the highest inflation in the history of our country
13 from
because
150.
they had the highest prices. But we brought them down. And now we have normal inflation.
Mr. President, thank you so much for taking questions with your assembled cabinet. I wanted to clarify something that you had said on Sunday regarding the boat strikes near Venezuela. You had said that you didn't know if the second strike on that one boat had happened, but you wanted it. Now that your administration has acknowledged that it happened, do you support that second strike? And Mr. Secretary, I wanted to clarify something you had said in an interview back in September, I believe on Fox News. You said that you had watched that strike live on television. in real time, did you know that there were survivors after the initial strike?
Well, look, all I know is this: every boat that you see get blown up, we save 25,000 on average lives. 25,000 lives. They've been sending enough of this horrible fentanyl and other things like cocaine and other things, but fentanyl right now is the leader of the pack, to kill our entire nation. Because a little speck on the head of a pin can kill somebody. It's very dangerous stuff. I know so many people where their sons were drug addicts. They had one little sample and they died. They died. They couldn't believe it. As far as the attack is concerned, I still haven't gotten a lot of information because I rely on Pete. But to me, it was an attack. It wasn't one strike, two strikes, three strikes. Somebody asked me a question about the second strike. I didn't know about the second strike. I didn't know anything about people. I wasn't involved in it. I knew they took out a boat. But I would say this, they had a strike. I hear the gentleman that was in charge of that is extraordinary. He's an extraordinary person. I'll let Pete speak about him. But Pete was satisfied. Pete didn't know about second attack having to do with two people. I guess Pete would have to speak to it. I can say this, I want those boats taken out. And if we have to, we'll attack on land also, just like we attack on sea. And there's very little coming in by sea. I think we've knocked out over 90% of it. There's very little, and I understand that. There's very little. We're saving hundreds of thousands of lives with those pinpoint attacks. It's an amazing thing when you see a boat going along, and a lot of
I'll show you what it was.
They're not,
We don't even
you
know
see
what
the
you're
boat.
talking
They're not maybe drugs. You see these boats. First of all, who has 5 engines?
My question to the people that said there's no this and that, were you there? Did you unload the boat? What, did you see the x-rays and the radars? I don't think so. I think you're going off of pure TDS. I'm sorry, bro.
Engines on the back of a boat going in weird directions and loaded up with lots of white containers. They're bags of things. No, they've done an amazing job. And Peter's done an amazing job. Pete, you could probably better answer the question.
No, you're spot on.
Y'all really, your TDS takes over your common sense. This is really funny. For real. You laugh at MAGA people, but y'all don't even know.
Sir, I think you got to start with the baseline, which Marco laid out, everybody's laid out. We've got 20 million people invading our country over 4 years. We don't know where they're coming from. That includes Tren de Aragua and cartels. And
look, as somebody in the middle, bro, I think you people on the left are insane, man. What the hell is wrong with y'all? It's spitting nonsense.
They bring drugs, and you mentioned it, Mr. President, poisoning, an intentional poisoning of the American people, killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. So the president had the courage to designate these cartels as designated terrorist organizations. Now, a number of us here served in the military and spent 20 years fighting terrorists like Al-Qaeda and ISIS on the other side of the world. How do you treat Al-Qaeda and ISIS? Do you arrest them and treat them, pat them on the head and say, don't do that again? Or do you end the problem directly by taking a lethal approach? And that's the way President Trump has authorized the War Department to look at these cartels. And I wish everybody could be in the room watching our professionals like Mitch Bradley, Admiral Mitch Bradley, and others at JSOC and SOCOM and other.
I love you, Jenny.
The deliberative process, the detail, the rigorous, the intel, the legal, the evidence-based,
exactly, Ronald.
With sources and methods that we can't reveal here, that make sure that every one of those drug boats is tied to a designated terrorist organization. We know who's on it, what they're doing, what they're carrying. All these white bales are not Christmas gifts from Santa. This is drugs running on 4-motor fast boats.
No way.
Submarines that we've also struck. No one's fishing on a submarine. And I have empowered them to make that call. Now, the first couple of strikes, as you would, as any leader would want, you want to own that responsibility. So I said, I'm going to be the one to make the call after getting all the information and make sure.
What's up, Alfonso?
It was September 2nd. There's a lot of intelligence that goes into that, building that case and understanding that, a lot of people providing information. I watched that first strike live. As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all the sensitive site exploitation digitally occurs. So I moved on to my next meeting. A couple of hours later, I learned that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do, And by the way, Admiral Bradley made the correct decision to ultimately sink the boat and eliminate the threat. He sunk the boat, and eliminated the threat. And it was the right call. We have his back, and the American people are safer because narco terrorists know you can't bring drugs through the water and eventually on land if necessary to the American people. We will eliminate that threat, and we're proud to do it.
So you didn't see any survivors, to be clear, after that first strike?
I did not personally see survivors, but I stand, because the thing was on fire. It was exploded in fire and smoke. You can't see anything. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand. You sit in your air-conditioned offices or up on Capitol Hill and you nitpick and you plant fake stories in the Washington Post about kill everybody, phrases on anonymous sources not based in anything, not based in any truth at all. And then you want to throw out really irresponsible terms about American heroes, about the judgment that they made. I wrote a whole book on this topic because of what politicians and the press does to warfighters. President Trump has empowered commanders to do what is necessary, which is dark and difficult things in the dead of night on behalf of the American people. We support them, and we will stop the poisoning of the American people.
And Mr. Secretary, on the second strike, you said it happened more than an hour after the first. Did I hear it correctly?
I couldn't tell you the exact amount of time.
Alfonso, what's good, G-Man? Good to see you, brother. I hope you can hear me.
I already stated my answer quite clearly.
So remember this, we lost last year, I think it was more than that, but, you know, people don't like saying it because they always said 100,000, 115,000, numbers we've been hearing for years. So we lost last year more than 200,000 people, dead people, ruined families beyond the 200,000. And those 200,000, that family will never be the same. But these people have killed over 200,000 people, actually killed over 200,000 people last year. And those numbers are down. Those numbers are down. They're way down. And they're down because we're doing these strikes, and we're going to start doing those strikes on land too. You know, the land is much easier. It's much easier. And we know the routes they take. We know everything about them. We know where they live. We know where the bad ones live. And we're going to start that very soon too.
Mr. President, thank you so much. Mr. President.
You know what, when we start that, we're going to drive those streets down so low. And then you're going to have families be able to live without the fear of their son or daughter just having a pill to have a little fun and ending up dying within a period of 60 seconds, right? No, we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let it continue to happen. What Biden did to this country by allowing all these people, I call them animals in many cases. I think they're animals, to come into our country and destroy our country and let all those drugs pour in. Let people just walk across the border like it was nothing. You look at them, a lot of them, you know, they say, oh, let's not discriminate. I'm not talking about color. I'm just talking about, you look into the eyes of some of these people. We're smart. And you see a killer. Come on in. Just come on in. 11,888 murders. Many of them committed more than one murder. He allowed them into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. But he also allowed drugs to come in at record numbers. And hundreds of thousands of people a year died. And we're taking those son of a bitches out. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for taking the questions. I think this is the most transparent conversation I have.
I'll tell you, how strong are you? You've been holding it for 2 hours. You know, there are very few physically. There are very few people who could do that. I'm very proud of you. I have no idea who you are, but you're strong.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, last week, militia groups in Iraq attacked the Kurdistan region's gas field, the largest gas field, which even the U.S. companies invested in the energy sector in the Kurdistan region. And the Kurdistan Prime Minister requested the United States to provide them some sorts of means and defense system to
come up with something better to say.
Infrastructure and U.S. investment in the Kurdistan region. Are you willing to providing them the support? And if I had this question, tomorrow the United States is going to open and integrate one of the
louder.
Yeah, of course.
Is that possible? What? You're the most gentle, beautiful voice, but you're a very gentle person. Go ahead.
Alfonso, I truly believe they are hitting those tunnels because I have stories and done stories of sonic booms under the ground. I do believe there's shit going down in the tunnels below us as well.
Oh, yeah.
Just take fewer words and louder.
Yeah, sure. I will repeat my first question. Last week, the Iraqi militia groups attacked one of the largest gas fields in the Kurdistan region of Iraq, which even the U.S. companies have invested in these gas fields.
Yeah.
And then,
are you from Iraq?
I'm from Kurdistan, Iraqi Kurdistan.
Okay.
Yeah. Working for Huda Media Network.
No cap,
and the
please.
Kurdistan region prime minister, he requested the United States providing them some sort of defense system to defending these gas fields and U.S. investment in the Kurdistan region. Are you willing to helping them?
Well, we're going to look at it. I heard about it, and I'm hearing about it more now, frankly. It wasn't at the top of my list. It's a very unusual question, I think, but I assume you're from the area, and to you, it's a very important question, and to me, it is also, because people are being killed. I will say this, Iraq has been much different in terms of us than they were prior to us taking out the nuclear capability of Iran. You know, Iran has gone down many, many steps in terms of its fear factor. They were the bully of the Middle East, and they're really not the bully of the Middle East anymore. And Iraq was being bullied by Iran. We had a president that thought it was brilliant to blow them up, and they blew them up, and all of a sudden, was basically equal to Iran. They had Iran ruling the Middle East for a long period of time. But Iraq, from the day we hit one of those B-2 bombers and knocked out and obliterated, because CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't total obliteration. Well, it turned out it was totally obliteration. It was every single one of those missiles hit its target. It was actually amazing, but it was wiped out, totally wiped out. I will tell you, Iraq has been a much friendlier place. They talk to us. The prime minister actually nominated me along with about 78 other countries for the Nobel Prize. I'm the only one that was nominated by almost 100 countries that didn't get it, but that's okay. But I saved a lot of lives. But Iraq nominated us for the Nobel Prize, and that was a great honor. You know,
it's like you guys were three
Iraq
from
has
one.
been a much different place since the taking out of Iran the nuclear capability. Yeah, let's get to it. Here we go. This guy's a beauty. Go ahead.
Secretary Rubio mentioned your meetings ongoing in Russia today. Do you have any updates from Mr. Whitcock, Mr.
No, because I've been spending too much time with you. I mean, we're spending a lot of time in here. We wanted to do this you talk about being open and transparent. This has to be the most transparent administration in history. We spent a lot of time answering your questions and giving you a lot of good results. I mean, I think everybody here gave you good results. But no, I don't. I will have after I leave here.
But do you hope for a breakthrough, or is it not?
I don't know. Look, I don't know. All I can tell you is that we're trying very hard to save 25 to 30,000 people, mostly men, mostly soldiers, every month. 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers. It's impossible. That's half a stadium. Take a big football stadium. Take half of those people in a stadium, and they're wiped out.
Sounds like you, Tim.
Every month. It's crazy.
That's what I say, don't I? That's exactly what you said.
It didn't happen for 4 years.
You just mentioned potential land strikes. Can you elaborate anything on that?
Yeah, I'll elaborate. If they come in through a certain country or any country, or if we think they're building mills for whether it's fentanyl or cocaine. I hear Colombia, the country of Colombia, is making cocaine. They have cocaine manufacturing plants, okay? And then they sell us their cocaine. We appreciate that very much. But yeah, anybody that's doing that and selling it into our country is subject to attack.
Not necessarily Venezuela.
No, not just Venezuela.
You said that.
Venezuela's been really bad in something else. Probably worse than most, but a lot of other people do it too. They would send murderers into our country. They would empty their jails into our country. They sent people into our country that we don't want. They sent their drug dealers and their drug people into our country.
Okay, I see you wrote it once.
Institutions into our country, and we're getting them out. That was bad. That was real bad. And they also sent drugs. Yeah.
On Tim Walz, Mr. President, do you think he should resign over the fraud scandal in his state?
And who should?
Tim Walz. over the fraud scandal in the state.
Look, I think the man's a grossly incompetent man. I thought that
Bye.
from the day I watched JD destroy him in the debate. I was saying, who is more incompetent, that man or my man?
How'd that work
Hey,
out
Adam
for
with
you?
Vantage. All right, so what you've just seen me do is demonstrate how.
A man and a woman, I thought she was very incompetent too, but now she's leading the field.
2.5 hours.
I think she's leading the field in the nomination. Anyway, look, that's up to them. That's up to the Democrats. You know, the problem with them is they have really bad policy. And I'm not going to say what it is because I don't want them to change it necessarily. Because I want to run against it, whether it's not going to be me, it's going to be somebody that's going to probably sitting at this table. Could be a couple of people sitting at this table. Could be a couple of people running together sitting at this table, you know. But I want them to win because we've done a great job for this country, and I want that to be carried forward. And you know, I think we have a tremendous bench, really a tremendous bench. But no, I think that Waltz is a grossly incompetent man. There's something wrong with him. Okay, there's something wrong with him. And when you look at what he's done with Somalia, which is barely a country, you know, they have no anything. They just run around killing each other. There's no structure. And when I see somebody like Ilhan Omar, who I don't know at all.
To the person that said whoever voted for Trump should have regret, I don't regret voting for Trump. I regret voting, period.
But I always watch her for years. I've watched her complain about our Constitution, how she's being treated badly. Our Constitution, the United States of America, is a bad place. Hates everybody, hates Jewish people, hates everybody. And I think she's an incompetent person. She's a real terrible person. But when I watch what is happening in Minnesota, the land of 1,000 lakes, or however many lakes they have, they got a lot of lakes. But this beautiful place, and I see these people ripping it off. And now I'm understanding, and you're going to look at I hear they ripped off Somalians. Ripped off that state for billions of dollars, billions, every year, billions of dollars.
I don't know. That's too long.
And
I'm
they
not.
contribute nothing.
I'm gonna go ahead and remove
The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing.
Bro.
I don't want them in our country. I'll be honest with you. Okay? Somebody would say, "Oh, that's not politically correct." I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason.
What are you talking about?
Their country stinks, and
it is sad. It really is sad that I regret voting. It's like you're voting for your oppressor. You're not, I hate to use the word oppressor. You're voting for the person that's gonna end. That's literally taking you away. That they don't care for you either side. So basically, you're endorsing the person that's gonna control you. And I regret voting for either one.
we don't want them in our country. I could say that about other countries too. I can say
that
it about
before
other countries too. We don't want them to hell. We have to rebuild our country.
No, I don't regret voting for Trump. Period. Kamala was a waste, and I don't regret voting for these Eagles. I don't regret it. It was the right move, but I regret just voting. Yeah, next time,
man, I get that, dude. Come on, man, with the caps, bro.
You're not gonna see me vote next time around. Hell no.
You know, our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people. These aren't people that say, "Let's go. Come on, let's make this place great."
Penny, that's true, bro. Trump said it on this network that Israel runs our damn Congress, and they should, out of his own mouth.
These are people that do nothing but complain.
I don't think he doesn't vote.
They complain. And from where they came
Always
from,
vote.
they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell,
what?
I agree.
They complain.
I agree. I don't think we had a choice either. I think they're selected. But the fact that I put my name on it means I actually like signed for this person. Fuck.
Well, you gonna sign for
Nothing
him
but
or come out?
bitch.
Nobody. They
Let
both
them
have
go
had
back
the same
to where they
result,
came from
bro.
and fix it.
It doesn't matter. Either one. Do you not see? It's a left-right paradigm. I could have voted for Kamala. We'd still be in the same position, bro. It'd just be all like PC and weird. At least we could be ourselves a little bit.
Oh yeah.
At least
I'm tired
at
of
least
being
he's get
censored.
rid of the illegals, but the whole outcome of the whole world stage that we're watching is still going to be the same outcome, no matter who the hell president is.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, has the Bureau offered to leave?
Come this way. Thank you, press. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
The final.
Okay, I am going to go over to this, and then I'm gonna get off. Hold on, where is it? This. Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Give me one hot second to get my next. Here we go.
In just 10 minutes. You can use this clone to make viral.
His 9th cabinet meeting of the year alongside his incredible cabinet who continue to deliver for the American people at a record pace. Later in the afternoon tomorrow, the president will make an announcement in the Oval Office on his initiative, Trump accounts, to give the next generation of Americans a jump start on savings. It will be a very exciting announcement indeed. Especially for all of the parents across the country with young children and babies. On Thursday, President Trump will host the presidents of the Republic of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo to sign the historic peace and economic agreement that he brokered. On Thursday night, the president and the first lady will celebrate one of America's greatest traditions, the lighting of the National Christmas tree on the Ellipse. And on Friday, President Trump will attend the FIFA World Cup final draw at the Kennedy Center. You all will be seeing and hearing from the president every day this week. So you have me today, and then he will take on the rest of the week himself. Next, I would like to address the horrific tragedy that took place in our nation's capital that last week. A foreign terrorist that the Biden administration failed to properly vet ambushed 2 members of the West Virginia National Guard who were honorably serving here to keep the residents and visitors of Washington, D.C. safe. U.S. Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf was severely wounded in the attack and remains hospitalized while he continues to fight for his life. Tragically, U.S. Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom died of her wounds. She was just 20 years old.
That was the
President
dumbest
Trump
comment.
and the
Get out
entire
of
White
here.
House are praying for Andrew's full recovery at the request of his parents and their personal phone call with the president over the weekend. And we are keeping Sarah's family and friends in our prayers during this unimaginably difficult time. Sarah and Andrew represent the very best of America. 2 young patriots who were willing to put on the uniform and risk their lives in defense of their fellow Americans. Both of them truly embody the profound words spoken by Jesus Christ in the gospel. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. Sarah and Andrew are heroes, and we will never forget their sacrifice. That means ensuring the monster responsible for this atrocity is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and faces the most severe punishment possible. It also means reckoning with why this atrocity was allowed to happen in the first place, so that it may never occur again. Here are the facts.
Thank you,
The
Keith.
terrorist who gunned down American soldiers blocks away from the White House in an ambush was an Afghan national who was flown into our country by Joe Biden's administration in September 2021 in the chaotic wake of their botched withdrawal from Afghanistan, one of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our great country. Joe Biden's historic failure in Afghanistan continues to haunt this country and our men and women in uniform. Not only did this surrender lead to a suicide bombing that killed 13 American heroes in Kabul, but now National Guard troops were shot on U.S. soil by the same kind of enemy. We continue to live with the deadly consequences of Joe Biden's horrific leadership. Nearly 100,000 Afghans were recklessly released into the United States with little to no vetting. There was no regard for the disorder and violence that this would unleash on American communities and American culture. Reportedly, thousands of these strangers and unknown individuals were flagged to the Biden administration for national security, public safety, and fraud concerns. But the terrifying truth is that the Afghanistan debacle is just a small part of Democrats' complete and total betrayal of the American people during the Biden years. The tragedy that we just witnessed the day before Thanksgiving is a reminder that untold thousands of terrorists, gang members, and criminals were invited into our country and remain here to this very day. The border is now secure, thanks to President Trump, but the threat in our interior remains real and urgent. These public safety threats are already inside our land, and President Trump was elected on a promise to find and remove them, and he has already taken significant steps and made significant progress towards fulfilling this promise. But there is more work to be done because President Trump believes that he has a sacred obligation to reverse the calamity of mass, unchecked migration into our country. As a result, the Trump administration is now actively re-examining all of the Afghans imported into the country by Joe Biden. Any individual who threatens our national security or our citizenry will be subject to removal.
This is why I stopped shopping on Amazon, and you should too. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch this first.
Watch this. I can show you how to get the sweetest deals online when you shop from major retailers like Amazon and Target. You can drop prices automatically.
Free.
I can show you how, but I can't do it for you. People are saving real money doing this. $160 million in the last year. Across thousands of different retailers, you'll immediately see this. See what I mean? You'll see better prices you had no idea existed. And you don't even have to ask. They just show up automatically. Download this free tool that'll give you access to the
Sorry, guys.
Just click, click. Done.
President Trump has already permanently paused migration of foreign nationals from third world countries that pose a very high risk to the United States. For too long, past American presidents supported self-destructive immigration policies that allowed foreigners who outright hate our country and have no interest in assimilating into our culture. They've allowed these individuals to flood peaceful American communities. This disastrous approach has drained our welfare program, driven up the cost of housing, suppressed wages, and jeopardized the safety of law-abiding American citizens. In fact, according to a new bombshell report from the New York Times, Somalian migrants in Minnesota have defrauded nearly $1 billion in taxpayer-funded benefits under Democrat Governor Walz's leadership. President Trump is putting an end to this dangerous America Last approach. His position is rooted in common sense. In the wake of last week's atrocity, it is more important than ever to finish carrying out the president's mass deportation operation. America cannot allow millions upon millions of unvetted illegal aliens to be rewarded with amnesty after they broke our nation's laws to come here. They must go back to their home countries. It is also essential to immediately address the massive fraud and corruption that has been going on for decades in other aspects of our immigration system, most notably when it comes to asylum claims. Millions of people who have come here under false pretenses are told blatant lies now enjoy temporary legal status. President Trump is ending this scam as well. And I would point out that the Democrats have tried to block this administration from doing so at every turn with lawsuit after lawsuit. The hard truth is that even when it comes to our legal immigration system, past presidents have failed to ensure that all prospective citizens love America, will add value and contribute to our communities, and will assimilate into our culture. Leaders have a duty to defend and advance the interests of their own people, not foreign nationals. Leaders also have a duty to preserve the integrity and character of our nation's national identity. That is why President Trump is more committed than ever to fully restoring American sovereignty by keeping our borders secure, removing all illegal alien invaders, and rebuilding a legal immigration system that makes sense and benefits our country. President Trump has no higher responsibility than to defend our homeland and our people, and he will never waver in doing so. With that, I will open it up to questions, and we'll lead today with Isabel Brown, who is in our new media seat. She's a very popular face on television these days. She's built a great independent media
she said
podcast
turd
and platform
too.
with Daily Wire.
She was trying to say turn and she said turd too. She's
And I
fumbling.
appreciate your being here, Isabel. Thank you,
Caroline. Appreciate it and appreciate the briefing. Many Americans, in light of these recent events that you just mentioned, are starting to say that we are being invaded as a country, culturally and logistically, when it comes to immigration. And we know that immigration without
Ask
assimilation
this
is
every
indeed
time.
invasion. So, given the recent remarks from Vice President Vance on a college campus about dramatically reducing legal immigration to address some of this crisis, and President Trump's Truth Social post last week about individuals who may be non-compatible with Western civilization, are there any conversations happening or plans being made behind the scenes for the administration to implement at least a temporary immigration moratorium, for example, in light of what the American people might be calling for?
So, Isabel, it's a great question. I think I spoke a little bit to the heart of your question in my opener there. I would add that the Trump administration has done more to limit migration, both illegal and legal, than any administration in history. And I'll just walk you through some of the actions that we have taken thus far. Number one, the Trump administration issued a travel ban for 19 countries, including Afghanistan, special immigrant visas, which is a legal pathway to get here, which we know many Afghans have utilized to come into the country, have now been paused
Read
since
that
the
whole
tragedy shooting
comment,
last
man.
week. Refugee admissions were suspended for Afghans from this administration on day one, and refugee admissions into the country right now are essentially at zero, with the exception of Afrikaners fleeing persecution in South Africa. The State Department has also heightened their scrutiny and vetting of all visas and have revoked visas, as you know, for those who do not align with our country's national interests. The Secretary of State has the right to do that, and we've taken unprecedented action to do just that. We are also now pausing all asylum adjudications for additional vetting as well. And so additional actions I don't have to read out for you today, but I would just remark that the president has made tremendous progress on this front. And it's why it's so crucial that we not only secure the borders, which the president did in record time. We have zero illegal aliens entering into the country month after month, but we also are taking a look at those who are already in the interior of our country and removing them if they are here illegally, and also taking a look at these visas. Again, having a visa in the United States is not a right, it is a privilege. And the Secretary of State, if you are deemed contrary to our country's foreign national interests, has the right to revoke that privilege. Thank you. Gabe.
Caroline, excuse me, regarding Venezuela, the president said yesterday that Secretary Hegseth had denied that second strike, that reported second strike on an alleged drug boat on September 2nd. The secretary said to the president that didn't happen. But to clarify, I just wanted to clear this up. In his social media post, Secretary Hegseth didn't go into details about that strike. He just said U.S. operations in the area were lawful, and he said that the story and media reports were fabricated. So to be clear, does the administration deny that second strike happened, or did it happen and the administration denies that Secretary Hegseth gave the order?
The latter is true, Gabe, and I have a statement to read for you here. President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have made it clear that presidentially designated narco-terrorist groups are subject to lethal targeting in accordance with the laws of war. With respect to the strikes in question on September 2nd, Secretary Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. Admiral Bradley worked
like that
with
snipe,
authority
son?
and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat to the United States of America was eliminated. And I would just add one more point to remind the American public why these lethal strikes are taking place. because this administration has designated these narco terrorists as foreign terrorist organizations. The president has a right to take them out if they are threatening the United States of America and if they are bringing illegal narcotics that are killing our citizens at a record rate, which is what they are doing. And under the previous administration, there was enough fentanyl trafficked into our country to kill every American man, woman, and child many times over. And so that's why you've seen a drastic difference in this administration's policy with respect to the last. And it's one of the many reasons the American public reelected this president and support this Secretary of War in conducting these strikes.
To clarify, Admiral Bradley was the one who gave that order for a second strike.
And he was well within his authority to do so.
And a separate question, the president several days ago said it was his intention to pardon the former president of Honduras, who was a convicted drug trafficker. And yesterday on Air Force One, the president said that—
Thanks, Ryan. Good job. Finally, you're waking up. I'm getting slow. I was on it
in
earlier.
jail for the rest of his life. How is that different than what the administration is accusing Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro of?
You're cherry picking the president's statement a little bit yesterday, as he also said yesterday the people of Honduras have highlighted to him.
Trump's not dumb. He always has a nice little blonde that defends him all the time. He's not dumb.
How the former President Hernandez was set up. This was a clear Biden over prosecution.
That's not true.
He was the president of this country. He was in the opposition party. He was opposed to the values of the previous administration, and they charged him because he was president of Honduras. There were some other egregious facts that came out during this trial, and I would encourage you to report on them. His court-appointed lawyer was only given 3
Only the best. Only the best.
weeks to prepare for trial. He shared that his conviction was lawfare by the leftist party who, quote, struck a deal with the Biden-Harris administration. Hernandez has highlighted there was virtually no independent evidence presented, and many of his conviction was based on testimony from many admitted criminals who hoped that cooperating would reduce their own penalties. So the president heard the concerns from many people, as he does, and he's, of course, within his constitutional authority to sign clemency for whomever he deems worthy of that. Jack.
Caroline, following up on Gabe's question, you said that the follow-up strike was lawful. What law is it that allows no survivors?
The strike September 2nd was conducted in self-defense to protect Americans in vital United States interests. The strike was conducted in international waters and in accordance with the law of armed conflict.
Want to learn how to clone yourself to make talking head content like this without actually filming anything? All you have to do is write a script.
I don't.
On this pardon for the Honduran
To me would be
president,
dangerous.
does it at all undercut the administration's messaging while you have these congressional Republicans defending the strikes on the narco terrorists and then a pardon for a convicted drug trafficker? Does that make it more difficult for your members to defend your administration's policy?
I don't think so, Jackie. I think that President Trump has been quite clear in his defense of the United States homeland to stop these illegal narcotics from coming to our borders, whether that's by land or by sea. And he's also made it quite clear that he wants to correct the wrongs of the weaponized Justice Department under the previous administration. And Ouija, I'll call on you because I think we're wearing matching blazers today.
I was going to
Great
compliment
minds.
yours. Thank you, Caroline. So just to be clear, to clarify on Jackie and Gabe, did Admiral Bradley order that second strike because there were still survivors after the initial strike?
Again, as I read for you, Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law. He directed the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat of narco terrorists to the United States was completely eliminated.
So was the initial order from Secretary Hegseth, everyone be killed, and did that come from President Trump?
I saw that quoted in a Washington Post story. I would reject that the Secretary of War ever said that. However, the president has made it quite clear that if narco terrorists, again, are trafficking illegal drugs towards the United States, he has the authority to kill them. And that's what this administration is doing. Danny.
Follow up on the MRI.
Hey, that's about as blatant as you want.
He would release the results of his MRI.
Right up,
Is that happening right now?
It is happening right now. As part of, and this is
No
a
cap,
summary
buddy.
from the president's physician, and we will release it right now. I think my team has it teed up for all of you. I'll read it for you, and then you'll get it physically as well. As part of President Trump's comprehensive executive physical, advanced imaging was performed because men in his age group benefit from a thorough evaluation of cardiovascular and abdominal health. The purpose of this imaging is preventative, to identify any issues early, confirm overall health, and ensure the president maintains long-term vitality and function. President Trump's cardiovascular imaging was perfectly normal. No evidence of arterial narrowing impairing blood flow or abnormalities in the heart or major vessels. The heart chambers are normal in size, the vessel walls appear smooth and healthy, and there are no signs of inflammation or clotting. Overall, his cardiovascular system shows excellent health. His abdominal imaging is also perfectly normal. All major organs appear very healthy and well perfused. Everything evaluated is functioning within normal limits with no acute or chronic concerns. In summary, this level of detailed assessment is standard for an executive physical at President Trump's age and confirms that he remains in excellent overall health. Again, we will provide that to you. I think that's quite a bit of detail, and in the effort of transparency, the president promised it last night, and we have delivered today. So there you go. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Just going back to Venezuela, can you confirm that President Trump is going to be hosting a meeting of his national security team in the Oval Office today on Venezuela? And what are they going to discuss? Are they hoping to reach a kind of final decision on that?
Out of the effort of transparency, I will confirm that the president will be meeting with his national security team on this subject and on many matters. He meets with his national security team quite often. He's the commander-in-chief. It's part of his responsibility to ensure that peace is ongoing throughout the world. I'm definitely not going to detail the specifics of the meeting between the president and his national security team that's taking place in the Oval Office, but I'm happy to confirm that meeting is taking place for you.
Can you tell us, what's the position on whether US troops on the ground is a possibility there? Is that, I know you've answered that before, but what's the current operative?
In Venezuela?
All right, we just got the expedience in. It is much larger than I expected. So thankfully, I have a very handy husband, and he's going
My previous answer stands. There's many options at the president's disposal that are on the table, and I'll let him speak on those. Ed.
The U.S. announced a trade framework deal with the United Kingdom on pharmaceuticals, where they will pay 25% more, and the savings theoretically will go back to American consumers. What guarantees are in that savings will in fact go back to the American consumer and not be sucked up by the company?
I'm going to be honest with you, Ed. I'll get you the answer to that question after the briefing.
So the American Rescue Plan.
Let's see if this shit jumps.
Funded a number of universal income.
Kush will get you that answer, right, Kush? My trade guy over here.
The American Rescue Plan funded a number of universal basic income programs.
Look, it went up 100.
It's extending that program into 2026 with $7.5 million of taxpayer money. What does the White House think about that?
I'll also get you an answer on that after the briefing. Ed.
For two.
Go ahead. Sure.
And then in the interest of transparency, does the White House support releasing the Department of Defense's video of those September 2nd strikes on those military votes? And also, separate topic on presidential pardon power. Why did the president commute the sentence of David Gentile recently? He's a private officer, well, based out of a 7-year sentence, prosecuting veterans, farmers, teachers. Why was he pardoned?
To your first question, that's definitely not a decision for me to make. I would defer you to the Department of War. It's also probably a decision for the president himself to make. As for your second question with respect to that pardon, he issued a commutation for Mr. Gentile, who's the former CEO and co-founder of GBP Capital Holdings. Unlike similar companies, GBP paid regular annualized distributions to its investors. In 2015, GBP disclosed to investors the possibility of using investor capital to pay some of these distributions rather than funding them from current operations. Even though this was disclosed to investors, the Biden Department of Justice claimed it was a Ponzi scheme. This claim was profoundly undercut by the fact that GBP had explicitly told investors what would happen. At trial,
Did you read what you said, bro? No, me straight.
I'm reading
knowledge and logic needs work. Bro, you can't even speak right.
Does
Get
anybody
outta here,
get
bro.
him?
Are you kidding? You can't even talk right.
The
G.
government was unable to tie any supposedly fraudulent
I don't
representation
care. I'm just
to
saying,
Mr.
if you're gonna
Gentile.
talk
In short,
shit, at
again,
least
this is
do it
another
right.
example that has been brought to the president's
Sound
attention
dumb.
of a weaponization of justice from the previous administration,
Yeah.
and therefore he signed this commutation.
They say that these people were defrauded.
I just read you a very detailed summary of why the commutation was made. Sure. In the middle with the red tie.
Thank you, Caroline.
Okay, Andrew, go ahead, and then you.
In wake of Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor
Go ahead,
Greene's early resignation, reports last week indicated that other House Republicans might consider doing the same. Does the president have any concerns in light of those reports about other House Republicans potentially leaving early, as well as the other announced retirements that we saw in the last couple of days?
Look, I think the president maintains very good relationships with the vast majority, maybe with the exception of one or two. I think many in this room know who I'm referring to. Very good relationships with members of Capitol Hill within the Republican Party. And the president clearly is the unequivocal leader of the Republican Party. I think it was a recent CNN poll that actually showed that more than 90% of Republicans continue to support President Trump as the leader. So he maintains very good relations, as does his entire team here at the White House. And of course, we have a very slim margin in the House, and the president wants that to continue.
Here you
Andrew, go ahead. Sure.
First one, administrative strike. You said that that second strike was in full accordance with the law of armed conflict.
Trigger words, bro.
Manual of law of war says that specifically firing on survivors from a wrecked vessel is an example of a war crime that's forbidden under U.S. law and the law of armed conflict. So how was that second strike in following law of armed conflict in that second on immigration?
Again, Andrew, I would reiterate to you the strike was conducted in international waters and in accordance with the law of armed conflict. And since somebody asked about Congress, and it's sort of related to Venezuela, I also want to add that Secretary Hegseth spoke with members of Congress who may have expressed some concerns over the weekend. And there have also been 13 bipartisan briefings to Congress on the Venezuelan strikes. There have been.
I promise you guys, if you type in caps, I do not read your comment. All I see is the cap, and I erase it.
A number of document reviews for members of Congress to review the classified DOJ Office of Legal Counsel opinion and other related documents. 29 senators and 92 representatives reviewed those documents, which is about 2/3 of those are Democrat members, and they have been made available to all 100 senators, all 435 members of the House, and to general counsels of the relevant committees on a bipartisan basis for their review.
Yeah, look whose name's there. Whose name's there?
Mine and then yours.
Immigration.
And your
leaders also have a duty to preserve the integrity and character of our nation's national identity. Can you explain
that bit?
what
we ran a train on you,
our nation's national identity? And,
we ran a Trump train on you, buddy.
Refugees, people coming from war-torn places who are seeking safe haven in America, like many of our forebears in this room, not add to our nation's integrity and character of our national identity.
I'm kind of was going to end it after this, but I might do a sheriff rating.
Can you hit the like, share, subscribe, guys?
I might do a Sheriff Grady just to like switch up the monotony to end it. I might. I don't know. We'll see how this goes.
Well, who doesn't love Sheriff?
Under the alleged plight.
I love me some Sheriff Grady. I got a bunch lined up. I thought it was gonna. I didn't know Trump was gonna go for that long, but that was a long one.
Of asylum and fleeing persecution, and then come to the United States to abuse our system and rip off American taxpayers. And as I pointed out, the New York Times, to their credit, it was about 6 months too late, but they did write about how Somali immigrants in Minnesota have been ripping off American taxpayers. In fact, 86 people have been charged.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Widespread fraud scheme spanning multiple programs in Minnesota. Of those 86, 78 of those people are Somali, 91% of them charged. So far, 59 of those people have been convicted for their roles in fraud plots that have stolen $1 billion from taxpayers. In one scheme, and this is egregious, a nonprofit and its affiliates with these Somali migrants claimed to have fed tens of thousands of American children during the pandemic. They were reimbursed for those meals by taxpayers. However, federal prosecutors found that almost all of those meals were never even delivered to hungry children. In fact, those organizations' leaders spent the money on houses, luxury cars, and real estate in Turkey and Kenya. Another scheme involved hundreds of organizations who were reimbursed for services that were supposed to help people at risk of homelessness. Once again, those services were never provided. All of this has happened under Democrat leadership in a Democrat-run state where these refugees, these migrants are coming to the United States. They are abusing our system. They are draining our resources that should be going to law-abiding, taxpayer-funded, tax-paying Americans. And this president is not going to put up with it anymore. Rachel.
Thank you, Caroline. Just to follow back up on the Washington Post reporting, so much of the concern from Democrats and Republicans is focused on the survivors. Why won't the administration either confirm or deny or reveal whether or not there were survivors after that initial first strike? And what imminent threat would two survivors pose who were clinging presumably to the wreckage of that boat?
Again, as I said, I think you guys are sort of not listening fully to the statement I've provided. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was totally destroyed and the threat to the narco-terrorists, to the United States, was eliminated. And for any further questions about his thinking, I would defer you to the Department of War. I obviously wasn't in the room for these.
Just to follow up, Caroline, just on the administration's policy when it comes to survivors, was there a change in policy after this strike on September 2nd? The Washington Post is reporting that these two survivors were killed after a second strike, but then in October, two people were rescued and returned to Colombia and Ecuador. So was there a decision that was made to handle survivors differently after these strikes?
Not to my knowledge, no. Steve.
Okay, I have a confession. I was trying to stop my husband from buying this new 87-cent generic Viagra.
The president confirmed that he's trying Venezuelan leader.
Your husband
Are you
can't
trying
get
to
it up.
negotiate his departure? Is there an asylum deal under works?
President, as you know, last night on Air Force One, he said, I don't want to comment on that, but I did speak to him in the effort of transparency. So there you go. You got your confirmation. I'll let him speak further if he wishes to on the details of that conversation that took place.
Witkoff is headed to Moscow. How close are you to some sort of Ukraine agreement?
I think the administration feels very optimistic. Obviously, you've seen, Steve, that the president's entire team, including Special Envoy Witkoff and Secretary Rubio and the vice president and the president himself, Secretary Hegseth as well, have been working so hard on this effort, and they all really want to see this war come to an end. And so just yesterday, Sunday, I believe that was yesterday, they had very good talks with the Ukrainians in Florida. And now, of course, Special Envoy Witkoff is on his way to Russia. This is sort of the shuttle diplomacy that you've seen from this administration play out, where we speak equally with both sides. We put points on paper. Those points have been very much refined. But as for the details, I will let the negotiators negotiate. But we do feel quite good. And we're hopeful that this war can finally come to an end. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I've got a question about Ukraine and then a clarification about the immigration changes that are happening. On Ukraine, President Trump very briefly yesterday said that corruption issues there were not helpful to the peace process following the resignation on Friday of President Zelensky's top aide, Andrei Yermak. We were told from your podium in the prior administration,
How many times have you said it?
no indication that there's been any kind of widespread corruption involving U.S. resources in Ukraine.
It messes up the
What is
algorithm.
the Trump administration's view of corruption issues in the wake of Yermak's resignation, and how is that impacting peace talks?
Well, look, I think the president has made it quite clear, as he said last night, corruption is never helpful. And he does not want to see American tax dollars taken advantage of, which is why he has stopped the endless checks that were being written by the previous administration to fund this war. The United States is selling weapons to NATO that are being sent to Ukraine. That's a very different thing than the American people writing checks to a war effort very far away. It does not degrade the administration's determination to see this war come to an end, but I think it exemplifies the president's desire to always put the American people and the American taxpayer first.
On immigration, you mentioned, or you emphasized that there would be a review of the Afghans who were resettled here under the previous administration.
Yes.
There's a lot of changes happening right now to asylum and to green card holders. what should the 2 million people with pending asylum claims, or the roughly 1 million people from the 18 other countries of concern, know about what's going on in the review? What's the status of all these other people?
They're essentially paused for review. And the Department of Homeland Security is taking this very seriously, because we are not going to allow soldiers like we saw in American streets last week to be gunned down at the hands of these foreign nationals who had the privilege of coming to the United States of America. And unfortunately, this is not the only example of a dangerous Afghan who was let in by Joe Biden, who went on to harm the American people. There was an Afghan national who was let into the country under the Biden administration through Operation Allies Welcome, who shot and wounded 2 Fairfax, Virginia police officers during a routine traffic stop. He was killed by return fire after declaring, quote, "I should have served with the explicitive Taliban." 2 Afghan nationals were given legal status by the Biden administration as well, who were arrested and prosecuted for plotting a terrorist attack in Oklahoma just before Election Day in 2024. We all remember that. They possessed hundreds of rounds of ammunition and had pledged their allegiance to ISIS. There was also an Afghan national who was on the terror watch list.
I don't know, Terry.
By Border Patrol in 2024, but then he was released into our country by the Biden administration. Again, let's just highlight the absurdity of that. Border Patrol apprehended a terrorist, and then the Biden administration, because of their lax policies, still allowed him to come into the United States of America. I think everyone in this room, whether you want to admit it or not, does not want that individual living alongside you in your American neighborhood. And that individual was later arrested again after being allowed to live in the U.S. at large for over a year. Another one, a criminal illegal alien from Afghanistan, was arrested by ICE in 2025, convicted of second-degree assault, was previously allowed to stay in the country by the Biden administration. I have several more examples here. I'm happy to provide them to anyone in this room. John.
Thank you, Caroline. First of all, happy Thanksgiving to
Thank you.
and your young family. Hope you enjoyed it. I have 2 questions unrelated. The first, back to Afghanistan. My son and I walked by the horrific shooting less than 1 hour before it happened. So for anybody that's here, this thing's real. You outlined all of these unvetted Afghans that were let in by Biden. We just had one the other day that was going to blow up a DHS building. Can you be specific on what the Trump administration is doing now to re-vet those that are here so that we don't get a repeat of what we had Wednesday night?
Sure. I can tell you 2 top-level things, and I would defer you to DHS for more of the specifics, as of course they are leading this effort. And I can assure you Secretary Noem is on the ball. I've spoken with her and her team, and they have an all-hands-on-deck effort to having resources go towards this. But we have paused all asylum adjudications. And then, of course, the special immigrant visas, which we know many Afghans utilize to come into the country under the Biden administration, have also now been paused. And I would just point out one more time that the Biden administration was responsible for the original sin that led to this tragic killing last week, the botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. He was responsible for Operation Allies Welcome, which is something that this White House and the people behind this podium in the last administration fully and wholeheartedly embraced. And they assured the American people there would be no risk or no harm to them. And as I just laid out for you in those many examples, that unfortunately and tragically has not turned out to be the truth. Just ask the families of these 2 brave National Guardsmen, one who is no longer with us and one who continues to fight for his life. So I know the president is wholeheartedly focused on this effort. And I think, unfortunately, these events do remind us why it's so important that the president's mass deportation operation continues. With that,
Follow up. The White House today launched a new fake news portal, which I found interesting. What is your objective with that ultimately? And are you going to name the news networks? And are you also going to name some of the correspondents, some which may be here today?
Yes, we are. I'm glad you noticed, much to the dismay of some of your colleagues in the room, John. And I think it goes to our original promise on day one to hold the media accountable, because unfortunately, and we deal with this all day, every day around here, there are so many fake stories that are unfortunately written that have inaccurate characterizations of meetings that took place, and it's all based on anonymous sourcing. And, you know, the standard for journalism, unfortunately, has dropped to such a historic low in this country. And again, we deal with it every day, where you can have an anonymous source who has no idea what they're talking about, zero credibility, call up a reporter in Washington and say, hey, I heard this. And then the next thing you know, it's on the front page of the New York.
We're about as American as it gets. Called un-American. You must not be American.
Times. It's really incomprehensible. We appreciate the journalists, some of those who are in this room who do reach out for comment, who try to get things right, and there are some that remain. But overwhelmingly, the fake news that we see pumped out of this building on a day-to-day basis, it's honestly overwhelming to keep up with it all and to constantly have to defend against these fake news and these attacks. And I will point out one fake news story over the weekend before I let you all go from the New York Times that took about 1/3 of the president's daily calendar and his daily schedule, and said that he's doing less than he did in his first term, or he might not be fit for the job. That is unequivocally false, and it's deeply unfortunate that this story was written by the same outlet and the same reporter who wrote this. Biden is doing.
Well, you know what?
L River. L River.
I'll just go ahead and put on the Sheriff Jared. It was only like 30 seconds left anyways, 1 minute. So I'll try to keep playing, but it's
100% fine after tripping while boarding Air Force One.
Who was tripping on Air Force One? That'd be fun.
Same outlet, same reporter who wrote that President Trump is not fit for the job. Are you kidding me? You all see him almost every single day. He is the most accessible president in history. He is taking meetings around the clock. Another one. Biden declared, quote, healthy and vigorous after his first presidential physical. I don't see headlines like that too often about this president. Again, same reporter. Same
Definitely smash. Definitely smash. All right, so we're going to get to this Sheriff Grady Jones, and then we're good. We'll call it a day. We need one too much politics. Let's get to some.
You got to go. You got to.
For being with us here today. This is going to take a few minutes because it was a very large operation, but I want to start by introducing you to some of our colleagues that joined us this time with this operation. We could not do this without our counselors, so I want to start with them. One More Child, Jody Domingue, Heartland for Children, Caden Parchment, and Salaya Freedom, Sarah Batchelder. In addition to that, this operation was on the west side of the county in the city of Lakeland, and we were assisted by several police departments. A special thanks goes to the Lakeland Police Department. We have Assistant Chief Pacheco here with us today. They donated a lot of resources for us this time, and it's really appreciative.
Legal
support by all of these police departments was over the top. Haines City Police Department's represented today by Detective Dominez, Davenport, Chief Steve Parker's with us. We also have the Auburndale Police Department with us, Detective Kevin Seymour, Lake Hamilton Chief Mike Teague, and the Winter Haven Fire Rescue was with us, Hunter Hart. And that wasn't just if they got real hot, they'd put the fire out, but I imagine they would have if it had happened. But it's important to point out that in this county, we don't operate in silos as separate law enforcement agencies. We're all friends. We all respect and love each other, and we all work together. And you're going to see the outcome when you have great police agencies work with you. I'm going to give you a lot of information quickly, and then the reporters can narrow in on whatever they're.
Iron Slave, are you going to cry? Don't cry.
Arrests,
okay.
66 prostitutes, 50 Johns, and 12 others. This time, we identified 13 potential victims of human trafficking.
These are my favorite ones. These are my favorite ones because
look, the audio is coming in like crap.
Like on the screen or my audio?
Oh, on the sound. Keeks back me up.
Trafficking. But I want to make this statement today.
Is that better?
No.
Is there no audio? What's going on? What do you mean?
Oh.
No audio. I don't know. What do I do? I mean,
I don't
what
know.
am I
It
supposed
sounds
to do?
like static, echoing. You can't put the cap. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do.
I didn't see where the hell I was at.
We'll pay you to get your CDL and give you a truck driving job with one of the nation's.
You said turn
Reporters
your
can
wire.
narrow in on what
That better?
Hold on. Keep going. No, no.
Let me see if that's
ever
better.
they're interested in. 228 arrests, 66 prostitutes, 50 Johns, and 12 others. This time we identified 13
that better or
potential
no?
victims of human
Muted
trafficking.
unmute, she said.
But I want to make this
What?
statement today.
She
In
said mute
1
it, unmute.
year, we have identified 58 potential victims of human trafficking in 1 year. Operations. What's significant about that? That is the most ever we've been able to identify. And
Hey.
why were we able to identify this many
Not
potential
better?
victims of human
Well,
trafficking?
good.
Because of these ladies that's standing with
All good?
us. We do
Yeah.
something that most police agencies run from if they do these kinds of operations at all. We embed our counselors with us from the absolute very beginning of the operation, even before. They are every bit as important to our investigation as our detectives that go undercover and in many times risk their lives. So I want to once again thank our social service organizations for joining us from the beginning. 42 of the 228 that we arrested were from Polk County. Now, those of you from Polk County know better. We talk about this, we don't hide it. And if you don't know about it, you obviously live under a rock. So
Yes,
you had to
it's
learn
better.
the hard way. But for the rest of you, pay attention
No need to mute.
because this is not the last operation. We'll have more and we'll give you the opportunity to be arrested if you're stupid enough to show up. That's a guarantee. In addition to that, 42 of these folks were married. And I've got some quotes from wives that I'll give you in a little bit. And some people say, well, this is not a big deal, but at the end of this operation, I'm going to talk about the 21 illegal aliens we arrested in much more detail. Criminal charges. Oh, it's a low-level misdemeanor, and these aren't violent people. These people had a previous history of 2,038 arrests. Did you hear what I said? These people are criminals in their own right, most of them, not all of them. 879 previous felonies, 1,159 previous misdemeanors. We dealt with 17 firearms this time by 15 different suspects. 44 people brought narcotics. 12 people came and had outstanding warrants. We appreciate that. They came to us. We didn't have to chase them down. One was the commercial pilot. We had a branch of the military and teachers, and I'm going to talk specifically about those in a minute. But the comments. One wife sent the detective a message the next day. She said, "Good one, guys. Thank you for helping me in my marriage. Keep doing what you're doing." One John said he worked overtime today and he just needed to blow off some steam. Well, we gave him a chance to also cool his heels in the county jail. Another one said, well, I came here because, I'm going to be incapacitated for 10 days. I got to turn myself in Monday at the county jail for 10 days. The judge sentenced me to previously. Wait, You don't have to turn yourself in. We're going to give you a ride and some additional criminal charges to go through it. One John, who was married, said, well, sometimes you just need to see something different. Well, he did. He saw a different woman, but she was undercover. Then he got to see the jail. I would hate to see what it's like at his house when his wife, who's obviously going to watch this, finds out that he just needed to see something different. And then there was a John that was married for 26 years.
Could you imagine being married and going out and doing that to your wife? It's horrible.
He said his wife was at the Hard Rock Casino. And he was at, y'all thought I was going to say something, but I'm not. But it didn't turn out to be the Hard Rock Casino. It did turn out to be the Rock, known as Gradytown, or the county jail. One John was married. He said he came here to play golf. Well, I got to tell you, I've heard it called a lot of stuff, but never playing golf. And there was no hole in one. One John said he left his wife and 5 children at home. One prostitute said she'd only been here 2 days. She was here from New York to make money. And instead she came to New York on vacation, and she's going to leave here on probation. But let's talk about specific people real quickly as I go through this. Here is, first we'll start with our athletes. This is Edwin Madrino. He's 54. He's from New York City, New York. He's self-employed, according to him, as a volleyball tutor. He used to be a coach at Monroe Junior College in New York. We don't know if he's still a coach or not. He said he tutors children as young as middle school. He came for sex with a lady. He wanted to pay $150. Oh, by the way, in January of this year, he was arrested in Hillsborough County for what? The same thing. He's married, but his wife's proud of him. 2 arrests in 2 counties in Central Florida. I don't know if this gets to New York City or not, but
how many of these guys are married, do you think?
We'll put it on social media and she'll have all options. Benjamin Johnson, he's from Plant City.
And
he's
no
a golf
cap.
pro. He's also an athlete at Eaglebrook in Lakeland. That's right. He's PGA specialized teacher and coach. And he came for sex with a female, $150. He has a criminal history of cannabis and dealing in stolen property. So he can teach you to play golf, or he can teach you how to deal in stolen property or how to get caught at dealing in stolen property. Then there's Wilman Santa Cruz, not to be confused with Santa Claus. He's 50. He says he's a triathlon coach, a certified triathlon coach, and he's a triathlon athlete. You know what's strange about this? The dude showed up with meth. I mean, does that help you perform better when you're a triathlon athlete? Or do triathlon athletes, who you would think would be the kind of people who took care of their body, was using meth and seeking out the interest of a lady of the evening?
Thank you, man.
You can create any character you want in seconds.
This used to require huge Hollywood budgets.
Hit the like, share,
Then
subscribe.
there's Sergio Collins. He currently is a progressive insurance claim adjuster, but he's married. I bet his wife's not happy. And he says on his LinkedIn page that he's a middle school football coach at Lakeland Christian School. They said, no way, he is not a coach at Lakeland Christian Schools. So when you're doing your press, don't look him up online and take Sergio at his word. The school says absolutely not. He thought he was going to come have sex. But then, of course, if you're going to have coaches and teachers, you might as well have a straight up teacher. This is Gene Ahume. He's 26 from Auburndale. He's a teacher at New Beginnings High School, where he teaches math and science. He came to have sex. He called it a quick visit for $60. Well, since he's able to teach math, he can figure out that it didn't add up when he came to this time. Then Brandy Barnes, she's an IT specialist at Tampa General Hospital. We're going to get to the medical world for a minute. You know, we did the coaches, we did the teachers. She has a criminal history of meth arrest, and she agreed to provide sex to an undercover for 1 hour. Okay. Then this is Luxon Jean Brinville. He's 38. He's married. He's in the medical field. He's a RN, a registered nurse at Manatee Springs Nursing Home. He wanted to have sex. He has a criminal history of DUI. So you can still work as a RN if you get drunk and drive. I'm interested to see if they're going to do anything to his license for a morals act of trying to have sex. We'll find out. Luis Navarro, he's from Puerto Rico. He's 61. He's a veterinarian. He's retired from the USDA. He came over to have sex, but his veterinarian license is still current. Maybe I can talk the judge into putting him in the county jail, because we always need help with spay and neuters at animal control. This is Traycon Giles. He's from Tampa. We're going to the military now. He's a staff sergeant in the Air Force. He came for sex. And he said, well, he's done this before about 6 months ago. He doesn't learn very fast. I can't believe the Air Force would have a slow learner, but I guess they do. And then there's Jaden Hall. He's 19. He's scheduled to begin his Air Force training in May. And oh my goodness, he had a meltdown. This can't happen to me. This can't happen to me. I'm going into the Air Force. Well, maybe you are, maybe you are. Who knows? And then there's Brandon Bush. He's active Air Force as well. Air Force was the only branch of the service we caught this, or Air Force wannabes. He's scheduled at MacDill. He's an airman first class. He's not only in the military, but he's a military police officer. So since we talked about military and he's a military police officer, let's get to our law enforcement officer, Yal Kusi. He's 23. He used to be a detention deputy for me. We fired him when he was arrested in Orange County on February the 9th. No, I take that back. He resigned before we got around to firing him. And then we arrested him again on February the 23rd. So on the 9th, he got arrested in Orange County and resigned. On the 23rd, we arrested him again. And he said, hey, is this a felony now that I'm arrested the second time? He didn't pay attention in the police academy because he hasn't been convicted yet. So while we were interviewing him, and we go, like, dude, what are you?
These people are stupid.
Doing? You went from being a stellar employee to committing morals crimes, and it's 2 in a month. He said, I got a problem. No kidding. You got a big problem. Then there's Alex.
Took one too many hymns.
Everett. He's 34. He says he's on disability. He doesn't work. So that we're paying him to do things like have sex. He called it a quick visit. In his car, we found cocaine, fentanyl, cannabis, a gun. He picked up an armed trafficking and cocaine and fentanyl charge in addition to his misdemeanor soliciting charge. Oh, he's got a criminal history of robbery, fleeing, armed trafficking, and he spent 8.5 years in prison for some of those violent things. He says he's on disability. He's not disabled, folks. He's able to commit crime. And if you're able to commit crime, you ought to be able to go to work. He just doesn't like to work, obviously. And then there's Joseph DeBello. He's 46. He's from Wildwood. He's married. He's a plumber. He also said, let me see if I can find it here. He also said that
a work of Cuisinart.
He's a pagan. He's a member of an outlaw motorcycle group. Now, he said a lot of things, you know. They said he, by the way, he was super nice. He's a relatively new member of the Pagans. And he explained all of this. He was very proud of his outfit. They call it
Mr. Fair,
We asked
Joshua.
him about this, and he said, well, because I have this safety pin here, we thought maybe it was for big underwear or something. He said, when you have it like this, you're sending a message to all the other different motorcycle gangs that you're just passing through and you're peaceful and you don't want any problem. So he had his diaper pin, so he didn't want any problems, but he got problems. But he told our undercover, you see, there's rules about this jacket. The rule is that, well, no one is supposed to touch this jacket, okay? But the member, you see, no one. Just point. And you must turn the jacket inside out to hang it up. We chose not to do that too, why we're not touching it. He said that his wife was going to really be mad. And he used other words.
Every one of them have a wife.
And guess what?
Bro.
He was right.
Wife after
She was really
wife.
mad. And I bet the Pagans are really mad because, see, he's not been a member but just a few months. And here now he's disparaged them. And the cops have one of their jackets and they've been handling it. And, you know, we didn't hang it up backwards or any of the other rules that they have. But, hey, Joseph, I don't know how well you do plumbing business, but you don't do very well at following the rules with your outlaw motorcycle. I'm going to go over this really quick. These two guys are brothers. Omar's 16, Caleb's 17. They came down from Wesley Chapel, which is in Pasco County, and guess what? They came down to rob us at 16 and 17. We saw them slinking in the hallway, listening through the door. They set up the deal, but it just wasn't right. They were dressed all in black. They had their face covered. And when we took them down at their car, they had a BB gun that looked like a real gun. That could have gone really bad for them. But instead, they're just charged with soliciting and a bunch of other stuff. Oh, by the way, they have a criminal history for burglary and larceny out of Hillsborough County just recently. They're juveniles. We're going to see how the system deals with them to get them in line so they don't end up with the rest of their life ruined. But before I turn it over to my colleagues here, they worked with us to make this happen. And what this is, and I want everybody to see it clearly, federal policy drives illegal immigrant crime and victimization. And that's the focus, other than our victims of human trafficking. Listen, folks, I want to introduce you to Andres Gill, okay? Here's this guy. He's also on this board, but get a look at him for a second. He came down here from New York with 3 females. All of them are in the country illegally. Did you hear what I said? They're all here illegally. He's the one that comes with them to drive them. These ladies are all controlled by a human trafficker. We think their human trafficker is a female. She sets up their appointments. She puts their ads online. She tells them where to go. And by the way, on Friday, the victims of human trafficking, and we've graded them out, 3 of them that are here illegally from Venezuela, 3 of them have to pay her $3,000 a piece on Friday, or else they're threatened. So they're not free. They're really indentured, and they're quote unquote paying off their debt. Now, here's what they told us. All right. I'm sure the federal government will verify that this is not true, but you decide who you want to believe, whether you want to believe these victims of human trafficking or the whitewash the federal authorities give you. They said that when they came into the country illegally, DHS gave them a form, an ID, paperwork that allows them to fly for free. You know, Southwest would let your bags fly free.
Fly free, eat free, sleep free, do free crimes.
Well, the federal government will let you illegal immigrant
I might play one more, bro. For real, for real.
fly free.
This shit went fast.
And they operate out of New York. And they were working up there, and the New York authorities said, hey, if you don't have
I know, right,
license,
Terry?
you can't work in our
Right,
sex
right,
trade up
Keeks?
here. You know, we don't allow sex trade here at all, but New York will allow you to do some stuff if you got the proper authority. So they say they make a lot of money. They're addicted to it. These ladies are going to give you more details. They tell us that they fly to major metro centers for free on the federal government, where they set up their appointments for sex all around the country. Did you hear what I said? Listen, folks, if they don't pay $3,000 a piece on Friday, they're in trouble. The human trafficker sets up the deal. Hey, this deal is just outside of Tampa. They say they show this ID, this card, this paper, they fly for free down here. Then they fly back. But we heard a similar theme from all 21 of these folks. We can't work legally. We're addicted to this cash. It's a lot of cash and it's quick, so we have to give $3,000 a week. We get to keep everything above that. We have a crisis at the border. And because of the crisis at the border, we have people that are victimizing illegal folks, forcing them into the sex trade because we allow these criminals in the country illegally. We all rail about this and nobody pays any attention. And then we want to politic everything. Oh, we had a good piece of legislation that limited the average to only 5,000 illegals a day in the country, and then we can shut it off. Well, if you can shut it off at 5,000 people illegally coming in this country a day, you can shut it off at no people illegally coming in this country a day. But the politicians are politicking while the victims are being victimized. I read an article this week that says, well, the illegals coming here aren't committing crime at any greater percentage than the people who are here legally.
Right.
What they didn't tell you is if they weren't here illegally at all, the crime they would commit here would be zero. So we're being victimized. But that doesn't make any difference on the national level. You see, because they sit up there behind their gated communities and in Congress, and they play politics back and forth between the two parties, while illegals are victimized, citizens are victimized, children are victimized. And you got this goofy-looking kid here who's making sure that they come up with $3,000 a week apiece, and he's here illegally. It's a mess, and it doesn't have to be.
He said goofy looking
If
kid.
we can deal with it,
I know, I
on the
was
local
dying.
level, they can stop it on the federal level. Shame on all of them, every one of them, for not getting together and saying, you know, there are things bigger in this country than my individual politics. So now we'll start with
Sheriff Grady Judd speaking in Polk County on this major human trafficking bust.
Okay, so here we go. Last one.
Hit the light.
I was gonna end it, but I'm like, I needed to come down because all that politics stuff really had me. It always gets me on nerves working. I like coming down to a little.
Like,
He
share,
was
subscribe.
released as opposed to being taken into custody, and proceedings began at that time. Let's fast forward to July of 2024. He's arrested in Galveston, Texas for DUI. Apparently, he doesn't show up for court. Now, I don't know whether or not Galveston reported him to ICE when they arrested him for being in the country illegally or not. I can tell you in 2024, we always reported people to ICE that we came into contact with. In fact, we did a daily report of everybody we arrested so that they could interconnect it with their database. So I'm going to presuppose that happened in Galveston, Texas as well. But not only did they not hold him when he was arrested by the local authorities, he was released apparently on bond or promised to show up at court. Did he show up at court? No, he didn't show up at court. So Texas issued a warrant for his arrest. However, it is a no extradition warrant, which simply means if they get outside of the jurisdiction, whether that's the state or the county, then if you come in contact with this person, they will not take them into custody on those particular charges. So in 2024, he's arrested for DUI. He fails to show up. There's an outstanding warrant, and he disappears again. Now I want to bring you to Polk County, Florida. This morning, HSI detectives, investigators, special agents have a lead that he is.
Bro, I'm from Lakewood, bro. Nice. I used to live at bro, all over. My last place was at Clifton and like 117th.
At 1009 Buccaneer Drive in Lakeland. Now, I must tell you that Buccaneer Drive is a pretty rough area. So they send 2 agents by themselves to Buccaneer Drive because they have information that he's there, and now there's a warrant for deportation. So the agents set up, and sure enough, they see him get in a vehicle with 2 other people and leave. They follow him out to Reynolds Road, which is on the east side of Lakeland, and they perform a traffic stop. The truck pulls over. They determine Dennis is in the passenger side of the truck. The female ICE agent or HSI agent is on that side of the truck. So the male ICE agent walks around from the driver's side to the passenger side, where they immediately inform him that they're going to take him into custody. And he tries to run. When he tries to run, then the male agent grabs him and goes to the ground with him. And a scuffle ensues. I'm told that the fight lasted about 5 minutes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a 5-minute fight is a long time.
Alaska Energy Metals is on a mission to unlock one of the largest untapped nickel and critical mineral deposits in the U.S., the Nikolai Project. Nestled in Alaska.
During the fight, finally, the female ICE agent is able to spray with pepper spray, and Dennis turns loose of the ICE agent, who he has successfully gotten on top of and is holding down. Then Dennis Miranda jumps up and he runs into the woods. The HSI agents chase him into the woods until they lose sight of him and ultimately summon the sheriff's office. We sent a legion of people. We send a helicopter. We send drones. We send K-9. We send supervisors. We send deputies. So we're creating a walled off area in efforts to take this guy into jail, who's now not only wanted on his deportation order, but now he's committed a battery on a federal agent. That is a third-degree felony, except he's illegal, which makes it a second-degree felony. It's serious. And now we know that our male agent has an injured shoulder. I don't know the extent of whether it's just dislocated, but he's injured and he has to be transported to the hospital.
There's us.
In the meantime, Dennis Miranda goes up onto a loading dock and hides among some 55-gallon drums on the loading dock. An employee sees him hiding and asks him what he's doing there. And he asks for a glass of water. So the employee goes back in, locks the door, dials 911 and says, hey, I've seen the deputies out here. There's this really strange person on our loading dock, and we send resources there. He's fled again. We continue the pursuit. While we're setting up with our canines to deploy, he runs out toward the edge of the perimeter, and Lieutenant Katsoulis takes him into custody without any further problems. Now, we have him under arrest. He's smiling. I bet we've wiped the smile off of his face. And the reason I think
you can't smile in their face, bro. They're going to make it bad for you.
We've wiped the smile off of his face. He's charged with battery on a law enforcement officer. That's now an F2 instead of an F3 because he is illegally in the country and the state of Florida. He's charged with resisting with violence, which is now an F2 instead of a F3. He's charged with resisting without violence, which is now an F3 instead of a first.
You have now turned like what could be like not as much into so damn much, bro.
Degree misdemeanor. He's charged with false imprisonment, and he's charged with burglary of an occupied structure. Very serious charges. The burglary of the occupied structure is now an F1, a felony of the first degree, as opposed to a felony of the second degree. Now, he's not even yet facing his federal charges for all of his actions that day. So here's what he looks like after he's under arrest. We read Dennis Miranda, his Miranda warnings, and he totally confessed to us. He told us he was here.
Look at this guy. Causing all that harm. Look at this goofy ass. Causing all that harm. Goofball.
Here illegally, and he told us all.
He looks like, dude.
I don't
about the fight and the resisting and trying to get away because he didn't want to be deported.
Yeah, right.
The other two people in the vehicle were also here illegally as well. They were taken into federal custody and transported to either Tampa ICE or over to Pinellas County Jail, which is a federal lockup. But they sent two folks after three people who were here illegally, and obviously this guy wasn't going to go. The other two cooperated. They stayed in the vehicle. They did not resist. They did not run. They did not fight.
He's a goofy looking
This
motherfucker.
guy has a lot of charges that he's facing now. Once again, had this guy been dealt with correctly, he had been touched at least, I underscore, at least 2 other times when he came into this country illegally, and nothing was done. And now he's injured federal agents trying to do their job and take him into custody. Are there any questions? Well, it's a clear indication that the system, as I've said back for years, is broken. The federal immigration system is broken.
Okay.
Had they appropriately dealt with him instead of catch and release in 2021, none of this would have happened. None of it. But as we all know, people were allowed to violate the law and flow across this border illegally. And you see the end results. We have an injured federal agent. We had a great deal of resources that the local taxpayers had to pay for in order to take him into custody with a smile on his face. And now the state of Florida and the taxpayers of Polk County are going to have to pay to hire him a defense attorney, to try him. We're going to send him to state prison for a very long time, which is our hopes upon his conviction, not counting what the federal government may want to do with him before he's deported. So it's cost the taxpayers untold hundreds of thousands of dollars before all of this is over with, and it never should have happened in the first place.
We have something cool here. What you're looking at is the new Expedience home gym. This one is called the...
Yeah, Timothy.
That was intelligent. I feel like you enlightened me today, Timothy Travis.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have the timeline, but it was relatively quickly. Whenever they called us and called for assistance, then we immediately responded, and we responded with resources. And the first thing you do is set the perimeter, because you have to set a large perimeter, and then you start marching the perimeter in. What helps speed it along is when the employee of the business...
This dude's actually telling you what's really going on around you, and you want a fake list. You're just stupid, bro.
Notice this guy was, ostensibly in their business hiding, and notified us, which sped the process up. So I don't know the exact times, but we can get that to you. He was taken into custody rather quickly.
Special.
Another instance in Polk County where an ICE or HSI agent has been allegedly assaulted by a settler.
To my knowledge, this is the first time we've had an ICE agent injured in the line of duty, and he was significantly injured. He had to go to the hospital, and he's going to make a full recovery. But the reality of it is it shouldn't have happened. And the people need to know this in the community. There is this illusion that all of these folks that are here are just wanting to work and do good. Well, a percentage of them are. But a lot of them are here and they don't want to go back, and they'll do whatever they need to do, including resist arrest and fight with the federal agents. It's HSI. I think it was one of them may have been an ERO ICE agent, but they came from two different investigative teams from HSI. But they'll fight in order to keep from going back. Well, they're going to go back. It's whether they want to go back tired or bruised up or both. But fortunately, when he encountered us, he didn't resist. He didn't give us any trouble at all. He was totally cooperative. We read his Miranda, and he confessed.
His Miranda?
5 minutes is a very long tussle. And I know that they did not summon us until after the tussle, after he ran, and they pursued him, and he was lost in the woods. That's when they notified us.
So then, thanks to ask the question, you've also spoken publicly about some of your frustrations with the federal government, for lack of a better word, coaching some of your folks, with huge bonuses, etc. How aware?
Oh, our relationship is wonderful. I said at the time, and I'll repeat for you now, whenever they offered their hiring bonus because they received the ability to hire a lot more ICE agents, which they needed, I had no problem with their hiring bonus. I had no problem with them recruiting. If they run ads on television, put up billboards, that was okay. What angered me was when the Washington decision makers decided that they would take data off of government forms that we submitted to them so that we could be trained to help them, and then emailed our deputies directly. That was low rent and unprofessional. I said it then and I say it now. Kristi Noem needs to get a grip on that. We're her best ally. We are her force multiplier. And then she's here poking us in the eyes, and she knows better than that. And she gets the credit for it or the blame for it because
calling out the Republicans, but y'all are still talking shit to them. It's crazy.
They work for her. Now, let me flip the coin here. Garrett Ripa is the field office director. He's the big boss in Florida. And all the ICE supervisors here and CBP chief, Denise, all of them are tremendous. We enjoy working with them. We're hand in glove with them. They didn't create any of this problem. In fact, when I called Fod Ripa, I'm the one that told him. He didn't know that they were recruiting out of Washington in that manner using government documents that we gave them so we could be trained, so we could help them. He had no idea, and he was very angry. He apologized profusely, but he had nothing to do with that. And our work ethic is that we're mission oriented to do what's right. And ICE needs help, and we're going to make sure that we help them. And we enjoy working with them, quite frankly. There's not enough of them, and there's not enough capacity. But Governor DeSantis made it clear that the agencies across the state of Florida are going to help ICE do their job. And we're eager to keep people safe, starting with the worst first, and take them and turn them over to ICE.
That works.
Had they called us ahead of time and said, hey, we think we got one, maybe two, maybe three, we don't know, in this house, we could have sent resources.
Ryan, check your messages.
We would have assisted them just like we would have assisted a police department or any other law enforcement agency. Okay?
Can you describe the distance that he ran through the woods until he got to that business?
Do you know, I don't know how far it is, but I think it was right. I'm familiar with the area. I believe it was across the street so what I believe he did was ran across the road into the woods, and then he circled back and got onto the loading dock at the business, and that's where he was discovered. Then he broke and ran again.
Can I also ask, and this may be out of your jurisdiction, which I totally understand, but you said that they used pepper spray. Why weren't more lethal actions taken to try and apprehend this person? In a 5-minute fight, and you got two agents. I don't understand why two agents can't get one person down.
Well, they've got two other people to worry with at the same time. So it's not like you can just focus on this one person. You also have to be concerned about the others breaking out on you at the same time. So they absolutely had their hands full. And they did a remarkable job. They stayed in the fight. And even with a dislocated shoulder or a broken shoulder or significant injuries, he still stayed in the fight and chased the man down while they were calling for help. So they were just overwhelmed, because they had three. Fortunately, the other two did as they were instructed. But here's the issue. The issue is that ICE needs help, and we're willing to help. There is a capacity issue. But make no mistake about it. If you're here in this country, in this state, and certainly in this county illegally, and you're violent, you violated the laws, we're going to take you into custody. There's a warrant out for you for deportation. There's about 1.5 or I've heard two numbers, 1.4 and 1.5 million ICE warrants in the National Crime Information Center nationwide. A proportion of those, and I don't know what that is, are in this state. So when we find that there's a deportation warrant for you and or you're violating the law here and we bump into you through our normal course of business, we're going to take you into custody. Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask you, talk about the cost of this operation to taxpayers, but you also mentioned making sure that he has a defender and that he's prosecuted for the crimes that have to be taken charged with today.
Yes.
Before deportation.
Yes.
Isn't that an additional cost for the taxpayers and why?
Most of this cost will be to the state of Florida because the state's got to provide him with an attorney to represent him. And then the state's got to prosecute him. And upon conviction, then he's got to go to state prison. Then, of course, the county had all the resources that we had to put in place to take him into custody after he fought with, injured, resisted arrest, and fled from the two HSI agents. So the bottom line, it's the cost of doing business. But it's business that we should not have had to have done had the federal government done their job the right way in 2021.
Hit the like, share, subscribe.
He would have gone to ICE custody and been deported until he committed these other crimes. Now he's going to go to state prison once we convict him. And then when he gets out of state prison for his transgressions, then he'll be deported. But the bottom line is, when you lay your hands on a federal or local law enforcement officer, when you resist arrest, when you commit felonious battery, when you break into an occupied structure, that's serious felonies. And now your simple, not much of a criminal history that we know of just turned into big time criminal history, and you created that. And that's what he did. Dennis created every bit of his problems today, and the thought would never enter my mind to now put him on a plane and ship him away after his felonious conduct this morning until he pays the price. And everybody needs to know that's here illegally in the state of Florida because of the great work by Governor DeSantis and our legislature, that your first-degree misdemeanor is now a third-degree felony if you're here illegally. Your third-degree felony is now a second-degree felony, and your second-degree felony is now a first-degree felony. So a first-degree felony is 30 years that he could get, not counting his federal charges. So first time out, will he get 30 years? Probably not. But the rule of law is important. And that's what keeps us all safe. And that's why Polk County crime is at a 53-year low in our jurisdiction and our service cities that we police. But I am angry. I'm angry anytime somebody jumps on a law enforcement officer and injures them. Now, whether he's my deputy or a federal agent or a state trooper, makes no difference, or a city police officer. We're all in this together to keep people safe and to safely remove those from this country that are here illegally, starting with the worst first, as I quote President Trump. And this guy was pretty bad this morning.
Sheriff, definitely acknowledge the catch and release issue that you made earlier. You did say, though, that, in this particular case, it would have been nice to have, to get a call and to be there so you could help them, with this arrest attempt. Is that something you communicated subsequently to ICE?
Yeah, Florida.
Why didn't you call us? We could have helped you.
Do you know, I have a very close working relationship with the ICE supervisors, and I cannot say enough good things about them. And certainly we will have that conversation again. They already know, and we've already espoused to them, look, if you're going to a home and you have a warrant and you ask for backup, we will go there and back you up while you do your federal job. So they decided not to do that on this occasion. I don't know why. But the bottom line is they don't have to notify us. What we do know, anytime you have a show of force, you're less likely to have resistance. And that's not just for this, that's for any when you're dealing with anyone that has a proclivity to violate the law or be dangerous. And this guy just wanted to get away. And he was going to do whatever he needed to get away. He didn't pull a knife or a gun and stab or shoot these folks. He fought them. He's 21 years old and he's a strong young man. He fought them to get away from them because he wasn't going to be deported. He wasn't going to be taken into custody. surprise, we gave Miranda his Miranda, and he's now in custody.
Do you know if any body on camera was
Rise! Gotcha.
Our investigation is still ongoing, and we will gather up any camera footage that's in the area, and we're still working with the federal government to get any camera footage they may have had.
And then finally, my last follow-up, has DC knocked it off?
Excuse me?
Has DC knocked it off with trying to email?
Oh, no, they've not emailed us again, but they doubled down, just said, yeah, our job is to hire people and we'll do what we need to do. So they were not responsive to the Florida sheriffs at all. But you know what? We have to compartmentalize that immature, unprofessional conduct and put it where it needs to be. And that's with the leadership in Washington, D.C. of ICE that approved that. And that's where it should be. But that would be like blaming all of the ICE agents and their hard work for some bozo breath in Washington, D.C. making what I think is a very immature decision. But the reality of it is, our field office director, Garrett Ripa, his supervisory teams, the ICE folks, HSI, they're remarkable in every sense. They're responsive to us in every sense. I could not be more pleased. Their frustration, I'm sure, is the same as our frustration. It's lack of capacity. And that's the issue, lack of capacity. Okay?
Thank you, Sheriff.
God bless y'all. Have a good day.
Most Christian men think.
I didn't realize how deep his catalog. I mean, I should know. This dude's catalog is very impressive. Very impressive. I am not in lie.
Be with me this morning. We have a case that I think clearly indicates why this gang task force that we just put together,
This guy's got
all of the police departments,
a damn good history.
Roger Handberg, our U.S. attorney, Brian Haas, our state attorney, who is just simply the very best, our Ashley Moody, our attorney general, and ATF, FBI, FDLE. If this doesn't illustrate why we need to do what we're doing.
What's up, Clayton? How you doing, brother?
Because
You ever watched Candace Owens on the? Yeah, I've seen some Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk
We're not
stuff
going to allow
before, bro.
kids to shoot kids or kids to be shot.
I actually thought about like reacting to Charlie's last interview because I've never really watched him too much. I'm not gonna lie.
Or people to be shot by kids. We're just not going to do that. Everyone is God's children, whether they are behaving or not, and they have a right to be safe. I'm going to introduce you to the victim. As you know, Marcy's Law doesn't allow us to give victims names unless they're
Sheriff Grady.
Well, the victim's mother wants us to use his name and to even talk about his history because she is so passionate about trying to stop this from occurring to any other mother's child. The victim's John McGee. He's 33 years of age. Now, 33. He's an adult by every sense of the word, but he's still his mama's baby. He's still her child. She admits readily that he has misbehaved throughout life and that he has conducted himself in a manner that she does not approve of. And she's told him that. He's known as Bang Bang. That should give you an idea of who our Bang Bang is. And he's a known gang member. I want you to understand that he was released from prison on October the 8th. October the 8th, he was released from prison where he did 4 or 5 years. He's a troublemaker. Make no mistake about it. But he shouldn't.
You do 4 or 5 years and then you get out and then you do this. You're meant to be there.
Have died. But on December the 17th, December the 17th, just more than 2 months after he was released from prison, he was shot in the back. He was shot. He was on Pirates Way, and that's in Secret Cove off of Skyview. And here's what we know. When he was originally shot, went to the hospital, he was expected to recover. We started the investigation. And as the investigation went on, 24 days later, he died in the hospital. Now, some of you may say, well, what kind of hospital care was that? They were giving him the best hospital care. But as he started to get better, he refused to take the medicine that they said he had to have in order for his body to heal. Now, during this period of time, we're talking with him.
Oh my God. Classic rat. Let's look.
Rat
Rod's in here.
Said he lied to us. And he lied.
Hit the like, share, and subscribe, buddy.
To take his medicine. So we're up at the hospital now, not only as detectives, but trying to say, hey, dude, you've got to take your medicine. He was going to get well and go back and seek revenge on his own against this other opposing gang member. That's right. What we believe is he wanted to take care of it himself. He didn't want that gang member locked up, because if he was locked up, he couldn't get to him. So he begins to decline over this 24
Try not to put any caps in there, buddy.
And the sicker
I don't want to delete it.
The more he refused the medicine, the more we talked to him. He took to his death the person that shot him. But he shouldn't have been shot. Why was he shot? Well, it was an opposing gang member. I call it a testosterone overload. He was mean mugging.
Across the table.
He was bad eyeing.
Ooh, I wasn't on all that.
Gang members.
Check your.
And as a result, the event occurred. Well, who shot him? Interestingly enough, I'm going to spend a few minutes on this because this illustrates the problem. This is Ladarian Chandler. Ladarian is 19 years of age.
Thank you, Keith.
He's a self-proclaimed rapper. And he shot John McGee in the back as he ran away.
I don't know why
he made a rap video about it.
I don't.
Now, first off, come on, man. You shoot someone else in the back? What kind of coward is that? But that's exactly what he did. So before I go further, other than to tell you there was an argument in the street, he shot him in the back. Let me tell you about Ladarian Chandler. He was on juvenile probation, even though he was 19 years old. He previously had 7 felony arrests, 5 misdemeanor arrests, everything from resisting to theft to vehicle theft. He was just a mess.
Later, Rat Rod.
Picture of him.
Later, buddy.
I want you to see this picture. This is when he was 18 years of age. And this was after he was released from a high-risk facility where he spent 1 year in jail. But let's go back. When was his first arrest? When he was 11. Then he was arrested when he was 13, 14, 15, and 15, and 17. The Department of Juvenile Justice, who I often say has a difficult time telling a child the difference in a child committing childish acts that are criminal and a hardcore criminal as a juvenile. This was a hardcore criminal as a juvenile, but to DJJ's credit, they had him in detention, incarcerated on 3 different occasions. The first time for 1 month, that didn't do any good. The second time for 2
Oops,
months.
sorry,
that didn't
James,
do
I
any
got
good.
the wrong
The
person,
third
bro.
time
Yeah,
for 12
I
months.
think a couple people did.
That didn't do any
Friendly
good.
fire.
This
Sorry.
photograph was taken
I'm still
within a day or 2 or a week after he was released from his 3rd stint in
Sorry
lockup.
about that, Jeff.
He never learned. Not only that,
Or James, I
32
mean.
days later, after this photo, that's when he shot John McGee. 32 days later. Did I mention that this bad-looking dude, and he was bad and mean in the streets when he had a gun, because he would point it, he would threaten, he would shoot. This is only the times we know about. We don't know about the drive-bys and the shootings that never got reported to us, because a lot of times they don't talk. Most times they don't talk. We don't know about all of those times. But what we know is, despite the juvenile justice system effort to the contrary, this is what he looked like the week after he was released. And 32 days later, he shoots John McGee, who subsequently dies. Now, let me give you some background. We're doing our investigation. We find out that he has made this rap video. I got to tell you what, he's not much of a rapper. My rapper expert tells me he doesn't sing well, he doesn't move well. You know, he's just a terrible rapper.
Here, let me do something for you.
He not only makes him a rap video about shooting somebody.
No.
He admits shooting the guy in the back.
30 minutes.
I'm a coward rapper. That's what
How
I
many?
am. If you don't
30.
believe me, shoot the guy in the back. What is that all about? I got lots of stuff I could talk about.
I don't have time for him.
You know, my rapper
Go
expert,
ahead.
my detective,
him out.
one of my detectives,
You want me to do it?
loves rap music, and he's
I
into it, and he
All right, Bobby.
self-proclaimed
Sorry.
that this was one of the worst rappers he's ever listened to in his entire life.
You hung up.
So we investigate further, and nobody in the neighborhood.
He's not.
knows anything.
He's just like a straggler. You might as well just leave him behind.
You go to one of these scenes.
Hey,
you know, there's
doing good in
200
the
people
chat.
in the parking lot, and you talk to them
Doesn't
all,
mean
and they
too
all
much.
just got out of the bathroom.
It is what it is.
I was in the bathroom.
All right, well then I'll freaking put him
Nah.
in.
200
I
people.
give him 10 seconds. I'll
in
let him
bathrooms.
back.
It's crowded.
Let's
but
see if he
that's where
messes
they
up
are.
again.
But we started
James,
making
I let
arrests.
you back. Don't let me
As
down.
we started
Don't
making
mess
arrests,
it up, buddy.
we even arrested a mama along the way. As we started arresting people, and we got mama arrested, when we started back in there for another wave of arrests, they went, we'll talk to you. So people started loosening up. My homicide detectives are simply the very best, and they were started to
Hi,
give us
Rhonda.
information.
How does it go from
Now,
250 to 75 in one swoop?
follow me here.
314.
Yeah, it
This
says
shooting
75 in my thing.
It'll
occurred
probably say that in a couple
on
minutes. on mine.
December 17th. He
There it
dies
goes.
about a month later.
There it goes. Now watch it
It
jump
takes
back.
us 2.5 months to build a criminal case. But just after, while we're doing this, he pulls a gun on another guy in Secret Cove, Pirates Way.
Yeah, dude.
Same street, just a
Geeks,
few.
I've been watching it. That's why I'm
a
sitting there
little
going,
ways
bro,
over.
what the hell?
Fortunately for us, because we didn't have a case.
Ozzy, how you
real
doing?
Sure.
Ozzy, what up, dog?
Who the trigger man was at that point. Fortunately, he didn't kill that guy. But patrol arrested him for that case.
and put him in jail. So he was easy for us to find when we wanted to serve the first-degree murder warrants on him.
Good, bro.
When we served the first-degree murder warrants on him, he wanted to be bad. I'm a bad man. He is, and he's legitimately bad when he's got a gun, but I'm a bad man. I'm not talking to you. I'm not cooperating. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you're bluffing me. You know, you ain't charging me with nothing. You don't have anything. Well, when we laid that first-degree murder warrant on him, subsequent to that, he started crying like a baby that lost his pacifier.
Amazon is overcharging you, but I can show you how to avoid it. Don't
Hit the
spend
like,
another dime on
share,
Amazon.
subscribe.
And ostensibly, his gun was his pacifier. He bragged that he carried a gun all the time and he would shoot his rivals. Now, he didn't call them rivals, but you'll have to listen to the video and add your own words because we've blanked out some inappropriate words that he used. But now he's charged with first-degree murder. So I ask you this.
Great. Good, outstanding citizen.
He had to be cool. He had to make his rap videos. He sent this out for other kids to see. And that's what's happening in this rap world today. That's why we have these drive-by shootings. That's why we have these kids ganging up in their individual gangs. Then they don't talk to us because they're going to go back and revenge the conduct themselves. While this shooting's taking place and we're dealing with this, and there's a shooting in Lakeland where 11 are shot, and we're dealing with one in Lake Wells with a 12 and a 14-year-old and a 19-year-old girls are shot in two different houses asleep in the middle of the night, and one gangster shoots and kills another gangster in Poinciana. You go, my gosh, what's the matter here? Despite that, our crime's at a 51-year low. Despite that, our violent crime went down last year. So what I'm saying is this does not represent the overall crime picture. This represents a very violent, dangerous group, small group of gangsters that are shooting at each other.
Gangsters.
So look at this kid.
Stop.
Real gangsters.
Real life gangsters.
For the rest of his life. And I want all you cool dudes to think about this. While you're watching your gangster rap and you're looking for a stolen gun and you're shooting at your buddies and your buddy's house, car, when you're shooting, this guy thought he was going to be you or you're going to be him, and now he's going to prison for the rest of his life upon conviction. Plus his other aggravated assault charge and possession of a firearm by a convicted juvenile.
Yeah.
He's not even supposed to have a gun at all. So he wants this to be the image. And truly, folks, you understand why people would not testify against him in court. You understand why witnesses didn't want to come forward, because he carried a gun and he would shoot you and cared less. We've not recovered the firearm for the shooting. We like to tell folks, hey, we'll pay $500 for a felon with a firearm. Call Crime Stoppers, 1-800-226-TIPS. But we want the gun. We want the gun that's being pushed around. We know it's being pushed around. We want the gun that killed John McGee.
I know this is a bad time to stop it, but it's 4:18 for y'all know what I'm talking about. You got 2 minutes.
Now, you're going, hey, how likely am I to give you the gun? Because that's who I'm sure has the gun. It's easy. Crime Stoppers. And we will arrange a way to get the gun so that you don't get involved and you make $5,000 for the murder gun. That's right. I'll pay $5,000 for the murder gun. And I don't care who the gangster is holding it or who the mama is.
Man, you know that thing's in the middle of the river.
Get it out from under the tree.
You'd be shocked, bro.
Under the bed. Get your $5,000. All we want is to put our hands on the gun, and we'll take it from there. No questions
probably.
asked. You don't have to get involved.
Probably in a swamp
Gangsters,
somewhere.
felons with guns. You
Yeah,
call
some creek, some
take 'em
swamp,
out.
something.
In our first week of operation with the gang task force, we got 4 guns off the street. 2 of them are in the computer is stolen. I know the other 2 are stolen. We're just having to trace them from their origin because people didn't have the serial number.
Get why it keeps doing this.
That was reported to us.
Let's hit those like guys.
Be loud and clear.
Oh, it's sitting at 256.
We're almost at 300. Come on, there's one. Come on, let's go. Let's go.
We ripped this
I
rapper,
don't get it.
and he's in the jail.
It's literally 150.
We unwrapped him from coolness and wrapped him up in a jail cell. And I don't know how you put that in the rap video, but if you do, send me a copy. And then verse 2, you're next, dude. You're next. Because we're not going to let you kill people, and we're not going to let people kill you because we care about your life. That's a guarantee. So with that, let's look at the rap song, and we'll make this available.
Bro, they always put these lyrics. They always be damning these cats. They always tell their own crimes, bro. It makes no sense.
But you can see him.
He said,
Guns. All guns.
I shoot like a Mac, dirt,
Play that again.
ass, knowing where to find me at. Can't even rap either. He sounds like shit.
Bragging about it.
Sounds like shit, dude. Bad rapper.
Does he look like a good one?
No. No, he doesn't. I wouldn't go like buy him on Spotify tomorrow. No.
That's part of the video. At the time he made that video, only the shooter would have known he shot the guy in the back. And we have lots of other evidence that we're not revealing.
I don't know, Keeks. Isn't that crazy? That's what's going on in this world. They're bragging about hitting people in the back. That's not even a fucking. Bro, he didn't do nothing.
Just use pew pew. Don't type that, Keats. Love you. It's all gravy. Yeah, don't use that. What happened, bro? All right, here we go. Now it's just me because probably his phone died. That's great. I love being on the screen by myself. Keeks, what do we talk about? Give me something. I look nice? Oh, thank you. I got my reading glasses on, you know. Should probably clean them off at this point. Talk about, hold on, I can't read that. Talk about sports, man. Why? The Cavs won, I think. Ohio State's gonna just demolish every single team that comes along. If you bet against Ohio State, you're a moron. They're gonna win it all, no doubt. The Cavs won. Browns lost, I believe, again. I'm sure. I think they're 3 and something. The Alabama and Auburn game was. Oh, I watched that. That was good. That was a good game. It was the only game I turned on, really. I was sleeping late that day. Hey, Ohio's the heart of it all. Except we can't win a freaking football game for shit. We suck. Unless you're talking about Ohio State. Then we win every game. Especially now. It's going to probably go on like a couple year run of us winning. Again. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, it was a good game. My family's from Alabama, so I got the Crimson Tide. I got all the hats. Auburn. My grandpa bring them home for me when I was like 5, 6. A Bama dynasty. That's good. Talk to me, Keeks. Give me something. What do you think? His phone just died and he'll be back in a minute again? Let's ATP. Hey. Did it freeze for me too? Or him? I think his phone died. It's all right. He'll be back real quick. Let's see. What else is going on in the world? God. Oh, did you see that kicker yesterday? I don't know who it was. I think it was the Philadelphia game. Whoever they were playing. It was Kansas City? I don't know. I mean, I can't remember. But the dude went to kick the ball and and he kicked the ground. It was like a foot and a half before the ball. And then they were all like, what the hell's going on? And the dude's like, just picks the ball up, runs around like he's going to pass it. Just got crushed by like 5 guys. Like, yeah, that kicker, that was the worst kick I've ever. You probably won't ever see that again in your lifetime. Ever. Honestly. I told him that last night, and I had to show him video after video after video. Like I had to send him. I actually went on TikTok, shared my screen with him. I was like, look at this. Like I can't believe you haven't seen this. That was the worst kick in history. All right, there he is. Sweet.
Sorry, bro. It just went. It just. I had to
You know, you gotta quit doing that shit to me, man. I get all freaked out over here by myself.
I couldn't even I was trying to call Keeks. I couldn't even. My mouse wasn't moving. I had to totally just hard
Keeks is the
reset.
only thing that kept me
laptop.
alive, buddy.
I had to hard reset the laptop.
Thank you, Keeks. You're the best.
Thanks, Keeks.
Just read the comments, bro. And I'm gonna have it. I'm gonna have a cigarette. I don't give a fuck right now.
Okay.
I don't care.
Where are we at with all this? Is it where are we at with all this? Hold on.
He's like, yeah, I didn't get a call.
I called you on Discord so you could see my screen. I didn't know what to do. I panicked. I panicked, Keeks. I panicked. I didn't know what to do, so I panicked. Anyways, where's that rapper motherfucker? Is it back up? No. All right, let's get back to it. I can't believe I got to it, bro. I thought for sure. I don't know. I thought it was done.
Guarantee. So with that,
Top
let's
two.
look at the rap song, and we'll make this available to you. But you can see him.
I'm gonna mute his music because it's that bad. He just said, "Thought I shoot you in the back," basically. Like he's bragging about hitting somebody in the back. Like I don't know. Definitely not like a good rapper.
I see you, Keith, and thank you for that. I appreciate
it. 16-year-old.
Any questions?
He needed his stinky.
Did we just talk to the chat? Because I
made that video.
It ain't
the shooter.
This ain't popping back.
And we have lots of other evidence that we're
right.
not in here today.
It looks like just me.
That's a bunch of hooey.
And what am I not up there?
Cuddly feeling we're going to hug a thug, and if we give them,
is that what Ryan said?
I'm reading the comments.
Day out at the
Is
that
what you said?
Y'all need to wake up. These dudes are taking y'all for fools. These are hardcore gangsters, gangbangers,
real life gangsters,
real gangsters.
And shoot up the rivals on Saturday night.
Bow.
And smile at you in the meantime. So at the end of the day, it all starts with parenting at home when they're young and keeping them away from this lifestyle. But when we're having these,
I see 78 in chat, but
15, 16, 17-year-old,
I don't know. Like
gangbangers.
I see 86.
Smiling at you in the daytime and going.
We lost a bunch of people.
Sound kind of lost it a little bit.
He was still on probation.
All right.
He did a shooting after the curfew was over. How much good did that do? They're not this kind of person. I'm not talking about everybody. This kind of person is paying no attention.
Mike is good.
Because they want to be cool. They want to be rappers. They want to be a power player in their.
You there?
That appears to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not
turning on my mic. It keeps turning down. I gotta fix it. Why does it keep going down on its own?
I don't know. Maybe somebody's messing with you.
EVE Online is a vast.
It's just a setting that.
There it is.
Well, first and foremost,
Nope.
DJJ is an easy target.
That's what I was gonna get.
Everybody piles on DJJ, and I've piled on them too, because you have this wave of
You guys
people,
can hear him, right?
and I call this wave of people of community. I call them do-gooders because
Yeah,
they really mean well. Their heart's in the right place, and they just think if we
It's
hug them
okay.
closer, that's going to make everything better, and all this will go away. If that were so, because we are hugging these people, this kid got the full measure of the system. We also have the ability to put them in adult system. But when you look at all of his crimes, they weren't all gun crimes. They were theft and grand theft and fleeing and not your greater level stuff. But he was a scary guy on the street. But as I've said before, what we have to do is we have to be very forgiving of children committing acts that are of a criminal nature. Those are the ones that need the diversions and the counselings and the families reinforced. I'm not saying that does not work, but when they cross that border, then they have to be detained. If this guy is not locked up,
But he was about 75 to 80%.
and that's what I'm talking
His
about.
audio,
So
bro. Who cares?
DJJ many times allows these very violent kids or very
I know that people need to hear it.
outlandish, out of control criminal kids. They don't all have to be violent crimes. They don't sometimes tell the difference between a child doing a childish act that's criminal and a hardcore criminal who happens to be under the age of 18. This was a hardcore criminal under the age of 18. But if you look, our state attorney is great about filing adult charges, but he just meandered through the system and never got above what should have been controllable. And the system with him detained him for 1 month, and then 2 months, and then 1 year. What would have happened if we'd had started out with a year program and then went to another year program and then went to another year program? You see, he might not have been out to commit this crime because you can still be held under juvenile.
Yeah, they did not do him any service. They let him out, just a wreck.
Sanctions.
He was a total crash out.
Up until the age of 24. But now he gets out at 18. He does not have a high school education. He has no proclivity to work because he's just going to do rap videos and sell dope on the street corner and run with the dudes and be cool. And now
I feel like, bro, there's no justice system. Like, you're never going to rehabilitate people unless you want to be rehabilitated.
he's facing the rest of his life. Now, I can go back sociologically and say, well, how was he? What environment did he have when he was 2 and 3 and he was 4 and he was 10 and he was 12? And I'm not saying that doesn't need to happen to try to stop it in advance. I'm not against that. But when he got to this level, he ain't eating no more ice cream with y'all. I'm just telling you. He's not eating any more ice cream with you. But he's still a 19-year-old kid that now has taken a life. And that's why Mrs. McGee or John McGee's mama allowed us to use his name. She said, I don't want any more mamas to lose their children. And I'm appreciative of her. and I'm sorry for her. I'm sorry for this kid's mama. But she's thuggish too. If this is, or either the friend's mama's thuggish. I forget which one of them. But when you raise your kid, or don't raise your kid, the streets will raise your kid, but it'll be violent. You sure don't want to meet this kid? And
He's not lying, parents. If there's parents out there that are listening, they are not lying. The streets, if they will raise your kid. You better be there for your kid, bro, because they
he
will.
said he had a bad temper. He's got a bad temper. He's
Sure.
got a gun. He's 19 years old. And he'll shoot. And he says he'll shoot in his rap videos. And he tells the people in the neighborhood he'll shoot. Now, he's not the only one out there. That's why we got this gang task force. Is it a large population of people? Not yet, and we're not going to let it get that way. But the reality of it is, this guy should not be in a position to have to be in jail for the rest of his life. But I guarantee you this, you let him out, he's going to get him a gun the next week and take pictures of himself and post it while he's on probation.
That's got to be like the dumbest. I mean, like social media. I think of all the social media, that's got to be the dumbest thing. Period. There's not much left. There's like
about after curfew. Anything else?
Yeah. We're the parents. What's up with the rehabilitation? He was locked up as a child, so this started young. Where's the rehabilitation? What releasing him back to the public is good if you didn't rehabilitate the kid, because of course they're going to come back. Most jail people are repeat offenders, and like I was saying earlier, people aren't going to go back unless people are going to keep going back unless they truly don't want to go back. Like, they're not going to rehabilitate themselves. You do that on your own. Like, the police can't walk up to you and say, you got to read the Bible or do this class and reform. They're not going to make you do it. You can sleep the whole time. You can do whatever you want the whole time, but they're not going to make you. But I think there should be some sort of psychological exam. I don't know how you would do that. Chat, is there anything that y'all could think of? Because of course that dude sucked, but could they have prevented him from doing more stuff? Or was he just a lost cause from the beginning? I truly don't think people are lost causes. Some may be, but I don't really believe that. I believe he had the wrong people in his life. And like he said at the end, the parents needed to be there. Instead, the streets were there. And I think that's, when you start to get raised by the streets, they don't really care. They don't care how young you are, and you don't, So, and it'll happen. People on the streets will take you on. Nah, that tells me he has exactly, no structure. No structure at all. Like, it's much needed. You gotta have, for people like that, especially people like him, who's probably abstract as hell, probably wild as hell. He needs structure, and all families do, and that's something that why we have so much violence, in my opinion, is that there's a lot of lack of family structure and people held accountable and all that. It's getting out of hand, to be honest. We can blame the parents with something like this. Yeah, you can. I mean, we don't know his background. We have no clue what his background is. I mean, he could have had no parents for all we know. I don't know his background. I mean, his mom could be on drugs somewhere and he doesn't have a dad. I don't really know. And those are the type of people that you need to actually give guidance to, because they're not getting it at home. and you might be able to, you know, prevent these things from happening. And I know that because I see it every day. I see it. I used to see it all the time. You know, you would see 14-year-old kids doing stuff grown men are doing. And you would be shaking your head like, what is going on? But that's because they were with the wrong people. Like, you know, the stuff that I've seen, like, you know, it wouldn't happen. Like, my parents would never let that get down. Like, I couldn't get down like that. They would have known. Like, there's no way I would be able to carry around a pew-pew at like 14 years old. My parents would know. Clearly, he was able to escape through all that. And that's pretty sad, you know. I feel bad for people like that. But again, there's a lot of people that were able to do that and have succeeded. So I don't consider it's not no victim mentality at all. It's just you can see how the system could fail somebody easily. Easily. Hell no. My mom was in my exactly. You couldn't do nothing, like, no way. I mean, I got away with a lot of stuff, but I mean, if I was doing some stuff like that, there's no way I'd get away with it. I don't think Ryan would be able to get away with it. I don't know anybody that would be able to just get away with all the stuff that kid did before he committed the main crimes. It's
my dad would have whooped my ass. He would have whooped my ass. He would have found everything. No bullshit.
That shit. You got to nip it in the bud right away. Because if you don't teach them right off rip, there's no going back once they hit a certain point. You can't tell them nothing. Once you hit a certain point, there's no telling. Like, the only way that they're ever learn is by catching a case, by getting shot, whatever, you know. But it isn't going to be good. You got to learn the hard way. That's why you got to nip that shit right away, or else it's not going to end good for that person. I've seen it time and time again.
So have I.
That's just a shout out to people that, you know, are going through it, or, you know, have kids that are, you know, might be a little wild. You got to watch your kid. Watch them. Let them know you're watching them, man, because they want that attention. Otherwise, they will go to the streets and they will get the attention they want. Trust me.
Yeah.
They'll get it. And it's not good attention. It could be. To them, it's great attention. They got grown people, take them around, give them money, give them words, introduce them to women. You know, that's what they do. That's how they get you.
That's how they get
And
you.
what do adults do? They love to use kids. So, like, to do their dirt. Especially like gangs and stuff. They like to use kids as their dirt because kids can't get in trouble like adults would. So they're just pawns. You're like, bro, it's the worst. The worst. I've seen it. I've seen people just raised by the streets, people raised in prison, and they're not the same as your average person. They're just not the same, bro. Not even average. Anybody. They're just, you don't know nobody like that at all. It's real, like, eye-opening to see somebody who's lived their whole life, like from juvenile all the way to 2021 in jail. They don't know nothing better, and then they let them out on the streets. What do you think they're gonna do? Common sense.
Most of them go right back.
Usually until they're adults, until they're like fed up with going back, where they don't find infatuation in crime, and like they don't see the, you know, that's when they'll learn their lesson. Third or fourth time around, people really, that's like, I'm talking about career criminals. I'm not talking about, there's a lot of people that go and don't ever want to come back.
Right.
and the parents support them. They learn their lesson. They effed up, and they don't go back.
Right. Unfortunately, a lot of those, are going in, for like 10 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like you done lost 10 years of your life, dude. You're like, of course you don't want to go back. But then they get used to it, and then they don't know how to live any other way.
They don't. And then you sit there and you go, I can't wait to get out so I can smoke, so I could have a drink, so I could get some da 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 da. Next thing you know, you're back in your old groove. I've seen it time and time again. Time and time again. So my whole point of saying this is if that happens to adults, imagine a child. And I'm not just using this person. It happens all around our country. So I don't know, man. I don't know. There should be a way to detect that stuff and help these kids before they do the dirt. And I think, I don't know, parents is the number one thing I could think of. Because like I said, the government can't raise your child. They just can't.
Yeah. Yeah.
They could try, but they can't raise your child. Well, it's sold to them as hustle and being hard, and it messes up their life. They're brainwashed for real. Yeah, Keeks. Yeah, seen it so many times. Seen people use their own kids to carry. Oh yeah, and those are the kids that you worry about. The people are like, dude, I was just watching a video of where a woman was going and stealing from Walmart and was using her kid as a decoy. And they messed this chick up too because she was fighting the cops and all that, and it was a giant melee in the middle of Walmart, cops everywhere. That poor kid had to be traumatized seeing his mom getting beat up by the police for stealing some work clothes. So it's just bad. That's what you're teaching your kids. And guess where that was too? Guess where? In Florida. That was in Florida. I don't know what's up with Florida, dude, but y'all got some crazy stuff, dude. As long as I've been doing YouTube, this is like my 400 something video. I've been talking about Florida since day one. Even on my other channels, I've always been talking about Florida because Florida's always got the weirdest crimes, the weirdest people. And I believe it's because people on the whole East Coast dip out to Florida. I believe you got the goofies from all around the East Coast just head to Florida. And then you got your homegrown Floridians, Floridians, the Floridians, you know what I mean? But then you got your Floridians, bro. They're crazy. They got meth gators there. I mean, really. You watch out for the gators, brother. On meth. I mean, look it up.
And the pythons.
Yeah, and the pythons and the gators are on meth in Florida. Floridians, remember, you can type your birthday in Florida, man, and there is your animal spirit. Look, dude. Hey, even with Florida, hey, let's on another note. What about the Bermuda Triangle? What's up with that part of Florida? What's up with that?
I think this is filled with a bunch of rockets.
Rockets? Explain. Explain what the hell you just said. I gotta go turn on some lights.
Don't they shoot all those rockets right off the Bermuda Triangle?
This dude just said
Listen, isn't in the Florida, NASA in Florida there?
Yeah, NASA's in every
Well, where do you think all those rockets land?
I know Ryan's obsessed, dude. Ryan, explain your theory to the chat on what you're about the rockets. Explain what they do after they shoot up.
There's 72 people in the room. We got to get this thing going.
There's 102 people in the room. Explain.
All right, it's 100 now. Yeah. Well, you might as well just hit the play button.
Okay, whatever. Stop talking about them and explain to them your rocket theory, please.
Keeks.
Brian, you always skip out on your theories, and don't make me tell it.
How the rockets go up and go over here? Why they always go over there? Why they always go up over there? Why don't they just go straight up? It's simple. It's real simple theory.
Anybody he doesn't get it. He's like, why does it go up and over here? Like, bro, I die every time he talks about the damn rockets.
I don't care. I don't like them.
Because the earth is flat. We know this, Keeks.
Oh, we don't know that.
No, we don't know it, but it's definitely not because it's spinning on a ball.
You're reading the chat.
So, okay, you see Florida as a bunch of rockets. Is that what you're saying?
I see Florida right. Right. I see Florida not even being on the map in 10 years.
Why? So you see Florida like I see California.
Probably.
I mean, not just California, but I see California, I see Oregon and Washington all in the same little puzzle piece, just floating its ass off. Ooh, off in the middle of the ocean. Ask me, Chad. Ask me, Ryan. Ask me if I care. Oh, ask me. Ask me if I give a damn. No, I do not. I would rather say Florida, but then again, I mean, we could really never mind.
Which one's gonna go first? Florida, California.
I'm so down. But I'm still hoping that we
or
can
New York.
New York too, but I feel like if we took care of if that whole little section just fell off, that New York would be easy to take back.
I visit Florida a lot, Keeks. That's why.
What about a fuck do you give one of those? I like Florida. My favorite vacations were in Florida. I mean, Florida's cool. Florida's cool. I've been all around there. South Beach, Destin, fucking Daytona, Jackson. I've been everywhere in Florida, bro. Everywhere.
City.
Partied all around that bitch.
Everywhere.
I like it. There, it rains real hard for like 10 minutes, dude.
Dude,
You're
yeah.
like,
And then
sure.
for 2 weeks straight. It depends on what time of year.
Hey, every time I went, and do you know what else is beautiful? Is Tennessee.
Oh, I love Tennessee.
Tennessee's amazing. They got the freshwater lakes, rivers, or whatever that are like literally aqua see-through. Like it looks like it's better than the ocean by far. Freshwater, it's like, bro, it's like spring water damn near. And it used to be, I think, where we went, it was like a whole, like it used to be a city, and they just released the dam into it, and it just flooded all the way through. It's pretty dope. I love it, bro. Beautiful. Love Tennessee. Love the mountains. Tennessee is nice. North Alabama. Yeah, I love Alabama too. I do. I've been there a few times, and it's beautiful.
Hey, Keeks, you're the only 10 I see.
What's up, Lemon? How you doing?
Lemon? Hello, brother. From another mother.
DeSantis needs to put trolley booths in every road coming into Florida and charge. Hey, I hear you, Florida Smith. Look, bro, I'm gonna tell you what. I don't blame you, bro. I always say that. I said I don't look. Most of the Floridians are weirdos, but not all of them. And I'm like, look, dude, I feel bad for the Floridians that got these goofy ass New Yorkers coming to their state when in the shitty ass winter, coming in old. No, keep all your goofy asses out of Florida. Go to California. I feel like, look, if you're goofy, let's just send them all to California and just call it a wrap. Is that good? Y'all good with that one?
I think Florida get wiped out and then send them all to California.
Send them to Cali. Send them to Cali. All of them. And then what we can do
there's
is
going to be a flood. Florida's going to be gone. California is going to be flooded with Floridians.
I would trade half the liberals in Ohio for a third of the Mary Jane supply in California. Straight up.
Thanks,
I
Keeks.
get rid of. Hey, thanks. Based, it is what it is, bro. I definitely, it is what it is. Timothy, you don't run this show. I don't run shit. I hate running. Start running. I mean, dude, obviously I couldn't run this show because I had 400 people in the room and my laptop just went lost it. Lost the whole mojo, went right down the drain.
Hey, me and Keeks.
Oh, there can't be two Tims in the chat. One too many Tims in the chat is fucking wild. What's up, Tim? Timothy.
Hello, Timothy.
Hello, Timothy. Tell me something. I bet he's up to no damn good. I've never met a Tim that isn't cool. Straight up. I mean, I did meet this one big overweight kid named Tim once, and he was disgusting, right? And I knew him growing up. And I said, how can we have the same name? This is fucked up, bro. He'd always have his ass crack hanging out when we go to school. And then one day I seen him on Facebook. Bro was skinny with muscles and a wife and kids. And I was like, damn, Tim came through. Good damn fucking Tim. I only know one good Tim. Hey, damn right, woman. You better only know one good Tim, woman. The hell? How many damn Tims do you know in your life? I know two, actually. I know a couple of Tims. I'm not gonna lie. I know a couple of Tims.
Is that a new nickname, Keeks? Should we call him Thomas?
Who's Thomas? I'm not Thomas.
Oh,
I don't.
Keeks is trying to call you Thomas.
Oh yeah, remember when she called me Thomas before? I wasn't feeling that. I'm not Tom McDonald. I'm not Tom Woolery. I'm not Tom Ford. Bro, I'm not Thomas the Train. Okay?
Remember somebody called you Rim?
Fucking Thomas, fucking English muffin. Okay? No Thomas, bro. There's no such thing as Thomas. It doesn't exist. Now, I could see Ryan being Thomas the Train. I could see him being Thomas the Train, but not me. Why me? Gonna be black-eyed Keeks. Keeks is gonna walk around with one black eye like the celebrities do. She's gonna join that one crew. Black eye crew.
Black-eyed she's gonna be playing on stage, singing.
Hush, big mouth. Hush, big mouth, says Michael. Hey, Michael, you know what you could do, right? You know what you could do? Just take a guess.
Pick a number.
Have you ever been in a corner before? You can hit that corner, boy. Talk to you tomorrow. You can hit that corner, son. Oh yeah, I see. I'm not gonna say these things right now, but yeah, definitely, Keeks. Thank you. They're not catching me slipping. They're not catching me slipping. No. Michael, definitely
subscribe, please. Perfect time. Take a break. Hit the like, please.
Kind of hungry. What else were we talking about?
Yeah.
What were we even talking about?
Ask Keeks.
Keeks, what were we talking about? Before this Michael guy rudely interrupted me.
I was busy while you were gone.
Oh yeah, we were talking about how my name isn't Thomas, bro. That's what we were talking about.
How
Talking
Keith's
about
the best
Keith's
person
gonna
ever.
join the Black Eye Club, and my name isn't Thomas. She's an Illuminati member who's gonna join the Black Eye Club. I didn't say Black Guy Club. I said Black Eye Club. Get it right, weirdo.
Yeah, who said that?
Me. No, me. Just me. Just me. I was just talking shit. You know,
No, I was gonna
I
say.
gotta be first. Oh snap! Oh snap! There goes my damn studio. It was like, oh snap! It literally told me, oh snap. I swear to you not.
My
It was like,
phone just shut off and said, "You got 5%, dummy."
I'm telling you,
Plug
like
it
I
in.
think like there was so much like because like I know my Wi-Fi company told me, I'm like, bro, there's certain times where like we'll be having so much, like it'll just like shut down on me like lightweight. And he's like, dude, he looked at it, he's like, bro, it's like you're like trying to squeeze like all of this stuff into like one little tube, dude. He's like, bro, you need like, I don't know. He said that my internet needs to be like, I don't want the internet that he wants me to get. Like they told me to get. They're like, bro, you're getting you're fitting way too much data through one little system. Is what I think he was just trying to. I think he was just trying to jay me out of a deal, bro. Personally, but I do notice. And once we were hitting like a certain number, it was like, nah. And I did notice that back when we were back in the other one, I noticed my other laptop started getting real fucking loud. Once it was like way too much going on in that bitch. Like it just might be time to graduate to a PC because, bro, the laptop is not handling all of this too well, bro. Like it gets a little overwhelmed.
Too, man.
It gets overwhelmed, and I actually don't have that many tabs open, believe it or not. I didn't even use none of them. Like we just did that damn Trump thing, and that was like the majority of it. I didn't even need any tabs. I just started doing the Sheriff Grady just to like chill out. Just to like have a relief from all the BS. What's up? I can't even see your name. My eyes are horrible.
It looks like Lee Williamson.
Oh, good. Say hello. Hello, Lee.
It looks like he wants to smoke.
Oh, yeah.
Smoke,
We could smoke some
happy,
cigarettes.
smoke.
We could smoke some cigarettes, or whatever you guys like to do. I'm gonna smoke a what's it called? Incense stick.
I'm gonna smoke a cigarette because that's what I want to do. Because you.
Are you even on? I don't even know. Oh yeah, you are on camera. I'm like, I don't even know if you're even on camera for F's sakes.
Yep.
I see.
It's a stupid light
It's
behind me.
from the Asian, you know that. All the Asian. Hey, bro. What's wrong with the Asians, bro? Leave the Asians up out of this. This isn't about the Asians. Right? They ain't do nothing. Not in this case. Unless you're gonna talk about Ryan's little bet for the little F boys in Thailand.
Where did that come from? You're just making shit up now.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely. I'm
He's
definitely
a
just
little
talking shit.
fuck. What the fuck are you talking about?
I can't really say it because we're on the internet, you dumb fuck.
Are you talking about the midget?
Sure. Remember that thing? Why'd you... Yeah. Don't get me started, dude. Don't. Because... No. Yeah, right. No. The amputees. See, now I'm lost on my conversation. See, that's why I don't like censorship. Because then you stop yourself from really, I could have probably said some comedic gold right there. But I had to fall back and like really readjust where my brain was going to take that whole entire topic. I had to really do that. Not because I wanted to, but because clearly, oh, right, bro, the amputees, dude. Remember last night, the midget with no arms, dude? Come on, bro. This this little person with no arms and fat little stubby legs, bro. Oh my Lord. I said that God doesn't make mistakes except for them.
What were we talking about before this?
We were talking about your love for little Ty.
Put the damn video on pause, bro.
I know, it's over.
Well,
I was leaving it up because I like that screen. I like that as a thumbnail. So if we end it like that, there's a good chance that it'll be just that sitting up there. And I kind of like that.
Fine with me.
I am going to do the shows on the data centers, Keeks. I'm just over here wondering how I'm going to go about it. And when. Because every time I do this, it's usually early, and it's like not the time for it. Like, I feel like the data center show would be like a nighttime show. I don't think that would be like in the morning. Too many sheep in the morning. They don't get it in the morning. In the morning, they're like more sheepy. At night, you get people willing to listen to, more outlandish topics. What the hell was that? I mean, dude, was that your smoke detector?
Are you talking to me?
I just heard a beep. What was
not
that?
from me. That's yours. Again.
Yeah, Keeks, because the after work crowd, the people that we, associate with, and the people that really, they're going to be more at the nighttime. Like during the day, like the people that watch are people wanting the news, just what's going on. And like at night, you got people more wanting to hear about UFOs and Bigfoot or cryptids and stuff like that. You're more likely to have more success at night with those topics, not like when I do it. And it's hard to get me to want to do late shows. It's hard. It's hard. I don't feel like doing them anymore. Because then I can't, like, bro, I like to do shows on a clear head. I don't like drinking coffee late at night.
Just wait 2 months and it'll all switch again.
I was gonna say, now that we got snow on the ground, I'll probably wait. Yeah, exactly. Once the poker season ends and we start a new one, I'll probably end up switching my sleep thing, and y'all see me at like 4 a.m, 3 a.m, 2 a.m. Who knows? It happens like that, though.
Maybe both.
It definitely does. It definitely happens like that. Try to be consistent, Tim. Lately, I'm trying to do 3 a week. But when we do ones that are 5.5 hours long, it's harder to. What's been my favorite topic lately? My favorite, the topic that means the most to me right now that I've discussed it a little bit is AI, bro. AI and the data centers and what's going on with the AI for sure.
Sounds good, Keith.
Hey, that sounds yummy. I don't even know what I'm gonna have, but yeah, definitely not politics. But if we were gonna go down like what I talk about during the day and like what we cover, I would say immigration's by far my favorite topic to talk about. Like, I definitely like hearing about what's going on, as well as what's going on with the trafficking and all that. I'm more want to know what's going on right now, not what happened 15 years ago. Personally, I don't know. That's just me. Like, people, they're crying and really want that list
They
so
want the
bad.
list. They want the list. They won't shut the
They want
f
that
up about the list.
list, but they
Oh,
don't
give
want
me
to
the
talk
list.
about what's going on in Polk County, Florida, or Indiana, or Wisconsin, or Ohio, or what other states that we covered recently? Chicago, New York. They don't want to talk about what's going on in those states, bro. They want to just talk about some old stuff that has to do with like celebrities and politicians and kings and queens and billionaires that you're never going to get the truth of. But instead, I do a story about school teachers, coaches, all types of different people. And people don't even give a damn about that. That's crazy.
Oh, no.
Reed,
Reed's in here,
what up?
dude.
What's
Not
up?
Reed. Where's my lawnmower, man?
You like that movie? Who is in that movie? Lawnmower Man.
I don't know, but Reed's in here. And he
Oh
wants
no,
to,
Reed's
he wants
nothing
to
but
give me my
trouble.
lawnmower, I guess.
Reed's nothing but damn trouble. That's for sure. Well, what's happening in your community? Exactly, dude. People don't want to understand that this shit's happening in their backyard. And like, dude, just because we're showing you Florida or we're showing you these other states, we showed you Arizona. We showed you Arizona. We showed you so many different states that are going through this. And they're actually recovering missing children. They're exposing the kids that are actually missing now. What if everybody put that energy in trying to find the kids that are missing now or where they're all at? Not some false narrative that we're going to always be exploited with for the next 20, 30, 40, however many years you're ready to deal with it for. Me personally, look, bro, when they said that he did himself, right away we knew that was not real. That wasn't right. Will you ever think you're going to get truth? If you have the power to make the video go away, to make everything go away and get a hold of a billionaire and PC, you have the ability to make this go away. I'm just saying. Think about it. Think about it. But these people that are your neighbors are doing the same shit to your actual kids, though. It's crazy, bro. Your neighbors, bro. Like people that are in your neighborhood. It's not even a question. The teachers, like, bro, every teacher should be exposed right away if they do some shit like that, especially in Florida. Again, this goes back to you, Florida. Why is it so hardcore in Florida and New York? New York, too. New York, there was like 1,000 something teachers, 2,000 teachers that were under investigation that had multiple students per teacher. And they're still hiring teachers with no background and even felonies because they have lack of teachers. That's how bad the school system is. And that's how little they give a shit about the kids. But we need a list. We need a list, though. I don't get it. I don't get it, bro. They never, ever told us where did those kids go in Maui? They never told us. We never figured it out. But where's the list? Just saying. Right now, there's still a tragedy going on in North Carolina. Kids were being handed off like, here, please, out of goodwill, and they went missing. No one's talking about that stuff. They want the list. Do you see how that's distracting? Do you know when that list came out, there was that giant storm right over Texas, and it just sat over that camp and drowned out hundreds and hundreds of kids. And it was literally, if you go back and look at my videos, when I talked about Texas, that they wouldn't give me no love. It just got pushed right to the back. They only mentioned half the kids. They didn't mention the boys. There was so much to that. And you're like, okay, but why don't these people care? They care so much about no, what it is they hate Donald Trump so much. That's all they can think about. They don't
Yeah, I
care
went
about
into
the
the
list.
background in camps and
Yeah.
look up who owns them.
Look up who was
Then
there.
go down that rabbit hole. Then you know.
George Bush's wife and daughter, Ted Cruz's kid was there the weekend before.
Bro.
There's so much. I don't believe in coincidences with that. And like when I tried to talk about it, they wouldn't let me, bro. They didn't give me. It would like the algorithm would just stop. Like if I would show the video of Texas and say, oh, well, camp where I can't remember what it's called now. And I would start talking about it would just stop. Like they wouldn't give me, like it would just stop that. It would just stop. I'm craving a deep discussion about all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, like literally, it stopped. And like they didn't talk about, and like even the mainstream at the time, like I was doing stories of the mainstream talking about weather modification. They literally were bringing that up on mainstream about that topic.
No, we brought it up 2 days before it happened.
Yeah.
And then we did another show. You did another show. And it was like, wow, are you kidding me? All this stuff we said. It was like 2 days.
Yeah.
Earlier, I think it was from RF B. Richie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember now. That's what it was, dude. I remember presenting it. If you go back and watch, it says upcoming storm coming into Texas, right? And Richie from Boston, he actually called it days before it actually happened because he saw the activity that was going on in that area. There was like all these lasers being shot from all types of different satellites, and there was just all this different stuff that I couldn't really tell what he was doing, but he nailed it to the T. I mean, on point. He was on point. I showed that video before it happened, and then I showed all the outcome of it all. I did, bro. I did, bro. So I remember.
Keeks, we were all crazy.
Oh yeah, we were all crazy. There was a point where, like, bro, people were like, "Oh, he's crazy." Now they call me and ask me what's going on, bro.
Yeah.
Now they watch my show and shit and ask me what's going on.
What's the news?
Years ago, it was like, bro, you're crazy. Like, you're conspiracy. Now it's like, oh, everything you said happened. What's going to happen now, bro? You know? Like, it's not even like, oh, we're Nostradamus over here. It's just that we learned a long time ago that they tell you right in your face.
You know, we did that with the Trump shooting. We did that with how many other things we called before it happened. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Even with Charlie, we knew that there was something weird with the pew pew guy. If we are able to believe that humans would one day live on another planet like Mars, that would have to be terraformed. We would have to be able to control the weather there. So I believe they're testing. I believe that too. I can see that. Go for it.
We're never going to get to Mars. We ain't never going to get to Mars. We're never going to do nothing on Mars. But go ahead.
Mars, Canada? Mars, Canada, right? Is that what we're talking about? Trying to get to Mars, Canada? I know they can get there. I seen NASA there before. I have. I've seen NASA in Mars, Canada. Let's see. Here we go, guys. I'm going to show you Mars. I'm going to show you with NASA how far they've really gone. Here's Mars. There you go. There you go. There's Mars for you. There's NASA sitting in Mars. Oh, wait, that's Canada. That's only Canada. Canada. Look, there's the rover flying around like, oh, yeah, we got you. Mars, Canada. Mars on Earth. Come on. Are you kidding me, right?
Canada's only good for one thing, and that's faking Mars and fishing.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Whoa. What's that thing? Are they supposed to fool us with some damn UFO or something? What the hell is that thing?
I don't know. It might as well have wires on it and jump around on moon boots and shit.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, we're never going there. Is that a... That looks like they drew a big Johnson on the dirt and said they were in Mars.
They probably tried to, but they couldn't get the thing to run right. And then they'd be like, it flipped over and we can't use it anymore.
According to the BBC, NASA rover finds rocks on Mars in Canada.
I don't know. I hear you, Lemon. Like, we all know about Operation Popeye, dude. If you don't,
What are you talking about with olive oil and shit?
I would hope he would be. I wish.
Look, there's Ryan. Like, I'm going to Mars, guys. I'm almost there. As soon as I cross this rock here, I'm heading to Mars.
And then I cross into the
Canada.
Canadian border.
Canada.
When I trip out of the shower, you mean? Okay, all right.
That's hilarious, dude. How do I get rid of this thing?
I don't know.
Oops. No.
I like the one where the dude's standing there. Like, I found the moon landing. He's just standing there. He's got it all in the background. That's the best. Mars.
Do they still make Mars candy bars?
I don't know, but I want to go buy one now. Just one time.
I want a Mars candy bar. I would be like, that's the closest to Mars.
I'd rather have a Milky Way.
Is that you ain't? No, dude, listen. If I eat a Mars candy bar, I'll be like, look, I've been to Mars. Because I ain't going to Mars, Canada. Because I really could give a shit about Canada.
Mars, Canada.
And I sure as hell, I am definitely not hopping on some damn looking shaft and flying up straight the way Ryan described, straight up and in a curve. And right, and then land in the ocean. I'm not trying to do all that. I'm good right here.
I am.
Ryan wants to go.
Why?
Yeah, Ryan wants to go to Mars. Would you go? You would go to Mars.
Me?
Yeah. No, Dick. The other person I'm speaking to.
No, I would never launch myself up in
Those
there.
poor people. How long were they stuck on the space station for? Let's look that up real fast. How
If
long
they
were
even
them
were.
poor people
They were
stuck on the
probably
space
stuck in
station?
Texas or something on some fucking green screen.
Space. Or no, they're called I said space people. Stuck at the space station. I swear to you, it was over a year they were stuck there.
I'll never take a Florida rocket. Keats.
It was they were stuck there. Okay. So NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore were stuck at the space station for 286 days after issues of their Starliner capsule. The mission was planned to be a damn 10-day trip. 10 days. And they couldn't even get them poor cats off the space station for 276 days. That's a lot of damn days, dude.
How much do I believe it? How much do I believe it?
Think about what you could do in 200. That's like 2 crops, bro. That's like watching my nephew go from not pooping and pooping. You know? Like, he could go from crawling to walking and like talking, maybe even. That's crazy. 9 months, dude. A lot of stuff can happen in 9 months.
Come on, man. God,
these people. Say what?
They're crazy.
Who?
9 months on a space station?
Yeah. What about those people who said they would never come home? Is it them? I mean, they probably did, Keeks. Dude, that dude was probably dumping them and they were just floating around like all over the place.
They probably made aliens, Keeks. Those are probably
yeah. Wait, hold on. If they were, right? Let's say he knocked her up right before they left or something, right? And then she had the baby in the space station, right? In the space station. Would the baby be illegal when it came back to the U.S.? Do you think Trump would try to deport the baby back to the space station? I'm just saying. I don't see why not. I would. 128. That's amazing. Amazing. Hey, bye-bye. I feel like you're the problem. And if not, sorry. I don't see it just go from like almost 150 to 28 unless there's some tomfuckery going on in this shit. Bye. I knew you were the problem. So simple. Who did the Jesse voice? Was that you, Ryan?
I don't know. Maybe.
Do you? I mean, look again. I read it. Do I think they banged? I mean, look, dude. If I went on a 10-day trip and I did it, I would have to after 9 months, dude. I would have to. There's no damn way, dude. My game's good enough that I would be in that shit in at least a month. It wouldn't take no 9 months. Bro. No way.
9 months?
Hell no. I'd be in that shit as soon as I feel as if though it's necessary.
When I got home, I would expect like $50,000 million. All of it.
Dude, that kid could get famous. Like the first kid conceived in a station.
Oh, yeah. Of the kid.
I don't want to even say space because I don't believe it's even
all
space.
3 of them.
The first kid that's conceived in Mars, Canada.
All 3 of them should be paid A lot of money, if that happened. Boy, it's like, you know what? They could do the same thing in a porno background with green screen.
Probably, it would probably be like some females belong to the streets. Yeah, the kid would probably belong to Mars,
They
Canada.
belong to the space.
It belongs to Mars, Canada. You shall go and you shall remain, or forever hold your peace. I mean, yeah, thanks. Sorry, Lemon, that we took your shit and had to run off with it. But bro, whenever someone brings up Mars to me, for some reason, I end up having to run with it because it's so incomprehensible for me to look, bro. I know I say this is a broken record, but go to the bottom of the ocean first.
Yeah. How about explore more than 7%?
Then I don't believe you can get past the space station. I don't even know if there is a space station. What if that whole story was just a lie? It could be. I mean, remember when Elon Musk shot that car up into space? That was pretty fucking dope. I mean, wow. Did you see that car just float around? That Tesla? Yeah, that was real.
Yeah.
Talk about propaganda. Classic rat rods. What's up, bro? But yeah, Elon, dude, he even said that shit looks so fake that it was real. That was his explanation when they asked him about it. Like, you gotta be kidding me, dude. You gotta be kidding me.
What about his rocket that took off that had a rat running around the top of it? Is that real?
Explain. How is the blue shirt guy doing? I have no idea, dude.
Oh my God.
Remember that far back. Oh, cock-a-doodle.
Long time ago.
So what? Tell us, Ryan. What were you gonna say?
Well, I remember that, Rye. Yes, Ryan.
Yeah,
Okay, what was I talking about?
I don't remember. Keeks, what was he talking about?
Come on, Keeks.
We were talking about something with space.
If you want to talk about landing on the moon or Mars or whatever, then no. That's my answer.
What he means is there's a video of them launching a rocket into space and there's a rat running around. Oh yeah, the rat thing.
Yeah. That's all fake NASA shit.
Not a dirty joke. What do you call a dog with no legs?
Bullshit.
It doesn't matter. It's not going to come home. Oh Lord. Rat rods. That was funny. That was funny, dog. No pun intended. That was funny. Legit. That's a super hoe. Yeah, I mean, look, Keeks, the question would be, if you were a chick in space, wouldn't you have to try it in space? If you're really in, like, what do you even call the space station? Are you trying to get some? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I refuse to just call it space. I do. She said I would. Yeah. What if gravity was like real and all that stuff was real?
Yeah.
I'd be making a mess. Not Bang Bus Bang Station. Talk about the Big Bang.
Big Bang bus station. I'll get on that one.
You would get on the Big Bang bus. So you have a bus.
All right, we're going to Mars. The robbery.
Go on it. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, you said, did you hear the robbery at the police station? All of their toilets were stolen. He said, cops say don't have nothing to go on. Get it? I do get it. That was funny.
I get it.
Rat on the rocket. Right.
Yeah.
I get it.
Rat on the rocket, for sure.
You didn't really tell the story. Did they stop the launch because of the rat?
Yeah, they videoed it. It was flying up, and then there's a rat going around, walking around the top of it. It's going, what do you? It's more CGI bullshit from fucking NASA's fake ass bullshit.
So if I look up,
oh yeah, go ahead.
Rat.
Yeah. Go ahead.
On SpaceX?
No, on a rocket. You know, yeah, SpaceX, sure.
We get going here.
We missed 2 years of your jokes, buddy. What the hell, man?
This is it.
Can you find it? I'm sure you
Yeah,
will.
I found it. I did find it.
I know you did, because it's there. Okay, Xander, listen, buddy. I'm gonna put you in timeout. Because if you say that word one more time, you're never coming back, bud.
Damn, Xander, what'd you do, bro? You must have really effed up, Xander.
Well,
If
look at
that's
what
how
he,
you
look what he
really
said.
feel. Oh, well, this is how you do it. What'd he say?
Go ahead and knock his. You can knock him down a little bit, but you know, don't fucking do that shit.
Okay. Stupid dick.
Oh shit! Here we go.
I'm not playing the sound because I don't know what music is going to be in the background or whatever. So I'm just going to go ahead and show it. Found another mouse. It turns out it was a completely different launch back in November. So do you think that so there was more than one mouse? What? There's more than one? There it is. There, look how fake that looks. Look at that. Are they in Canada?
Yeah, man.
Is that a Canadian rat?
They're in the fucking Hollywood studio.
Look at that Canadian rat just run around.
Look at the background. Here, there's a Canadian.
Jesse would say, amazing.
It's
Amazing.
a studio.
This is amazing. Hey, Elon, your studio has a rat problem.
Yeah, no shit. Oh, that's hilarious. I didn't see that.
There you go. There you go. How does that make you feel? Where are we at?
How does it make you believe in it?
Does that make you want to go to Mars, let's say?
I wouldn't.
I know a few people who should see this. Hey, it is what it is, bro. We're just over here messing around.
That's just 1/100th of what we got.
We're just messing around.
A little rat on the thing. There's so much more.
I mean, what about the people what about the people from Star Trek that launched their fucking ashes into space? Remember that shit?
Well, they landed in the ocean.
They got buried.
I'm
They got
telling you.
buried on the moon. They got buried on the moon apparently, but it was probably in the ocean, like you said.
What'd you say, Ray? What are you asking Tim, Ray?
Here it is. See if I can get a video of it. Here we go. I'll just read it to you.
I'm not saying the fucking Earth's flat. Not saying anything. I'm just saying. NASA.
We're saying that we don't know, but NASA's definitely fake. If you try to like act like we're gonna stray from that, you just keep on moving.
Look how much money they get a year.
Like just keep moving, bro.
From 1960, what 4, 5, and 9.
NASA's definitely fake. Look at this from Florida. I guess I get it, Ryan. I get it now. Ashes of original Star Trek actors creator headed to space from Florida.
Yeah.
Mission. This was almost a year ago to the day.
They ended up in the ocean.
Celestis, a company that transports ashes from Earth to a heavenly burial ground in space, has dubbed the launch the Enterprise mission in tribute to the fictional space exploring starship at the center of the Star Trek universe. The Star Trek reunion mission has been delayed several times, but is now scheduled to launch. It actually was launched at Cape Canaveral, Florida on Monday, January 8th at 2:18 a.m. And it consists of incarnations of the original groundbreaking sci-fi Star Trek. It has, let's see, people, which includes actor DeForest Kelly. I don't know these people. There was like some other like presidents that were sent up there. Look, the black chick from Star Trek, she was always hot. I didn't know she got sent to the wherever, to the ocean. These people all got sent to the ocean.
I'm telling
like,
you.
Come on, bro. That's not a little
real.
foolery? We're gonna send these people's ashes to God knows where. Are you trying to fool us?
He said I hated Star Trek.
I never watched it either.
I did. A little bit. I love
It flew to the edge of space
until I found out it was fake.
It flew to the edge of space on a Blue Origin rocket. Wait, isn't this guy like right here? Isn't he the one that likes to get, Isn't he
100% Keeks? 100%
Yeah,
Keeks.
Isn't he the gulper?
My God.
I've never seen neither one, Keeks.
I can't believe he has. I'm disappointed in him. It pisses me off.
I've seen more Star Trek than Star Wars. That's for sure.
That's so crazy, dude.
I never got into Star Wars. Spaceballs, yes. Star Wars, no.
Oh.
It was too long. I never believed in space my whole life, dude. Never. Ever. When we went to NASA as a kid, I didn't believe none of it. I don't know why. I just never believed it. And now I know why. Intuition's better. I always had intuition. Spaceballs was great. If they could make Star Wars like Spaceballs, then I would watch it.
I see your Schwartz is as big as mine.
I'm just saying, I would. These people are like, what? He likes the flat earth? No, I just don't believe in any of it. I don't know if the earth's flat, but I just proved to you in a million different ways that this shit ain't what they're telling you. I proved that. We just showed you. We did a whole, go back and look at one of my shows. You can go back and look. I did a show, and it is like, what was it, 100 different reasons why NASA didn't go to the moon? Go look. Go watch that one. Go watch that. And you'll understand.
Yeah.
And we're not over here going, I can't give you any like flat earth, like
I'm not trying to make you fucking believe this or that, dude. Just go look it up for yourself.
Yeah, I don't even know. None of us will know. We'll know when the Lord blesses us, or when we die one day and we meet our Savior. We'll finally find out what's really going on.
I'll tell you
But
what.
all this stuff is just a damn theory, bro. Everything's a theory. Unless you've been there. Has somebody been there before? I don't think so.
Yeah.
If you've been there and you saw it, the only thing I'm gonna have faith in is God, bro. That's that.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna have faith in nothing else but God. I'm dead serious.
All right, man. Listen, I know.
Am I not on top chat? I'm not on
if,
live chat. That's why I only see Keeks.
If you could type that again in lowercase, that'd be great.
Bro, just type
we
all
can't
that in
get
capital
past
right.
the
Come
Van
on, bro.
Allen
You that trigger,
radiation
bro.
belt. He's right.
Oh yeah, the Van Allen radiation.
He's right.
Belt,
you can't put caps in there, bro. It looks like we're fighting.
Yeah, or the firmament. Yeah, he's right.
There's a million things. I mean,
yep.
What about Warren von Braun's fucking tombstone? Huh?
I'm not seeing most of these comments. Yeah, I had to go onto all live chat again because I wasn't on it. I didn't see none of this stuff. I missed a whole bunch. So, nobody went to the damn moon. I doubt we even sent those rovers or anything.
You're right,
like
buddy.
that. I agree. I agree, buddy.
Exactly, bud.
I'm with you, man.
You can't get past that Van Allen belt. And then, bro.
Not to mention, did you see what they went in?
The fucking
Like,
green
it looks
screen
like
bullshit they do, and all the underwater crap that they do, and then they act like it's real. Dude. I mean, it's sick. It's disgusting when you watch it.
You're saying, look at the damn spaceship that they actually supposedly were in, dude.
Well, in 1969, it was easy to trick people because there was no TV, no shit. It was all black and white. You know, whatever shit, that radio show had them fucking falling all over. The one with the aliens, that radio show that came on, it made everybody fly off the end, just drive off the road.
Yeah, everybody was scared as hell thinking that the aliens were under attack.
The alien invasion. Yeah. It's the same shit, dude.
Bro, one time.
NASA means to deceive in Hebrew.
Can you not hear me? Please, can you not hear me?
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna say this and then I'm getting up out of here. And my mic, does it keep going down? Did it go down again?
Yeah, probably.
And then, look, bro. One time I was chiefing out, right? And I was with my family and we were all chiefing out. And it was right around Christmas time. And everybody gets those lasers, like the lights. I know your brother had one. And they would like project like giant Christmas stuff on the houses and all that stuff. Well, like we were baked one day.
And like, comment. Sorry.
We saw a whole bunch of like green dots all over our backyard and shit. We're like, what the hell? We couldn't figure it out. We legit thought that like the world was coming to an end for a hot minute. Me and my brother were literally tripping out. Like, what the hell? Like, legit. And it turned out to be the neighbor's Christmas lights, bro. It was fucking hilarious. It was fucking hilarious, bro. My cat's going crazy, man. My cat's going crazy. Yeah. It really did happen, man. It was like we really did think the world was coming to an end, dude. Like for sure, 1,000%.
That's funny.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, dude. Like we were like, I was like literally tripping out. Like that's funny. I'll never forget that to the day I die. Marley, please stop, bro. Hey, I haven't yelled at Marley in a while. My cat's going ham, you guys. Who's on the chat still? Give me some love so I can say goodbye, Keeks. Thank you for coming through and helping out. I appreciate you. It was wild there earlier. Billy, if you're listening, thanks for your help, brother. Brian, as usual, thanks for your help. Who else do we got up in this mug? Rat, good to see you, bro. I can't read the name, bro. The dude who commented about not going to the damn moon. I appreciate your conversation, homie.
Anunali, I think is his name.
His
name. Anunali.
Hey, goodbye. I just booted you. Okay.
What did he say?
Anybody else I missed? All the people that were there earlier. Thanks for sticking through. This was a long one, but it has been fun, and we love you guys. And we'll see you around. We used a lot of hours today, so I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow unless something crazy happens. So that being said, y'all be good. Have a good one. God bless. And we are out of here. Peace out. Hold on. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do music and exit out. Like our little, I've never done that. Like an exit out thing. Or should I have done that? Oh, this one. Into space. Love you, Kikis. Love you guys. Love you guys. Y'all be good. I hope y'all had a good one. Hit the like, share, subscribe. Come back. We'll be back through. Much love, everybody.